Chapter 31-35. With a series of rumbles, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Xianxia City's grand array finally closed. The faces of the white robes sect cultivators were ashen, feeling that they were doomed this time. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the embodiment stepped forward and threw a punch forward, seemingly powerless. The power of this punch caused the world to change color, and so did many cultivators in the territory of Great Desolate Star. Although the Dharma body had become the size of a normal person after refining the stone fire origin, its original body was a stone giant as tall as a mountain. How could a casual punch from it be described as extremely powerful? Wherever the fist reached, the seemingly impenetrable array buzzed. With the fist as the center, several huge cracks spread out in all directions. The light on the array flashed wildly for a while, and it collapsed with a crash. Breaking the spirit array with a single punch, how heroic! Those who were watching the embodiment with interest before were scared out of their wits. Without needing Xianxia to give any further instructions, Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang, Ruan Baiting, He Yunxiang, and the embodiment turned into 5 streams of light and rushed in 5 different directions, breaking into 5 different battlefields. In an instant, everyone was thrown off their feet, and no one could withstand a single blow from them. Among the 5, He Yunxiang's cultivation was the lowest, having just broken through to the Third Order Origin King realm not long ago. However, in Xianxia City, the strongest was only a Third Order Origin King. There are not many other Origin Kings, so how could they be their opponents? It was like a group of strong men had broken into a child's game. They were unreasonable, unrestrained, and wanton. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people died at their hands, including many Origin King realm cultivator. The arrival of these divine soldiers changed the situation in an instant. The white robes sect cultivators, who were already prepared to die, were shocked. How could they not know that their savior had arrived? Taking advantage of the enemy's distraction, they fought back and changed their previous situation. They were like a hot knife through butter, forcing the Netherworld sect cultivator to retreat step by step. Looking down from the sky, Li Jiao and the other 4 were like 5 giant dragons rolling in the city, bringing with them 5 zigzagging trails of dust and smoke. Any enemy within a radius of several dozen feet would be injured or killed upon contact. They were no match for them at all. The gap between the 2 sides was no longer a chasm, but the difference between heaven and earth. Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned in a certain direction. In the sky over there, a white shadow was moving about freely in a cloud of black chi. Xianxia's eyes pierced through the black chi and saw the white shadow's face clearly. He was surprised. He didn't expect to bump into a familiar face here. After thinking for a while, this person's name popped up in his mind. Speaking of which, he was not familiar with this person. They had only met once. However, he was indebted to this person in the past, and to a certain extent, this person was somewhat related to him. After not seeing him for so many years, Xianxia had not expected him to have already broken through to the Second Order Origin King realm. As expected of that person's disciple, his aptitude was extraordinary. His opponent was a Third Order Origin King whose aura was fluctuating, somewhat similar to He Yunxiang's. At a glance, it was obvious that this person had just broken through to the Third Order and his foundation had not yet stabilized. He was an old man with a short stature, but he wore loose robes. The robes practically covered his entire body. As energy surged around him, his presence was sinister and cold. He held a 10,000 soul banner in his left hand. Ghastly wails and howls came from the banner, disturbing Bai Ying's mind. In his right hand, he held a blood sea banner, which constantly released rays of blood-red light and filthy energy. There was a gap between their cultivations, and the old man's 2 artifacts were difficult to defend against. So even though the white shadow's strength was quite good, at this moment, he was being beaten into a corner, unable to fight back at all. If not for the embodiment breaking Xianxia City's spirit array with a punch and distracting the old man, the white shadow would have already been defeated. Xianxia soared into the air and stepped forward. The old man's face was ugly, and he could not help but be distracted, giving the white shadow a chance to catch his breath. After a few steps, Xianxia had closed within 300 meters of the white shadow. The old man immediately shouted, "Who are you, and why do you want to embarrass my Netherworld sect?" Green Mountain's star definitely did not have such a group of people. He had been here for more than a decade and had dealt with the cultivator here. So how could he not know what kind of people lived here? He had never heard of this group of people who had come to Xianxia City today, but each one of them was enough to make one tremble in fear. Seeing Xianxia approaching, how could the old man hold back? Today, it was likely he would not be able to destroy this white-robed sect, and he might not even be able to protect Xianxia City. However, he was still a third-order origin king and was confident in his abilities, so he was not in a hurry to escape. He wanted to inquire about the details of Xianxia and the others so that he could ask the masters of his sect to deal with them. "Old thief May, watch out for my hidden weapon." Xianxia was too lazy to waste time with him, so with a roar, he reached out and grabbed something above his head before throwing it forward. Both the old man and the white shadow were dumbfounded, forgetting that they were fighting for a moment. Because the hidden weapon Xianxia threw out was actually the little girl sitting on his neck. A 7 or 8-year-old little girl with waist-length hair and delicate skin. Anyone who saw her would have a good impression of her, but she had actually been thrown out like a hidden weapon. How could she possibly survive? The little girl seemed to be scared silly, a blank look on her face as her small body slammed straight into the old man, not moving, not crying, and not making a fuss. The old man flew into a rage, feeling that he had been underestimated. He wanted to take the little girl's life, but when he saw those clear black and white eyes, he couldn't help feeling his heart palpitate. In a panic, the old man waved the Blood Sea banner in his hand, and with a flash of blood-red light, the little girl was sucked into it and disappeared. No matter who this person was, he would take her as a hostage first. Seeing this, the white shadow became anxious and pounced forward, exchanging a few blows with the old man, but his cultivation was inferior, and he was forced to retreat, holding his spear diagonally in his hand as he gasped for breath. "Brother Su, long time no see. I trust you've been well." In the air, Xianxia stood on the wind and greeted the white shadow with a smile on his face. As the wind blew, his black hair and robes fluttered. If he hadn't used the little girl as a hidden weapon earlier, he would have looked quite otherworldly. You are." Su Binbai frowned as he looked at Xianxia, suddenly feeling that this face was a little familiar. Thinking about it carefully, a memory from several decades ago appeared in his mind, and he immediately cried out in surprise, "It's you." He also recognized Xianxia. Xianxia grinned, "It's me. How did you?" Su Binbai couldn't believe that Xianxia would appear here. After all, he had left Star Territory several decades ago. It was said that he had used the tokens of the great emperors to forcibly break through the void and travel to another world. Those who had traveled with him at that time were all well-known figures in Star Territory, including Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's President AI, Monster Star's Star Master Monster King Chiyu, Sword Union's Union Master Gutsang Yun, and his honored master, Wu Dao. There had been no news of him for several decades, and Wu Dao had told him many things before leaving, so he knew very well about this matter. Why was he here? Or was his honored master? Su Binbai looked around, as if trying to find the figure that had raised him all his life, but he saw nothing. "Who the hell are you?" As the two were chatting, the Netherworld sect old man couldn't help but ask. Xianxia turned his head and looked at him. Why is a dead man asking so many questions? The old man's face sank as he gritted his teeth. "This old master will remember you. Today's enmity will be repaid by Netherworld sect in the future." As he spoke, his figure shot out explosively. How could Su Binbai allow him to leave? He immediately wanted to stop him. Xianxia, however, raised his hand and said, "Don't chase a cornered enemy." Su Binbai looked at him puzzledly. Although he couldn't see the depth of Xianxia's cultivation, he knew that the old man was definitely not Xianxia's opponent. That person was the 6th elder of Netherworld sect. If he could be killed here, it would be a blow to Netherworld sect. Why let go of such a good opportunity? Turning his head, he saw a profound smile on Xianxia's face as he stared in the direction that the old man had left. Su Binbai seemed to sense something. He turned his head and his eyes widened. The old man, who had fled several hundred meters away, suddenly staggered, as if he had been struck by something. Afterwards, the blood sea banner in his hand actually began to emit specks of flames. When the flames first appeared, they were not too obvious, but in the blink of an eye, they began to burn, turning the blood sea banner into a ball of fire. The old man vomited blood as he tossed the blood sea banner away. Whether it was the blood sea banner or the myriad soul banner, they were both secret treasures that he had refined with his mind. If any of them were damaged, it would affect him. Now that the blood sea banner was being burned, he obviously could not remain unscathed. A speck of flame flew out from the blood sea banner. It twisted and changed, turning into a miniature phoenix. This phoenix was only the size of a palm, but it was indescribably noble. It raised its head and let out a cry, causing the world to shake. The phoenix pounced over, causing the old man to pale in fright. He hurriedly swung the myriad soul banner, causing thick black chi to wrap around his body as he laid down a defense. Wherever the palm-sized bird passed, the black chi would evaporate. The defense the old man had laid down was completely useless. When the flames reached his body, he let out a miserable shriek that sounded like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. He turned into a ball of fire and fell from the sky. Only then did a clean, snow-white hand suddenly reach out from the blood sea banner that had almost been burned to ashes. It seemed to have crossed over from another space. Immediately after, a small figure appeared. Patting her clothes, she turned her head to take a look before flying over to Yang Kai. With a leap, she rode on his neck and grabbed his ears with both hands to maintain her balance, just like she had done at the beginning. Su Binbai's eyes bulged as he stared blankly. His entire being was in a mess. He could be considered an experienced and knowledgeable person, but what he saw just now made him feel like he was in a dream. A third-order Origin King Master was killed so easily? What cultivation did this little girl have? What kind of fire was that to have such a miraculous effect? As if sensing his gaze, Lu Yin turned her head to look at him. Her clear eyes were not tainted by the slightest impurity, causing Su Binbai to feel guilty and avert his gaze. "Brother Su, let's end this battle first," Yang Kai said. Only then did Su Binbai come back to his senses. He nodded and said, "All right." His spear danced, turning into a meteor-like ray of light that fell towards the city. At the same time, he shouted, "White Robe Sect, all demons retreat." The heroes responded. In just a moment, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The White Robe Sect members, with their unparalleled bravery and the cooperation of Li Jiao and the others, killed the warriors of the Grand Desolation Star Field until they were scared witless. Chapter 31-36. 10 miles outside of Yanghe City, in a pavilion, Kai Yang raised his head to look at the clouds. A white figure flew over and landed in front of him, revealing Su Binbai's vigorous figure. Yanghe City had been recovered, and the Netherworld Sect foundation on Green Mountain Star had been uprooted. Although there were still some fish that had escaped the net, they were no longer a problem. The haze that had covered Green Mountain Star for more than a decade had been swept away, and even the sky had become much brighter. Looking at the figure in the pavilion with some awe, Su Binbai's mood surged, as if he had returned to several dozen years ago. At that time, he and Yang Kai had both participated in the Blood Prison trial. At that time, both of them had origin-returning realm cultivations, and there was not much difference between them. Su Binbai even felt that he was stronger because his master was called Wu Dao. Wu Dao was recognized as the strongest master in Star Territory. Of course, that was excluding the great emperors of Starfield. With the protection of such a master, Su Binbai's future was limitless. This was indeed the case. Over the past few decades, he had broken through to the second-order Origin King realm, and his potential was still there. In time, reaching the third-order Origin King realm would not be a problem. But compared with the person in front of him, his achievements were like the light of a firefly, insignificant. In today's battle, Yang Kai had not seen him take action, but the reinforcements he had brought with him were all unfathomable. Even that seemingly harmless little girl could kill a third-order origin king with a snap of her fingers. As such, Su Binbai was certain that Yang Kai's strength was not something he could estimate. Brother Yang. Su Binbai cupped his fists and bowed. Many thanks for Brother Yang's help. Today, I was able to kill those netherworld bastards, all thanks to Brother Yang. Please accept this Su's bow. Before he could do so, an invisible force held him up and Yang Kai smiled. In this way, we are even. Su Binbai looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, when I escaped from the blood prison, if you hadn't spoken up for me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to leave Green Mountain's Star safely. During the blood prison trial, Yang Kai had attracted the attention of Green Mountain's Star Master, Luo Hai. When he came out, he was intercepted and interrogated. It was Su Binbai who spoke up for Yang Kai, allowing Luo Hai to settle the matter. Although Su Binbai's cultivation was not high at that time, the one standing behind him was Wu Dao, so Luo Hai had no choice but to give him some face. Although in the end, Luo Hai still managed to chase Yang Kai all the way to Scarlet Wave Star. If it weren't for Su Binbai's words, it would have been impossible for Yang Kai to escape, and he would have been captured by Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star. On Green Mountain Star, the might of the Star Master was not something Yang Kai could contend with. Only then did Su Binbai remember. He laughed and said, old matters are not worth mentioning. At that time, who would have thought that his identity would change today? Sit. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured. Su Binbai hesitated for a moment, but still sat down freely. Looking up and meeting Lu Yan's eyes, he still couldn't help feeling a little incredulous. How could such a little girl kill a third-order origin king? And from beginning to end, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation in her emotions, as if she had just casually crushed an ant. Shaking his head, Su Binbai turned to look at Yang Kai. Before he could ask the question he most wanted to ask, Yang Kai spoke first. Senior Wu Dao has fallen. Su Binbai's body trembled as he gulped with difficulty. Yang Kai said, Senior fell to the world's might, not to the point of dying in battle. Of the few who had gone to the star boundary, only Wu Dao had died. According to Qi Yu and the others, Wu Dao had failed to withstand the baptism of world energy when he was breaking through to the Dao Source realm and finally died under the heavenly might. Yang Kai did not see this with his own eyes, so he did not know much about it, and could not tell Su Binbai too much, but Wu Dao's death was really regrettable. He was the strongest person in the star field back in the day. A few of them had gone to the star boundary together, but he was the only one who had fallen. Qi Yu and the others had all safely advanced. Time and fate, who could say for sure? Su Binbai was immediately enveloped by a thick sense of sadness, and the joy of returning from a great victory was completely gone. That old man was both his master and father, and was the most important person in his life. If it wasn't for him, Su Binbai wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had today. However, Su Binbai had also experienced many storms over the years, especially in the last 10 years. He had become accustomed to life and death situations and had even abandoned his own safety. So he quickly calmed down and asked with reddened eyes, Can you tell me more about it? Yang Kai shook his head and told him the specific reason. Su Binbai nodded. Brother Yang, for you to tell me this news, this Su is grateful. Being able to meet you today was a stroke of luck. Brother Su, please restrain your grief. After a pause, Yang Kai changed the topic. Is white robe religion yours? Su Binbai took a deep breath and nodded. Yes. He did not have the heart to create white robe religion. Over the years, he had just witnessed many life and death situations and had taken action a few times to make a name for himself. Some people had gathered around him, and under the influence of those people, the white robe religion had emerged. Heroes emerged in troubled times. Rather than saying that Su Binbai and his companions had created white robe religion, it was more accurate to say that Green Mountain's star needed white robe religion. Once white robe religion was established, it developed extremely quickly and had now become the most powerful force on Green Mountain Star to resist Netherworld Sect. After today's battle, white robe religion would become the sun at noon and truly dominate everything on Green Mountain Star. Brother Yang, Can you stay and relieve the suffering of Green Mountain's Star's inhabitants? Su Binbai looked at Yang Kai earnestly. As long as he was here, Netherworld sect was not worth mentioning at all. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm just passing by. I can't stay long. Su Binbai suddenly showed a look of disappointment. Although today's battle had damaged Netherworld sect's Xianxia and uprooted their foundation on Green Mountain Star, no one could guarantee that Netherworld sect would not send a more powerful cultivator here. If another Third Order Origin King appeared, Su Binbai would not be their opponent right now, and all his previous efforts would likely be for naught. But now that things had gotten to this point, Su Binbai could not persuade him any further. A great man would rather rely on himself than others. Although he was grateful to Yang Kai, he did not feel inferior. But I can stay here for 2 days, Yang Kai said again. Su Binbai was speechless. 2 days? What could he do? Moreover, if the Netherworld sect or any other cultivator on Great Desolate Star really wanted to make a comeback, they would not have arrived in such a short time. Yang Kai smiled lightly. The stars of Green Mountain's star have not been refined yet, right? As soon as this statement came out, Su Binbai's body trembled violently as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Brother Yang means impossible? That shouldn't be possible. Even if you have extraordinary means, you shouldn't be able to do such a thing. Come with me. Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grabbed Su Binbai's shoulder, and before the latter could react, his body flickered and disappeared. Su Binbai only saw the scenery in front of him flash wildly, but even with his cultivation, he could not see how Yang Kai moved. He only knew that there was an earthy smell around him, and his vision had become dark. He instinctively felt that he had gone deep underground. After a dozen breaths of time, though, Su Binbai's figure suddenly came to a halt. A brilliant and colorful light filled his field of vision. Turning his head to look at the source of this light, Su Binbai's eyes shrank. What he saw was a halo of light that was slowly rippling, giving off a dazzling aura. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Su Binbai immediately felt an extremely terrifying energy from this halo, and it seemed to contain a mysterious and unparalleled power. Su Binbai had some guesses in his heart, but he was not sure. Green Mountains, stars source. Yang Kai said. Sure enough. Su Binbai took a deep breath and looked at Yang Kai hesitantly. Brother Yang, you don't want me to refine it now, do you? Yang Kai smiled lightly. If you can refine it, you will become the master of Green Mountain Star. With the help of Green Mountain Star, who would dare invade? But hold your breath and comprehend it with your heart. This is the key to whether you can refine it or not. Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and tapped Su Binbai's forehead, causing a huge amount of information to rush into his mind. Su Binbai did not dare to hesitate and quickly immersed himself in comprehending this information. After a short while, Yang Kai stopped. Su Binbai still stood there, motionless. The star refining art had been passed down, and with the assistance of this secret technique, Yang Kai believed that it would not be difficult for Su Binbai to refine Green Mountain Star source. Of course, he would still have to stand by and watch over him. This was a secret technique he had obtained from Yang Inflammation's Emperor Garden. Yang Kai had refined Shadowed Star, and Xianing Chang had refined Tong Xian Realm by relying on this secret technique. What's more, what Yang Kai had passed down was not just the star refining art, but also his own insights, saving Su Binbai a lot of time. After 2 hours, Su Binbai opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai excitedly. Begin, Yang Kai urged. Su Binbai nodded and immediately sat down cross-legged facing the star's source, circulating the star refining art to communicate with it. Specks of light flew out like fireflies and hovered around Su Binbai's body. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, not having expected that Su Binbai would be able to communicate with it so easily. However, after thinking about it, this was not surprising. Over the years, Green Mountain Star had suffered greatly from the Netherworld sect's cultivator, polluting its world energy, but Su Binbai had always taken it upon himself to save the common people, leading the white-robed religion against the Netherworld sect and complying with the heavenly way. The star source was the will of the entire cultivation star, and although it was not a living thing, it was still connected to the cultivation star. Subin Bai's actions for the common people were for Green Mountain Star, so it made sense why the star source was so close to him. The heavenly way was unpredictable, but the heavenly way was constant. After realizing this, Xianxia knew that he had been worrying too much. If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible for them to refine Green Mountain Star's source so easily. Only Subin Bai could accomplish such a feat, perhaps. It wouldn't be long before Green Mountain Star would give birth to a new Star Master. At that time, Green Mountain Star would have the strength to protect itself and would no longer have to worry about being invaded and plundered by the Netherworld sect. Xianxia wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, he walked to the side and took out various materials. Arranging a space array here was a good choice, so the next time he wanted to come here, he wouldn't be unable to teleport directly. Chapter 31-37. 2 days later, in a pavilion, Lu Yin rested her chin in her hand and sat there in boredom. Li Jiao and the others were also in the pavilion. The previous battle had not been taken seriously by any of them, and they had only casually killed a bunch of Tom, Dick, and Harry dogs. In front of the pavilion, a group of cultivators in white robes looked at them in awe, their expressions tense. Although these people were the foundation of White Robe's sect, and there were several origin kings among them, they didn't have the slightest confidence in the face of these divine soldiers descending from the sky. The difference in cultivation between them was too great, so they didn't even have the courage to exchange a few polite words. Suddenly, the figure of a young man appeared in front of them. When the White Robe sect cultivators saw this, their expressions brightened, and the leader quickly cupped his fists. "Master, dare I ask religion, Master?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Brother Su is refining the star source of Green Mountain Star. You don't need to worry." "What? Refining the star source of Green Mountain Star?" Everyone couldn't believe it, but Xianxia's words were so convincing that they didn't dare to doubt him. Refining the source of Green Mountain Star was an earth-shattering event. It wasn't that there were no Star Masters in Star Territory, but in the past, Star Masters were basically third-order origin kings. Only with such a cultivation could they have a chance of successfully refining the source of Green Mountain Star. Otherwise, they would suffer a backlash from the source and die on the spot. This was a common occurrence throughout history. A few years ago, when Luo Hai became a Star Master with just a second-order origin king cultivation, the entire star field was shaken, and many people were envious of him. If Xianxia hadn't broken the record later, this matter would likely have remained a legend throughout history. However, Xianxia was just a special case. Now, Subin Bai was actually going to refine the source of the stars with just a second-order origin king cultivation. The first reaction of the White Robe sect cultivators was not surprise, but fear. In the Battle of Yanghe City, the Netherworld sect's Yuan Qi on Green Mountain's star had been greatly damaged and needed the White Robe sect to take charge of the situation. At this critical moment, Subin Bai, the religion master, was actually going to disregard life and death to refine the source of the stars. This was simply ridiculous. If he was lucky enough to succeed in refining it, it would be fine, but if he failed and died, all his previous efforts would likely be in vain. Not only would Green Mountain Star fall into chaos again, it would even cause internal strife within the White Robes. Xianxia took in everyone's expressions but didn't explain anything. Time would naturally reveal everything, so he simply called out to Li Jiao and the others, "Let's go." With a flash of light, the groups quickly. Half a day later, in front of the blood prison, a blood-red barrier enveloped this large area, turning it into a forbidden zone that prevented anyone from spying on it. Only when the time limit was up would this blood-red barrier open, allowing cultivators below the Origin King realm to enter. This barrier was arranged by the previous star of Green Mountain's star using the source of the stars. Even Luo Hai could not change it back then and could only maintain the custom of the blood prison trial. Although the Netherworld sect cultivator had poisoned the entire Green Mountain star, he had no way to deal with this blood prison barrier. When Xianxia arrived, this place was no different from before. Reaching out, he placed his hand on the blood-red barrier, and a blood-red halo immediately emerged from the barrier. It seemed to be extremely corrosive, and sizzling sounds could be heard from Xianxia's palm. Xianxia ignored it. If he was really just a third-order origin king, he would naturally be powerless against this barrier. But his true cultivation had already reached the Emperor realm, and he had a half-dragon body. What could a trivial blood prison barrier do to him? With a burst of strange vibrations, Xianxia's palm slowly penetrated the blood-red barrier, followed by his entire arm, then half of his body. With a single step, he stepped into the blood prison. The world was dyed red, and even the clouds in the sky seemed to be dyed red. If an ordinary person were to come here, they would be scared out of their wits, but Xianxia felt a sense of familiarity. After all, this was the place where he had gained experience in the past, so it was a brand of his growth. Luyan also walked in and stood next to him, her close-fitting dress outlining her small body and her waist-length hair, giving her a lovely appearance. This time, she did not want to enter the sealed world bead again and only wanted to stay by Xianxia's side. Helpless, Xianxia could only let her be while Li Jiao and the others were sent into the sealed world bead. "Wait for me." Xianxia rubbed her head. Luyan shook his hand away in annoyance, seemingly still angry at him for not letting her out for so long. Xianxia smiled lightly, opened his arms, closed his eyes, and began to silently perceive his surroundings. His divine sense surged, but Xianxia did not dare to release too much of it. This was not Shadowed Star, so if he displayed too much strength, he would still be rejected by the heavens and earth. Wisps of his divine sense moved like swimming fish, attached to them by space principles, shuttling back and forth through the void. A magnificent scene was immediately transmitted back to Xianxia's mind through these divine sense threads, allowing him to observe the scenery inside the blood prison as if he was seeing it with his own eyes. Xianxia's divine sense radiated in all directions, seemingly endless. After a quarter of an hour, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward a certain direction. Found it. There was a secret passage in the blood prison that was connected to Monster Star. Shanxing Luo and a group of monster race disciples had used this secret passage to enter the blood prison directly to participate in the trial. Since this secret passage was connected to 2 cultivation stars, it was certain to be a void corridor that gave off fluctuations of space principles. These fluctuations might be extremely obscure to others, but to Xianxia, they were as dazzling as a lighthouse in the dark. Reaching out and grabbing Luyan's small hand, the two of them walked forward side by side. Their pace was not fast, but the scenery around them was rapidly passing by. Not long after, Xianxia arrived at an extremely secluded place. This was the belly of a mountain with an altar-like structure. Looking at the various patterns on this altar, Xianxia made a decision and walked up with Luyan. Monster Star, as the only stars in the territory of Star City dominated by the monster race, could be said to be a paradise for the monster race. On Monster Star, the living space of the human race and other races was extremely small, and their status was extremely low, oppressed by the monster race all year round. There were no masters among the human race, and the strongest human race cultivator was only at the Origin Returning Realm. Any human who had the potential to break through to the Origin King Realm would be killed by the monster race. Here, the significance of the human race's existence was nothing more than a foil to the monster race, a vassal. On Monster Star, there were 10 monster race tribal lords. Each of them had a cultivation at the Origin King Realm, and their bodies were all 10th order monster beast. Only when one's cultivation reached the 3rd order Origin King Realm would they be qualified to be called a Monster King. Monster Kings were extremely rare, and it was often difficult for one to appear in hundreds or even thousands of years. A few decades ago, a Monster King had appeared on Monster Star. It was one of the 10 tribal lords, Qiyu Tribal Lord, who had broken through. However, Qiyu's Monster King left Monster Star not long after and handed over his territory to his adopted daughter. Since then, the Monster King had become a legend. Monster Star's 10 tribal lords had different temperaments, and their attitudes towards the human race were also different. In one of the tribal lords' territories, there was no space for the human race to establish themselves because all of them had been killed by this tribal lord. Among the 10 tribal lords, the tribal lord who had the most harmonious relationship with the human race was Qiyu tribal lord. In Qiyu tribal lord, the human race was not oppressed too much and could even live freely. Many human race sects had even sprouted here. Qiyu was a woman of great foresight. The monster race could not perform artifact refining or alchemy, but the human race could. She had provided a place for the oppressed human race to live and reproduce, providing them with shelter and protection. She had also gathered a large number of artifact refiners and alchemists to refine artifacts and alchemy for her, increasing the strength of Qiyu tribal lord. After she left, Xianxia Luo took over Qiyu tribal lord, and this policy was maintained. In addition, Xianxia Luo had the support of Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect, so Qiyu tribal lord's influence grew like a rolling snowball, surpassing the other 9 tribal lords in just a dozen years, and showing signs of unifying the entire monster star. If there had been no foreign invasion, with Xianxia Luo's current cultivation and strength, it would not have been difficult for her to rule Monster Star. However, the invasion of a cultivator from Great Desolate Star's territory disrupted her plans. Monster Star was also targeted by the people from Great Desolate Star's territory, and the sect that targeted this star was a first-class existence in Great Desolate Star's territory. Although it was not as strong as Netherworld's sect, it was still quite powerful. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Villa. This sect was based on beast taming, and all the disciples of this sect were proficient in beast taming. As their cultivation increased, the number of monster beasts they could control would also increase. When the disciples of 10,000 Beast Mountain Villa fought with others, they had monster beasts to assist them, so it could be said that they had an advantage. When they heard that there was a monster race leading stars in Hung Luo Starfield, there were countless monster beasts and many rare bloodlines. How could they remain calm? They immediately mobilized the power of their entire sect to Monster Star and brought the flames of war here. After more than a decade, only 3 of the top 10 monster race tribal lords remained on Monster Star. The other 7 either refused to submit and self-destructed their monster cores, or they chose to rely on 10,000 Beast Mountain Villa and became their lackeys. The tribal lords' names only existed in name. Now, only Red Moon Territory was struggling to hold on. Red Moon Territory being able to persist in the battle with 10,000 Beast Mountain Villa until now was largely due to the contributions of the current Red Moon tribal lord, Xianxia Luo. Xianxia Luo was already a third-order origin king and possessed the source of the divine spirit, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. This kind of ability was not something that could be defeated by just anyone. In addition, Red Moon Territory had the support of High Heaven Sect in the early years and was developing vigorously, so if 10,000 Beast Mountain Villa really insisted on going to war, both sides would suffer. Therefore, after 10,000 Beast Mountain Villa eroded most of Monster Star's land and subdued 90% of the monster beasts, they actually reached a strange period of peace with Red Moon Territory. Under this peace, undercurrents were surging and a storm was brewing. No matter who it was, this peace would not last long. 10,000 Beast Mountain Villa was accumulating strength, and it would take time for the disciples to subdue new pet beasts. Once 10,000 Beast Mountain Villa was ready, Red Moon Territory would definitely welcome a storm of attacks. When that time came, Red Moon Territory would definitely not be able to hold on. On Half Moon Mountain, in her palace, Xianxia Luo sat by the window, gazing at the scenery of the mountain. Her bright red robes were like the sun, outlining her graceful curves. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, and her face was enchanting. Chapter 31-38. She was already an extremely charming woman, and when she was in the central capital, she was already known as the beguiling demon queen. Now that her cultivation had improved, this kind of charm was even more soul-stirring. Just this pretty face alone was enough to make any man fall head over heels for her. Red was originally vulgar, but when she wore it, it complemented each other perfectly, further accentuating her beauty. At this moment, she was holding a wine jug in her hand, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed as she looked up at the stars, as if she was looking at the moon, but if one looked carefully, they would find that her eyes had no focus, as if nothing in the world was in her eyes. Slightly raising her head, she poured the wine into her mouth, the clear liquid flowing down the corner of her mouth, rolling down her slender white neck and falling into the towering peaks of her chest, soaking her close. If a man was here, he would immediately be unable to control himself. Raising a hand, she moved it towards a star field, as if she wanted to grab a star and hold it tightly, not letting go. When she opened her hand, it was empty. Fiercely throwing away the wine jug, she messed up her hair with both hands and gnashed her teeth. Smelly man. The sound of the wine jug falling to the ground alarmed the people outside, and the door was pushed open. A graceful and exquisite figure walked in, looking at her, and then at the broken pieces of porcelain on the ground. She squatted down and silently tidied them up. "Biluo, come here." Xianxia Luo beckoned to her, her voice soft and charming. Even though Biluo was a woman, when she heard it, her heart shook as if there was something surging in her delicate body, making her restless. Reaching out to touch her forehead, Biluo said, "Master, what are you doing now? Come here." Xianxia Luo threw a drunken tantrum. Biluo had no choice but to step forward, but before she could stand still, Xianxia Luo pulled her in her arms and placed half of her body on her lap. Looking up, that mesmerizing face was right in front of Yang Luo's eyes. Her red lips were as attractive as gemstones, and a mesmerizing fragrance lingered in his nose. Xianxia Luo lowered her head and looked at her with a smile, her hair falling over her forehead, brushing past her cheeks, tickling them. "Gudong," Biluo swallowed hard, her cheeks flushing red. Master." Xianxia Luo smiled, but did not say anything, making Biluo more and more nervous. Was her long-cherished wish of many years about to come true? "I'm not mentally prepared. What should I do? What should I do? Should I ruthlessly refuse her?" But now this heaven-sent opportunity was hard to come by. If she sobered up, she might not have another chance. As a maidservant who had followed Xianxia Luo all the way here from the central capital, Biluo had long given her heart and soul. Her cultivation was not low, reaching the first-order Origin King realm. Although her talent was not very high, her current achievements were all thanks to Xianxia Luo's strong support and guidance over the years. She could do anything for Xianxia Luo. Even if she had to die, she would not frown. Breathing rapidly and her blood surging, Biluo felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her body becoming extremely stiff. "Do you like me?" Xianxia Luo suddenly asked with a smile. Her eyes blurred as she stretched out a jade finger and stroked Biluo's red lips. Biluo almost could not help but lick her lips, but fortunately, she did not lose her mind and said helplessly, "Master, you're drunk." "Nonsense." Xianxia Luo tapped her red lips again, her voice languid. "It's just a few jars of wine. How could I be drunk?" "You haven't answered my question yet." Biluo pursed her red lips, nodded gently, and said, "Biluo is Master's." Xianxia Luo giggled. "Little Biluo is still the best." Leaning closer to her, her red lips exuded an enchanting fragrance. Biluo's eyes widened, and just as she thought something was about to happen, she felt Xianxia Luo kiss her forehead, causing her to suddenly feel disappointed. Xianxia Luo then said, "But we're both women. If I were a man, I would eat you right now." She reached out and scratched her nose. Biluo looked away and said faintly, "I can't. What can you do?" Xianxia Luo sighed. "Men are still the best, leaving when they want to without any worries, but they don't know that they've taken their hearts with them. I don't know what they're doing outside, but I'm afraid they've already had a bunch of wives and concubines, even children, and have forgotten all about me." Biluo immediately said angrily, "Master, that kind of man is not worthy of being entrusted. Don't think about it." Xianxia Luo grabbed her hand and placed it on her heart, smiling. But this place doesn't agree. Biluo's heart ached, almost tearing up, and she said sadly, Master, no matter how the world changes, Biluo will always be with Master. If Master doesn't chase me away, I'll definitely not leave. Why would I chase you away? Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. Biluo also smiled happily, but suddenly said a little bashfully, if Master really can endure it, this servant can think of a way to help Master. Relieve your worries. Perhaps it can relieve Master's lovesickness. Xianxia asked curiously, what ideas do you have? Biluo said, I've learned some illusionary techniques in recent years. Oh, Xianxia was surprised. I can transform into that person's appearance. Xianxia was silent for a while, seeming to be moved. Biluo saw this and quickly struck while the iron was hot. Maybe I can't show the charm, but it's not a problem to imitate 70 to 80%. Imitate who? A person's voice suddenly came from outside the window, scaring the two women. Jadefall jumped to her feet and shouted, Who are you? This was the most central location of Half Moon Mountain, the palace of the Queen Master, so how could it be silently broken in? Looking up, Biluo suddenly opened her mouth wide and said in a daze, she actually saw a face she could never have imagined. Xianxia was also stunned, turning her head to look at the face she had missed for decades, a look of absent-mindedness appearing on her face. Aluo. Xianxia smiled and stretched out his hand in greeting, then turned to Biluo and said, Little girl, it's immoral to take advantage of others' difficulties to steal them away. He had long known about Biluo's attitude toward Xianxia. It was the same back in the central capital, but he didn't expect that after so many years, this woman's hobby still hadn't changed. It was simply rotten wood that couldn't be carved. This was because the harmony between yin and yang was the great Tao of heaven and earth, but she did the opposite. But then again, back in the central capital, some subtle things had happened between him and Biluo. So when they met, Xianxia couldn't help but glance at her red lips. That kind of thing could make a person crave for more, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Saying this, Xianxia was about to walk in through the window. With a bang, Xianxia closed the window, the hardwood smashing into Xianxia's nose, causing him to stop in his tracks. Humph! Lu Yin snorted from the side, mixed with an indescribable sense of ridicule. Inside the room, Xianxia reached out and rubbed her temples. Biluo looked at her with a dull expression. Master, what are you doing? The person who had been yearning for so many years had appeared in front of him. Why was he being shut out? Shouldn't she immediately throw herself into his arms and complain about the pain of lovesickness? Xianxia frowned. I drank too much. I think I'm having some hallucinations. As she spoke, she opened the window again, looked out, and their eyes met. With a bang, the window was closed again. This wine is so strong, Biluo, where did you find it? Biluo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stupid woman. Outside the window, Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore. He pushed the window open and strode in, looking at her majestically. Your husband is back, and you dare to avoid meeting him. You're simply defying the heavens. Xianxia looked at him sideways, sized him up, and then said in surprise, Husband. It was as if he had just seen her. Xianxia stepped forward, pinched her cheeks, and pulled them to the side, causing her beautiful cheeks to immediately change shape. He said fiercely, Speak, what do you want? Nothing. Xianxia couldn't speak clearly. I thought you were drunk. You're really back? This concubine is so happy. My heart is bursting with joy. There wasn't the slightest bit of happiness on her face. Xianxia's eyes twitched. Why was this a bit different from what he had imagined? He snorted and let go of her hand. Xianxia rubbed her cheeks and glanced over at him timidly, wearing a guilty look as she carefully asked, Lord husband, how long have you been here? Did you hear anything that you shouldn't hear? Xianxia snorted. I heard everything that I shouldn't hear. Xianxia sighed, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes, as if she had made a very important decision. She reached out and put her arm around Biluo's shoulder, pulled her into her arms, and said in a troublesome manner, Since it's like this, then there's nothing to hide. To tell you the truth, this concubine and Biliuo are in love, flying together. You don't know how carefree this concubine is. I've long forgotten about you, so please forgive this concubine for being lonely all these years and falling in love with someone else." As she spoke, she bowed and deeply said, "I'm sorry." Yankai's eyes twitched even more. Bai Luo was still in a daze when Xianxia Luo reached out and pressed her back, immediately bending over and hurriedly saying, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Xianxia Luo straightened up, held Biliuo's little hand, and looked at her with a gentle and sweet expression. "Husband, no, little brother Yang. As long as you don't break us up, we can talk about anything." "Little brother Yang?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth, pausing after each word. Xianxia Luo smiled and said, "You're younger than me, so there's no problem with calling me that. If you feel that you're at a disadvantage, I'll just call you Big Brother Yang. It's not like I'll lose anything." Before she could finish, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her cheeks, and her pretty face changed again. "Are you done?" "Stop!" Xianxia Luo shouted. "Our relationship as husband and wife is over. Why are you still touching me? You're acting like a hooligan." "All right, let's be serious." Yang Kai ravaged her for a while, satisfied with his hands. He pretended to be dignified as he looked at her, somewhat unable to understand what she was trying to do. They hadn't seen each other for decades, and she came running over to put on a big show for him. What was the meaning of this? I'm serious." Xianxia Luo looked unconvinced. "What? You're allowed to fool around outside, but I'm not allowed to fall in love with someone else." Chapter 31-39. When did I fool around outside? Yang Kai felt guilty, and his words were not firm. No, although he did fool around and confess to Dong Suju and Su Yin, how could Xianxia Luo know? She must be tricking me. No matter what she says later, I won't admit it even if I'm beaten to death. Xianxia Luo sneered and looked down at Lu Yin. "You even have a child, and you still dare to say that you didn't fool around?" Her face suddenly became gentle, and she squatted down and asked, "Little sister, what is your mother's name?" Yang Kai laughed and reached out to touch Lu Yan's head. "Ask her." He suddenly understood why Xianxia Luo was so strange when they met. It turned out that she was jealous because he brought back a daughter. But then again, if he hadn't been there when Lu Yin broke out of her shell, Yang Kai wouldn't have dared to recognize her, let alone Xianxia Luo, who hadn't seen Lu Yin for decades. It was inevitable that there would be misunderstandings. After all, the changes were too big. "Tell her yourself who you are." Yang Kai looked at Lu Yin with a smile. Lu Yin's eyelashes fluttered, and she looked timid. She grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and slowly hid behind him, whispering, "Father, I don't want to be here. This inn is so strange." The smile on Yang Kai's face immediately became stiff, and he stared at Lu Yin with wide eyes. He suddenly felt like he was stabbed in the back by his own people. "Ha ha ha ha!" Xianxia Luo sneered, slowly got up, and looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "What else do you have to say?" "What the hell?" Yang Kai was furious, and he reached out to straighten Lu Yan's body and stared at her with a serious face. "How can you do this? I've been good to you all these years. Why do you hurt me like this?" Lu Yin was about to cry. "Father, you hurt me." "Enough!" Xianxia Luo shouted and pulled Lu Yin behind her. She stared at Yang Kai and said, "You even bullied a child. Is this how you're father?" Yang Kai suddenly felt that he couldn't explain it clearly, so he went up and hugged her. "Luo, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain." "What's there to explain?" Xianxia Luo coldly and pushed him away. "I'm sorry, I'm wrong. From now on, we're husband and wife. Don't come find me again." Yang Kai felt like he was struck by lightning. His body shook and the blood drained from his face. Lu Yin stood beside Xianxia Luo and stuck out her tongue. It seemed that the game was over. However, Biliuo looked excited. If this was really the case, she might have a chance. Although it was immoral to take advantage of the situation, it was also for the Queen Master to get rid of the sea of bitterness as soon as possible. If she didn't go to hell, who would? "Luo, do you really want to do this?" Yang Kai looked at her with a serious face. Shanqing Luo's eyes flashed with a trace of mischief, but she firmly nodded. I've made up my mind. Yang Kai turned his head, and with a face full of vicissitudes, he pondered for a while and sighed. Well, I once whipped a famous horse when I was drunk. I don't want to hurt a beauty. Luo, take care of yourself. Shanqing Luo's heart jumped, and she hurriedly said, Where are you going? Yang Kai jumped on the windowsill, waved his hand, and rushed into the night, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hey, you come back. Shanqing Luo was shocked. She never thought that Yang Kai would really leave. Why did he leave? She was just angry that he had been gone for so many years and made a joke, but this stinky man was so decisive. He didn't even know how to coax her. She rushed to the window and shouted, You come back, you come back. The night was silent, and there was no response. Shanqing Luo's body went limp on the ground. Her eyes were red, and her mouth was still murmuring, You come back, you heartless thing. A broad chest approached her from behind, sticking close to her delicate body. A pair of big hands wrapped around her waist, gently hugging her, and a vigorous breath by her ear. I lied to you. Shanqing Luo turned around, and tears fell like rain. A pair of small fists pounded on Yang Kai's chest, but they were soft and powerless. Instead of saying that she was venting, it was more like she was acting spoiled. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile and didn't move. After pounding for a while, Shanqing Luo suddenly reached out and wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck and raised her head to send her red lips to his. Oh! Yang Kai suddenly had difficulty breathing. He felt the body in his arms was as passionate as fire, and a pink snake-like spirit entered his mouth, acting recklessly and unscrupulously. Yang Kai couldn't show weakness. He caught and played with Shanqing Luo's soft body, even more powerless, and her whole body went limp in Yang Kai's arms. After a long time, their lips parted, and a trace of saliva remained. Shanqing Luo's charming eyes were like silk, and her whole body was like a blooming flower, blooming with a strange brilliance. Only then did she remember something, and said with a red face, Your daughter. Just now, in a moment of passion, she had forgotten that there was a little girl beside her. Even if she was bold and reckless, and was extremely open about the matters between men and women, she still felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. She's gone out. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Bill Yuo and Lu Yin had already seen that the situation was bad, and had run away. At this moment, only the two of them were left in this wing room, and dry firewood was burning. Shanqing Luo looked over and found that it was true. The little girl from before had long disappeared, and even Bill Yuo was nowhere to be found. Her last trace of concern disappeared. She held Yang Kai's cheeks with both hands and looked at him seriously. Her eyes were full of tenderness, but her mouth said, Damn you, you have no conscience. I was just joking with you, and you're actually willing to hurt me like this. Yang Kai reached out and stroked her hair by her ear, and his eyes were also full of tenderness, as if he wanted to swallow the person in front of him into his eyes and make up for the decades of lovesickness. He said in a gentle voice, I was wrong. Shanqing Luo said, If you're wrong, you'll be punished. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Then I wonder how Luo is going to punish this husband. Shanqing Luo raised her hand and pressed it against Yang Kai's chest before looking up at him and giggling. I hope husband can survive and not die too early. As soon as her voice fell, she sent out a burst of Saint Chi from her palm and sent Yang Kai flying. She was now a third-order origin king and could freely control her strength, so this palm strike did not cause any harm to Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai put his hands behind his head and slammed straight into the wall. But as if he did not feel anything, he just stared at Shanqing Luo with a smile, wondering what kind of trick she was up to. Shanqing Luo slowly got up, opened her mouth, and spat out a burst of Saint Chi that flew behind Yang Kai, transforming into a giant spider web that hung diagonally mid-air. Yang Kai slammed into this web and felt a strong adhesive force from behind him. He struggled slightly, but was unable to break free, instead sinking deeper and deeper until even his hands were stuck to this web. Unexpectedly, this game is so exciting. Yang Kai gulped as his blood boiled without warning. His eyes flashed like fire as he stared at Xianxia Luo, as if he wanted to burn her clothes to ashes. Haha. Xianxia Luo pursed her lips and giggled, her voice so soft and enchanting that it made Yang Kai's bones go soft. Raising her hand, the doors and windows clattered shut as she walked towards Yang Kai at a leisurely pace. As she walked, the clothes on her body began to fall off, gradually exposing her white and plump figure to the air. Her skin was as white as jade and seemed to be so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Her chest was high and swayed with every step she took. Her two cherry-like red eyes were like two vortexes that swallowed up Yang Kai's line of sight. There was not the slightest bit of fat on her flat and smooth lower abdomen, slender and fair, causing ripples in one's heart and soul. Her bare feet were small and delicate. One could play with them for an entire day and night. Yang Kai's mouth went dry as he called out bitterly, "Wanton! Slut! What do you want to do?" Xianxia Luo stepped onto the spider web, the infinite scenery between her legs looming as she looked down at Yang Kai from above, like a god patrolling her territory, lightly saying, "What do you think?" Sticking out her scarlet tongue and licking her lips, she added a different kind of temptation. "I really can't stand her like this." Fortunately, he had messed around with Su Yin a few days ago. Otherwise, Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't break free and push her to the ground. Unlike Su Yin, Xianxia Luo had always been so open in bed, bringing Yang Kai pleasure that others couldn't even dream of, but this was the first time they had played so intensely. It seemed that the several decades of separation had not been without its benefits. At the very least, it had freed some of the shackles in their hearts. Xianxia Luo lifted her foot and gently slid it down Yang Kai's collar. Yang Kai's clothes burst open, revealing his well-dressed body. Xianxia Luo licked her red lips, her eyes cold and noble. "I wonder who has taken advantage of this body for so many years." Yang Kai resolutely said, "There is no such thing. Even if there was, he couldn't admit it, at least not now." Xianxia Luo suddenly waved her hand, shattering Yang Kai's clothes, angrily saying, "You still dare to quibble? If I don't let you taste some bitterness today, I'm afraid you'll forget my strength." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then I ask Luo to hurry up and let me taste some bitterness. Your husband can't wait." Xianxia Luo sat on top of him, leaning down and licking Yang Kai's earlobe, breathing out like orchids. "Aren't you afraid I'll eat you?" Yang Kai said, "I heard that there's a kind of poisonous widow among spiders. After sex they will eat the male. Luo, do you want to be a poisonous widow?" "Not necessarily." Yang Kai lifted his body, and without warning, he rammed into Xianxia Luo. Xianxia Luo immediately straightened her upper body, her hair flying as she let out a mournful cry. But her face was full of joy. "Smelly thing, you didn't even greet me." Yang Kai said. "You're going to eat me. Why would I greet you? Let's see who will surrender today. Luo, don't be defeated too quickly." Xianxia Luo gritted her teeth, her body moving up and down with Yang Kai's movements, intermittently saying, "You are dead. I will never let you have an easy time." Her towering breasts were undulating. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed them, fiercely kneading them. Xianxia Luo's brows were tightly knitted. Her cries were getting louder and louder, and the huge spider web was swaying unsteadily. The room was filled with endless spring scenery, and soon a strange atmosphere filled the air. Chapter 3140. In another room, decorated with strange stones, the light was soft. Biluo held her cheeks with both hands, a sad expression on her face. "He's back. That guy actually came back. And as soon as he came back, he made the Queen Master cry. How infuriating. Now that he's back, I'm afraid I won't have any chance in the future. But why don't I feel jealous at all? Instead, I feel happy for the Queen Master and even, I feel a little bit of anticipation." Bai Luo shook her head and discarded the wild thoughts in her mind. Only then did she return to her senses, and she recalled that she'd brought a little guest back with her. Turning his head, he saw the little girl sitting on the other side of the table, motionless. She was so quiet that it didn't seem right. Her clear black and white eyes were clear, like a clear spring. He didn't know what she was looking at. Her eyes were unfocused. One exquisite child. She wondered who that man had given birth to her with. He was really good at giving birth. Feeling embarrassed to leave her out, Biluo squeezed out a smile and rummaged through her space ring for a while before finding some berry-like things and placing them in front of her. Try it. It's very sweet. Lu Yin lowered her head to look at the spirit fruit, then looked up at her and said seriously, I'm not a child. Biluo chuckled and reached out to pat her head. A child will always be a child. Why don't you admit it? Lu Yin shook her hand away in annoyance and said angrily, If you keep acting like this, I won't be so polite to you. Although she tried her best to make an angry expression, her figure at such a young age, coupled with her delicate face, was even more irresistible. Biluo said, You're young, but your temper is quite big. Okay, I won't touch you. Lu Yin moved her body and sat behind the chair, her whole body almost sinking into it. Biluo tried to find a topic to talk about. Is your father good to you? He's not my father. Hey, didn't you just call him father? Why are you going back on your words in the blink of an eye? Oh, I understand now. You must be feeling indignant for your mother. You are indeed a little mischievous. However, this is useless. Your father has several women. The Queen Master is just one of them. Suddenly, he felt that it was ridiculous to discuss this topic with a little girl. He quickly stopped the topic. How old are you this year? What's your name? Where is your mother? How did your parents know each other? The woman's heart for gossip was burning fiercely. She comforted herself by telling herself that she was helping the Master Queen to gather information about the enemy, so that she could know herself and know her enemy. Lu Yin slowly turned his head and stared at her quietly. Biluo asked, Is there something on my face? You're so annoying. Can you shut up? Biluo blinked. He was actually reprimanded by a little girl. She couldn't believe her ears, and her face immediately turned red. You are restless. Do you want to know what they are doing? Lu Yin asked. Of course not. Biluo's face turned even redder, as if she had been exposed. Lu Yan's ears twitched. He listened carefully and then said, Oh, it's very intense. Your Master Queen is indeed very relaxed. This posture is very interesting. You. Biluo jumped up from the chair and looked at Lu Yin as if she had seen a ghost. Her beautiful eyes were wide and round. Was this still something a child should say? She could guess what those two people were doing in the side room, even if she used her toes to think. She actually assumed a posture of eavesdropping and even said what posture. Even if a little mischievous person was a little mischievous, Biluo felt that her moral bottom line had been greatly impacted and was showing signs of collapse. Lu Yin stretched out his hands and grabbed in the air. What are you doing now? Biluo asked suspiciously. Lu Yin said, He caught your Master Queen like this, and now your Master Queen is like this. As she spoke, her little head swayed and her beautiful hair fluttered. Biluo suddenly opened her mouth wide, as if someone had cast a spell on her, and she was frozen in place. Did she have to describe it so vividly? It was as if she had seen it with her own eyes. After hearing what she said, Biluo could even imagine the scene in the side room. However, when she described it, she was so serious, which added a sense of strangeness. Involuntarily, Biluo felt a chill all over her body. This child is a little too strange. Does she know about Xianxia? Or is there a prehistoric monster hidden in her small body? How could there be such a child in this world? Suddenly, he recovered and pursed his lips into a smile. What are you talking about? He was almost frightened by her. The Queen Master's side room was covered with layers of barriers, and even he, a first-order origin king, could not pry into it, so how could a little girl do that? If you don't believe me, then forget it. Lu Yin was no longer in the mood to describe, and simply lay back in her chair, her two small hands folded on her stomach, her two fingers twirling in circles in boredom. After what happened just now, Biluo did not dare to talk to this child casually, for fear that she would suddenly say something shocking and frighten him. "Hey," Lu Yin suddenly spoke. "Are you calling me?" Biluo turned to look at her. "Is there anyone else in the room?" Lu Yin looked at him in surprise, as if to say, "Are you an idiot?" Biluo took a deep breath and almost could not hold back the urge to rush up and strangle her. How could such a beautiful little girl speak so infuriatingly? Although it was said that one could not judge a book by its cover, this contrast was too great. Forcing a smile, he tried to calm down and said, "My name is Biluo. You can call me Aunt Biluo or Elder Sister Biluo. I know your name. You don't need to say that to me. Endure, endure." After all, she was Yang Kai's daughter. If he really strangled her to death, it would be difficult to explain to Yang Kai and the Queen Master. "Do you want to sleep? You can sleep here." Lu Yin raised a finger and shook it. "Don't speculate about other people's thoughts. What the hell do you want to do?" His previous good impression of this little girl was completely gone. This beautiful and clean skin was definitely hiding a demon. Sure enough, dragons gave birth to dragons, phoenixes gave birth to phoenixes, and the son of the mouse knew how to dig holes. Since she was Yang Kai's daughter, how could she be good? "Tell me about the situation on your side." "Situation?" Biluo looked at her in surprise. "What situation?" Lu Yin said, "Your formation here is wide open and heavily guarded. Obviously, you're guarding against some enemy. Tell me about your enemy." "Why are you asking this?" Biluo was really helpless. She was worrying too much. "Just tell me. Don't talk nonsense." Lu Yin stared at her. "Okay." Biluo put her hand to her forehead and looked helpless. The night was long and she had no mood to sleep, so she just chatted to relieve boredom. So she began to talk about the situation on Monster Star. It was just a casual remark, but to her surprise, Lu Yin listened very seriously. Biluo snickered in his heart. "I've said so much, but do you really understand? Why are you putting on such a serious look?" After an hour, Biluo poured a glass of water to moisten her throat. After talking for so long, her mouth was dry. Lu Yin tapped the back of her chair with her small hand and said, "So, the situation on Monster Star is not optimistic. The monster race forces have basically been wiped out, and only your Red Moon territory is left? Although there is still some hiding in the dark, it's more or less the same." Biluo sighed. In fact, there were many masters on Monster Star. Each of the 10 tribal lords was an Origin King Realm Master and was an extremely powerful monster beast. Several of them even had the bloodline of ancient mutant beasts, so they didn't lack Myriad Beast Villa. However, the monster race's people were not united, and the Myriad Beast Villa's secret arts and secret techniques had the ability to restrain the monster race, so their situation was quite miserable. Another reason for this was the resistance of the human race. For so many years, the human race had been oppressed on Monster Star, so when the Myriad Beast Villa suddenly arrived, the human race naturally celebrated. Without the Myriad Beast Villa needing to do anything, most of the human race on Monster Star had already defected to it. Even the human race in Red Moon territory was no exception, not to mention the human race in the other tribal lords' territories. Although these human race defectors were not too strong, they had a lot of people, and they had lived on Monster Star for generations, so they had a lot of information that the Myriad Beast Villa urgently needed. With both strength and information, how could the Myriad Beast Villa not win one battle after another? 7 of the 10 tribal lords had been crippled, killed, or subdued. In the entire Monster Star, only the Red Moon territory was left. Once the Myriad Beast Villa had accumulated enough strength, they would invade on a large scale. Biluo said angrily, "That Myriad Beast Villa's old master is too shameless." He sent a message before, saying that if the Queen Master submitted to him, he would let the Red Moon territory go and let the Queen Master continue to manage the Red Moon territory. What wishful thinking. "Old Lion?" Biluo said, "The Villa Master of the Myriad Beast Villa seems to have the bloodline of a lion-type monster beast, or maybe he has refined some monster beast source, so his strength is not low. Shanqing Luo had fought with him before, but she couldn't do anything to him, mainly because that old bastard had the help of his pet beasts when he fought. Xianxia Luo fought against many alone, so even if she had good means, she couldn't do anything to him. Since the situation here is dangerous, why don't you leave? Why are you still here foolishly? Biluo said angrily. What do you know? This is the territory passed down by the Queen Master's adoptive mother. How can the Queen Master abandon it until the last moment? I'm afraid it will be too late at the last moment. Biluo said. The Queen Master has a way to escape. Xianxia Luo was already a third-order origin king, so even if she couldn't defeat the myriad beast villa, it shouldn't be a problem for her to escape. Hearing this, Luyan was silent for a while, then suddenly jumped down from the chair and said, Come with me. Where are we going? The myriad beast villa. Biluo was shocked. Are you crazy? What is this little girl doing? She actually wants to go to the myriad beast villa? That place is now a tiger's den. How can I just go there? Are you going or not? Lu Yin looked at her. No, Biluo said decisively. Lu Yin turned around, put her hands on the chair, and tried to stick up her little butt, shaking her head, and her black hair fluttering in the wind. What are you doing? Lu Yin turned her head and made a seductive look. Your Queen Master is like this now. Chapter 3141. The 10,000 Beast Mansion is right in front of us. Biluo and Lu Yin stood side by side on a high mountain and pointed to the brightly lit area below. This place used to be Wild Lion Territory's tribal lord's mansion, but since the invasion of Myriad Beast Villa more than a decade ago, Wild Lion Tribal Lord, one of the 10 great tribal lords, was the first to defect and surrender to Myriad Beast Villa. Since then, Myriad Beast Villa had made this place their headquarters on Monster Emperor Star. This place was not too far from the Red Moon territory, and with Biluo's cultivation, it only took her an hour to reach this place. As the cold wind blew, Biluo was filled with regret. Why did she bring her here? This was not a safe place, and if they were discovered by the people of the 10,000 Beast Mansion, there would be no way for them to survive. However, she really could not stand the little girl beside her imitating the various postures of the Queen Master in front of her, so she brought her here in anger. Lu Yin stood beside her, her eyes fixed on the largest building below. With just a sweep of her divine sense, she understood the situation clearly. Have you seen enough? Biluo lowered her head and asked, If you've seen enough, then come back with me. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to the Tomb Master. Shaking her head, she could not help but laugh. This little girl was mischievous, and she did not know what she wanted to see in the 10,000 Beast Mansion. Turning around and flying away, her expression changed greatly. Looking back, Lu Yin did not follow her. Instead, her small body jumped off the mountain and flew straight to the 10,000 Beast Mansion. What are you doing? Biluo shouted in horror and turned to chase after her. She was actually unable to catch up. This place was already considered the heart of the enemy's territory, so she didn't dare to use too much power to avoid being detected. That little girl clearly didn't seem to be flying very fast, but she just kept eating dust behind her. Come back quickly, you're courting death. Biluo gritted her teeth and cursed. Lu Yin ignored her. This attitude of disregarding him made Biluo feel a little annoyed, and he involuntarily pushed Saint Chi even more, increasing his speed significantly as the distance between the two rapidly closed. After a while, she grabbed Lu Yan's arm and pulled her to a stop. She fiercely scolded, You little girl, why are you so disobedient? Do you need to be spanked? Lu Yan looked up at her quietly. You're glaring at me? Let's go. Lu Yan shook his head slowly. It's too late. Biluo's face suddenly turned pale as a powerful wave of divine sense gushed out from the flickering light and enveloped her. He cursed in his heart. Just now, when he was chasing this little girl, he must have accidentally exposed his aura. This time, he was going to be killed by her. You can't accomplish anything, but you're good at spoiling things. Lu Yin curled his lips. She wanted to directly launch a sneak attack and destroy the 10,000 Beast Mansion, but now that she had alerted the enemy, she was afraid it would take some effort. However, it did not matter much. Who are you talking about? Biluo could not believe her ears. At this time, you still dare to scold me? Do you know that I'm implicated because of you? Ha ha ha, a guest has come a visit. Why don't you come in and have a chat? A loud and clear voice suddenly sounded out. The voice was like rolling thunder, and the aura was deep and serene. When Bai Luo heard it, her mind couldn't help but tremble, and she even staggered slightly. The cultivation of the person who spoke was definitely much higher than her, and it was very likely that he was the villa master of the Myriad Beast Villa. What she did not notice was that Lu Yin was not affected by this voice at all, as if a cool breeze had just brushed past her face. After gritting her teeth and struggling for a moment, Biluo said bitterly, "This time, I'm really going to die because of you." More than a dozen powerful divine senses were locked onto her, but she knew that as soon as she showed the slightest sign of wanting to escape, she would be seriously injured in the next instant. Now, she could only take one step at a time and think of a way to get out quickly. Otherwise, she was afraid she would not be able to leave this place alive today. Thinking quickly, she took a deep breath and hid the fear on her face and heart. Smiling slightly, she tried to calm down and said, "Then, this mistress will disturb you." Reaching out and grabbing Lu Yan's little hand, Xianxia walked towards the source of the voice and quietly sent her a message. "Once we're inside, don't say anything, just follow my lead." After a pause, he added, "If a fight really breaks out, find an opportunity to escape." Shaking his head, Xianxia said sadly, "You should just kill yourself." Although it was too cruel to ask such a little girl to commit suicide, if she really fell into the hands of those people from the 10,000 Beast Mansion, the final outcome would be worse than death, so it was better to die. Lu Yin didn't say anything and let her pull her forward. In the 10,000 Beast Mansion, many disciples had been alarmed. When they saw Biluo and Lu Yin coming together, they all looked at them with ridicule, and their eyes wandered over Biluo's beautiful body in an extremely presumptuous manner. Some of them were even bold enough to whistle. Lu Yin naturally attracted a lot of attention. Such a delicate little girl could always arouse the covetous eyes of some people with special fetishes. Biluo had a faint smile on her face as she strolled leisurely, as if she was in her own backyard. Now, she could only deliberately mystify to increase her bargaining chips and increase her chances of survival. If she showed even the slightest bit of fear, she was afraid she would not have a good ending. Biluo walked a short distance of several hundred feet, but it seemed like she had walked for a year. If she didn't deliberately suppress it, her clothes would have been soaked in sweat. Suddenly, she felt her palm being pinched by someone. Looking down, she saw Lu Yin winking at her. Her clear and tender voice sounded in her ears, "Don't be afraid." Biluo couldn't help but laugh. She felt more and more that this child was very strange. Compared to her calmness, she was simply a paper tiger. However, his mood seemed to be affected by her, and he wasn't as nervous as before. In front of the main hall, more than a dozen disciples of the 10,000 Beast Mansion blocked the way. These disciples of the 10,000 Beast Mansion were accompanied by monster beasts. There were many different kinds of wolves, bears, tigers, leopards, and so on. They were all pet beasts that they could control. Moreover, there were many strange patterns on their faces, which were full of the strong charm of a foreign territory. Biluo knew that those patterns were monster beast patterns. The disciples of the 10,000 Beast Mansion were based on beast taming. Every time they successfully tamed a monster beast, one more monster beast pattern would appear on their body. The monster beast pattern was their most obvious characteristic, and it was also the hub that connected them with the monster beast. The more monster beast patterns one had, the stronger they were, and the more monster beasts they could tame. The more than a dozen origin returning realm cultivators formed a human wall. They didn't intend to make way, and just looked at Biluo provocatively. The more than a dozen monster beasts roared in a low voice, as if they had sensed the intention of their master, and assumed a predatory posture. Biluo stopped and swept her gaze over the faces of the dozen people with a smile. Then, her face turned cold and she shouted, "Get lost!" With a wave of her hand, a gust of wind blew, and the dozen people blocking the way were blown away. The monster beast also retreated to the sides. The dozen people were stunned. They never thought that this woman would dare to intrude into the 10,000 Beast mansion in the middle of the night and be so presumptuous. They were all stunned for a moment. Finally, they remembered that this woman was an Origin King realm cultivator. She wasn't someone they could contend with. Biluo went straight in, and no one dared to stop her. It was as if there was no one around, and this beautiful woman was now majestic. After entering the main hall, a burst of music entered her ears. The interior was brightly lit, and in the spacious hall, a group of young women were singing and dancing. They were all dressed in gauze, and their beauty was faintly discernible, causing one's imagination to run wild. Men and women, tall and short, fat and thin cultivator were sitting on either side of the hall. In front of each of them was a small table filled with delicious delicacies and fine nectar. Each of these figures was giving off the aura of an Origin King. It seemed like a banquet was being held in the 10,000 Beast mansion tonight. Biluo was stunned, and her heart sank. This time, it was really over. The masters of the 10,000 Beast mansion were gathered here, and if she couldn't think of a good excuse, she definitely wouldn't be able to leave this place. With so many pairs of eyes focused on her, Biluo suddenly felt a little suffocated, as if a mountain was pressing down on her chest. Hurriedly pushing her Saint Chi to resist, she felt a little better. Looking straight ahead, Yangling focused her attention on the burly man sitting at the head of the group. This burly man had the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger, and he was as strong as an iron tower. He wore an animal skin shirt that wasn't buttoned up, exposing his chest and breasts, giving him an extremely bold and unrestrained appearance. He was reclining on an unknown animal skin with a warm fragrance in his arms, one hand supporting his head while the other gently tapped his thigh to the rhythm of the music. When Biluo walked in, he didn't open his eyes, and even when Biluo stood below him, he didn't seem to notice. He was like a sleeping lion, exuding an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura from head to toe. Biluo naturally recognized him. He was the manor master of the 10,000 Beast mansion, Huang Tudao, and the culprit behind the disaster on Monster Star. Xianxia Luo had fought with him several times and was evenly matched. This was a third-order Origin King master. The dancers were still dancing, and the music continued. Tonight's banquet was not interrupted by Biluo's arrival, and only the masters of the 10,000 Beast mansion who were seated around still looked at Biluo with playful eyes. As for Lu Yin, no one cared, but many people were curious as to why Biluo had brought a little girl here. In the hall, Biluo pursed her red lips and didn't say a word. Huang Tudao suddenly opened his eyes, like a sleeping lion waking up, and a sharp light flashed across his eyes as he shouted majestically, "Why aren't the dancers below dancing? Do you want to die?" As soon as the statement came out, everyone around burst into laughter and shouted, "Come and dance. If you dance well, you'll be rewarded. Hurry up and jump. Don't worry. Even if you don't jump well, there won't be any punishment. Our Manor Lord is very protective of the fairer sex. I'm afraid you haven't eaten enough and don't have the energy to jump. Come, come, come. I'll reward you with this piece of meat." Biluo didn't take it seriously and just smiled, bowing slightly. Red Moon Territory's envoy greets Manor Master Huang. Huang Tudao raised his brow. Red Moon Territory's envoy. He pretended to take a closer look, as if he had just seen Biluo's face. "You're Xianxia Luo's maidservant." "Biluo, so it's you." Huang Tudao grinned ferociously and suddenly shouted, "How dare you barge in my manor of 10,000 beasts? Are you tired of living?" Chapter 3142. Biluo's heart trembled when she heard Huang Tudao's shout. Fortunately, she had thought of an excuse while she was walking, so she didn't panic. She brushed her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, "Manor Master Huang, please calm down. I came here today to deliver a message to you on behalf of my Queen Master. If she wanted to live tonight, she could only use Xianxia Luo's name." Just as Xianxia Luo was afraid of Huang Tudao, Huang Tudao was also very afraid of Xianxia Luo. After all, Xianxia Luo was not weaker than him. Huang Tadao narrowed his eyes and said, Shan Qing Luo's message? What is it? Could it be that she agreed to give herself to me? Ha ha! Biluo pursed her lips and laughed. She said that all of you will die tonight. Huang Tadao's laughter stopped abruptly. All the cultivators in the hall were shocked. They all slammed the table and glared at Biluo. Biluo's smile froze on her face. She lowered her head and looked down. It was because the words just now were not from her mouth, but from Lu Yin. Huang Tadao looked at Lu Yin and Biluo and said lightly, You can't pretend that you didn't hear that. Biluo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She hurriedly said, A child's words carry no harm. She was just talking nonsense. At the same time, she glared at Lu Yin fiercely, warning her not to open her mouth again. A child's words carry no harm? Huang Tudao snorted. I think you're here to pick a fight tonight. Very well. I didn't want to lower myself to your level because you're a woman. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not knowing how to be gentle. Manor Master Huang, please calm down. Bai Luo couldn't help feeling bitter. She really didn't know what kind of sin she had committed to suffer such torment. So she quickly pushed Lu Yin aside and said, Go and apologize to Manor Master Huang. Lu Yin said he's going to die. Why are you apologizing? Huang Tadao was so angry that he laughed instead. He sat up straight, put his hands on the table, bent his upper body slightly, and stared intently at Lu Yin. He said, This little girl is a bit interesting. Then I'd like to see how I'm going to die tonight. He shouted again, If I don't die tonight, you all will die. Regardless of whether or not the words of a child carried no harm, this little girl had offended him time and time again. Naturally, she deserved to be taught a lesson. He was not a kind-hearted person, so killing a child was not a big psychological burden to him. You can't see it. Lu Yin responded faintly before suddenly raising her small hand and summoning a wisp of flame from her fingertips. This wisp of flame was just a small flame that flickered unsteadily, as if it could be extinguished by a casual blow of air. The crowd burst into laughter. Huang Tudao didn't laugh, and his expression was extremely solemn instead because he actually felt a chill run down his spine at the instant the tiny flame appeared. With a flick of Lu Yan's finger, the small flame flew straight towards Huang Tudao. Huang Tudao suddenly stood up, as if facing a great enemy. With a low roar, more than a dozen thick bee stripes suddenly appeared on his body. At the same time, one of these bee stripes flashed, and a giant gorilla-like beast appeared in front of him. This monster beast was full of hostility and had a 10th order aura. As soon as it appeared, it pounded its chest with both hands and bared its teeth. The howl came to an abrupt end as a dark bloody hole appeared in the giant beast's chest. The edge of the wound was stained with some weak flames that quickly spread and burned. After the flame penetrated the giant beast's body, it rushed towards Huang Tudao without slowing down, easily burning away Huang Tudao's Saint Qi and protective artifact. Like dry firewood meeting a raging fire, Huang Tudao burst into flames and screams filled the sky. Everyone in the manor of 10,000 beasts, who were laughing loudly just a moment ago, stood up in shock. The wine and delicacies on the table in front of them spilled all over the ground. The dancers in the hall also let out loud screams and fled in all directions. Biluo stood stiffly in place, her eyes reflecting the light of the burning flames, almost making her think she was dreaming. The screams didn't last long, and after 3 breaths, Huang Tudao fell to the ground and turned into a pile of black ash, not even leaving behind his bones. The same was true for the giant beast he had summoned. In the blink of an eye, Huang Tudao had fallen. The hall fell silent, and even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one could have imagined that the myriad beast mansion master, who had been so majestic and arrogant just a moment ago, would be killed, and at the hands of a 7- or 8-year-old little girl. A little flame was enough to burn a 3rd-order origin king to ashes. Who was this little girl, and what kind of fire was that? After a brief silence, the sound of fluttering clothes rang out as a number of figures fled in all directions. With a series of rumbling sounds, more than a dozen holes appeared in the hall. No one dare not flee. Although they didn't know what kind of cultivation this little girl had, or what kind of methods she had, since she could kill Huang Tudao with a wave of her hand, she could easily take the lives of everyone present. If they wanted to live, they could only run as far away as possible. 13. Lu Yin didn't seem to notice and just muttered calmly before calling out lightly. 100 birds, worshipping the phoenix. His small body shook, and balls of flame suddenly shot out in all directions. Each ball of flame turned into the shape of a small bird, and there was no repetition. Those small fiery birds chirped for a while, drew beautiful arcs in the air, and then rushed out of the hall and disappeared. Screams rang out one after another, all of them extremely short and hurried, as one powerful aura after another was annihilated. Biluo's tender body trembled, not with joy, but with fear. The little girl, who she thought was harmless to humans and animals, suddenly displayed unimaginable strength, causing her to feel a sense of panic. Instinctively, she rushed out of the hall, but when she looked around, she froze on the spot. In this huge city, numerous firebirds were flying back and forth. These birds were no longer small and delicate, but had all become huge creatures. They swayed their extremely dazzling fiery tails, and everywhere they passed, everything was burned to ashes. In such a short time, within 1,000 meters of the hall, except for her and Lu Yin, there was no other living thing. Everyone had been killed, and those who had previously been swaggering around in the hall had long since been turned to ashes. Not even their shadows could be seen. As for those firebirds, they were still spreading outwards. Her hair stood on end. The Thousands Beasts villa was finished. This time, it was really uprooted. Although she didn't know what the Thousands Beasts villa was celebrating tonight and why so many masters gathered together, now it seemed that this was a very wrong decision, which gave Lu Yin a chance to wipe them all out. Until now, Biluo had some hindsight. No wonder the little girl insisted that she take her to the Thousands Beasts villa. No wonder she was not afraid at all. Instead, she repeatedly spoke arrogantly in the hall. With such a powerful strength, what did she need to be afraid of? When the cold wind blew, Biluo's chaotic thoughts became a little clearer. She returned to the hall in a daze, only to see Lu Yin sitting quietly in the seat where Huang Tudao had sat before, yawning casually, looking bored. The corners of Biluo's eyes twitched fiercely. 3 days later, Yang Kai painstakingly pulled his arm out from under Xianxia's body, but he didn't want to be entangled by her again like an octopus. Reaching out, Yang Kai patted her on the back, leaving behind a bright red palm print. Still not full? Yang Kai asked. Xianxia narrowed her blurred eyes and said lazily, "Am I such a difficult person to satisfy?" Yang Kai said curiously, "Aren't you?" These 3 days were very short. The Queen Master seemed to want to make up for all the decades she had lost. She repeatedly took the initiative to seek pleasure, looking like she wanted to squeeze Yang Kai dry. The result was naturally that she was not as good as him and was defeated every time. Yang Kai's cultivation was now 2 great realms higher than hers, and he also had a half-dragon body. How could she withstand his punitive expedition? However, she became braver with every setback, which made Yang Kai very happy for a few days. She and Su Yin were simply 2 extremes. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xianxia glared at him and pinched him fiercely. Yang Kai smiled and covered her flat belly with his big hand. "If you strangle me to death, the child in my belly will have no father." Xianxia eyes suddenly widened as she whispered, "Child." Reaching out, she touched her belly. And maybe there's already a child in her belly right now. If that's the case, in the future he won't be around. She turned over and sat on top of him, her hair falling down and covering the boundless spring scenery in front of her chest. Xianxia pursed her lips and said, "Give me more. This time I must get pregnant." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I just said it casually. You took it seriously. You dare not take back the words you said." Xianxia reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's neck with a fierce expression. Yang Kai said, "How would I dare? It's just that someone is looking for you now." He pointed to the door. "Who is it?" Xianxia frowned. I don't want to see them. You Xiong. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Qiyu had adopted an adopted son and an adopted daughter. The adopted daughter was naturally Shan Qingluo, while the adopted son was Yu Xiong. He and Shan Qingluo called each other brother and sister. When Yang Kai came a monster star, he had dealt with Yu Xiong and was an extremely forthright man, so he was no stranger to him. Hearing that it was Yu Xiong who came to see her, Shan Qingluo naturally couldn't refuse and could only get up and dress. A moment later, the door opened and Yu Xiong's voice immediately heard. Billy Yuo, go away. I have something important to tell little sister. Do you dare stop me? Billy Yuo hurriedly said, Master, it's not convenient for Queen Master to see guests right now. Please wait a moment. I'll go inform her. Yu Xiong angrily shouted, What's not convenient for her to see guests? Just as he was arguing, the door opened and Yu Xiong immediately pushed aside Billy Yuo to greet the newcomer. At first glance, he saw Shan Qingluo's radiant face and could not help feeling stunned, swallowing the words he was about to say. Looking up again, though, he saw Yang Kai walking out from behind Shan Qingluo. It's you, you little bastard. Yu Xiong's brow rose as he threw a punch at Yang Kai and shouted, Boy, hand over your life. Shan Qingluo dodged to the side and watched with a smile. She was not worried that Yang Kai would suffer a loss, nor was she worried that Yang Kai would hurt Yu Xiong, so she had no intention of intervening. Chapter 3143. The huge fist was blocked by Yang Kai with a single finger, causing Yu Xiong's eyes to bulge, as if he couldn't believe it, and he threw out another punch. Yang Kai flicked his finger on Yu Xiong's fist, and Yu Xiong's powerful arm immediately fell limp, unable to muster the slightest bit of strength. Taking a few steps back, Yu Xiong scanned Yang Kai up and down. Although he was born rough, that didn't mean his thoughts were the same. Even if he hadn't used his full strength, his two punches weren't something anyone could block casually. So Yang Kai's effortless movements naturally made him think a lot. Yang Kai simply stood there with a smile on his face, a profound look on his face. Yu Xiong shook his head and no longer bothered with him, instead turning to Luo Qing and saying, Little sister, something big has happened. Shan Qingluo was startled when she heard this. What happened? Yu Xiong was now an origin king, so anything that could cause him to panic like this was definitely not small. How many so-called big events could there be on Monster Star right now? Those few things were definitely related to Red Moon territory. 10,000 Beasts Villa was destroyed. Shan Qingluo was stunned on the spot before turning her head to look at Yang Kai, as if asking if he was responsible for this. Red Moon territory and 10,000 Beast Villa had been fighting for more than a decade and had always been suppressed. Shan Qingluo herself had fought with Huang Tudao more than once, so she naturally understood just how powerful the other party was. Being able to destroy 10,000 Beast Villa was not something Red Moon territory possessed, nor did anyone on Monster Star. The only one who could do this quietly was the man beside her. But for the past 3 days, she had not left his side at all. So how did he do it? Or did he go to 10,000 Beasts Villa before coming to see her? Yu Xiong said excitedly, When I first heard this news, I couldn't believe it either and even went to investigate. But guess what? The myriad Beast Mountain Villa has been razed to the ground, and there is no one left alive inside. Although I don't know who did it, it is definitely someone who is proficient in fire attribute strength and divine technique. Moreover, according to the information I obtained before, when the myriad Beast Mountain Villa was destroyed that night, Old Dog Huang was holding a banquet with not only the Origin King Realm Elders of myriad Beast Mountain Villa, but also the 2 traders, Qian Yin and Kuang Shi. Good. Ha ha. As expected, good and evil always have their retribution. Clenching his fists fiercely, a terrifying light flashed across his eyes. Little sister, it's time to act. The mountain villa of 10,000 beasts had been completely destroyed, and all the experts had been killed. The Red Moon territory no longer had anything to worry about. It was time to reclaim the entire Monster Star. It wasn't me. Yang Kai saw Shan Qingluo staring at him, shrugged his shoulders, smiled slightly, and turned to look at Lu Yen. When he heard that the myriad Beast Mountain Villa had been destroyed by a fire attribute divine technique, he knew who was behind it. Lu Yin and Biluo going out that night had been concealed from Shanxing Luo, but not from Yang Kai's perception. Obviously, it had been that night. Lu Yin happened to be looking at him at the same time, squinting her eyes as if to say, "Praise me." Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up, and Lu Yin smiled sweetly. "You did it." Shanxing Luo observed Lu Yin carefully and also looked at her in surprise. She had thought that this little girl was the illegitimate daughter of one of Yang Kai's women, but now it seemed that she had been thinking too much. Yu Xiong's chatter was interrupted, and he looked at Lu Yin in amazement, curling his lips as he asked, "Are you kidding me?" It wasn't that his ability to accept such a thing was weak, but that he simply couldn't accept it. Biluo weakly said from the side, "Master Yu Xiong, the mountain villa of 10,000 beasts was indeed destroyed by her." Yu Xiong glanced at Biluo and laughed. "That's not funny at all." Biluo looked at him seriously. Yu Xiong's laughter gradually faded as he asked, "Are you telling the truth?" Biluo said, "I was just about to report this matter to Her Majesty. That night 3 days ago, she immediately began recounting what happened that night. Although she was only recounting it in a straightforward manner, without the slightest exaggeration, the events of that night still replayed themselves in front of their eyes, causing Shanxing Luo and Yu Xiong's hearts to skip a beat. When they heard that Huang Tudao was burned to death by Lu Yan's small flame, they broke out in a cold sweat. That was a third-order origin king. What kind of flame could burn him to death in 3 breaths of time? Yu Xiong's face couldn't help turning a little pale as he looked at Lu Yin with awe and fear in his eyes. When he came over just now, he had seen how cute Lu Yin was and had even touched her head casually. Now that he thought about it, he was really lucky. If he had provoked this little girl just now, wouldn't he have followed in Huang Tudao's footsteps? Since that flame could kill Huang Tudao and render him powerless to resist, it would definitely have no problem killing him. Swallowing hard, Yu Xiong put some distance between himself and Lu Yin, as if he could find some sense of security by doing so. "Who is she?" Shanxing Luo turned to look at Yang Kai. "Isn't she your daughter?" Yang Kai spread his hands and said, "I told you she wasn't, but you didn't listen at all. She is Lu Yin." Lu Yin? Shanxing Luo was taken aback. She was naturally no stranger to Lu Yin, but in any case, she couldn't connect the artifact's spirit with this little girl in front of her. The person in front of her was a living person of flesh and blood. Shanxing Luo immediately understood that Lu Yin must have obtained some kind of great opportunity following Yang Kai all these years, allowing her to even form her own body. After recovering from her shock, Shanxing Luo's beautiful eyes lit up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The masters of Myriad Beast Villa were all gone, and they no longer had the strength to fight against Red Moon territory. If they were to attack at this time, Huan Monster Star could stop them. Smiling apologetically to Yang Kai, she said, "Lord Husband, I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you any longer." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Go do what you need to do. There will be plenty of time in the future." This time, he had come back to take everyone to the star boundary, so he would not be gone for decades without any news. There would be plenty of time in the future for them to spend together. What's more, after these 3 days of expedition, both he and Shanxing Luo needed to rest for a while. Shanxing Luo and Yu Xiong quickly left, embarking on their journey to reclaim Monster Star, leaving behind Biluo to entertain Yang Kai. Biluo looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression and asked, "Master, what are your orders?" Who would have thought that the boy who was trapped in Fragrance City by the Master of the Queen would one day grow to such an extent that even a Master of the Queen had to be protected by his shadow? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, "I remember that there's a space array here in Red Moon territory. Take me there." Shadowed Star was now in a state of peace, so it would not be long before Monster Star did as well. But it was still necessary to guard against any masters from the Great Desolate Star territory making a comeback. On Shadowed Star, Su Yin was in charge, so Yang Kai was not worried about anything. On the other hand, Monster Star needed to be strengthened. The best way to do this was to connect the two cultivation stars so that they could help each other. If anyone dared to have ideas about Monster Star, Xianxia would make sure they never returned. The group of three immediately walked towards the depths of Red Moon territory. According to Biluo, the space array in Red Moon territory was destroyed by Xianxia Luo more than 10 years ago in order to prevent someone from using it to teleport into Red Moon territory. At that time, they had already lost contact with Shadowed Star, so they had no choice but to do this. Along the way, they encountered many monster race members from Red Moon territory, all of whom bowed respectfully to Biluo. Although she was just Xianxia Luo's maidservant, she was still an Origin King Realm Master and naturally received the respect of a master. What's more, who in Red Moon territory did not know that the master had never really treated her as a maidservant. She and the master were like sisters. On the other hand, when they looked at Xianxia and Lu Yin, their eyes were filled with amazement. Since Biluo did not say anything, they did not dare to ask. Not long after, the group arrived at the place where the space array was located. The space array here was arranged by Xianxia many years ago. Looking at it again at this moment, Xianxia found that it was quite simple. Of course, this was because his cultivation had improved and his horizons had widened, but it was also because his attainments in space principles had deepened. Master, do you need any materials? Biluo asked. She vaguely remembered that arranging this space array required a lot of precious materials. Xianxia waved his hand. No need. You can go about your business. In the early years, when he arranged a space array in the territory of the star boundary, the main material used was space spirit stone, but that material was not of a high grade. Xianxia had brought countless space spirit crystals and space spirit jades from the star boundary, so using them to arrange a space array would be much more effective. Biluo smiled lightly. Serving master well is what I should be busy with. Since Xianxia Luo had instructed her to do so, she would naturally do her best, but as soon as these words left her mouth, she felt that there was some ambiguity. At that moment, Xianxia's gaze fell upon her, and Biluo clearly felt his gaze pause on her red lips for a moment. So she quickly lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting a shadow over her face, making it impossible to see her expression. When she raised her head again, Xianxia was already focused on the space array in front of him. Sensing someone's gaze, she turned her head and saw Lu Yin staring straight at her. Her hands spread wide as she drew a large circle. What? Biluo was really scared of her, especially when she made all kinds of gestures, which always made her imagination run wild. So many women, so many, Lu Yin said. Biluo savored this for a moment before regaining her senses and blushing as she asked, Why are you telling me this? Ha! Lu Yin put on a fake smile. Biluo really wanted to rip her mouth open. Lu Yin, come help. Xianxia called out. Lu Yin nodded and skipped over to Xianxia's side, blowing on a pile of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades that Xianxia had taken out. A cluster of flames immediately flew out and wrapped around the materials. With Lu Yin's help, arranging the space array became easier and easier. In just half a day, a brand new space array was erected again. After Xianxia's adjustments and positioning, this space array could be directly connected to Shadowed Star without any need for transit, which was undoubtedly much more convenient. After instructing Lu Yin to stay behind and take care of it, Xianxia stepped onto the space array and pushed his space force, disappearing in a flash of light. Biluo and Lu Yin only waited for half a day before the space array lit up and vaguely visible figures could be seen, each of them with a powerful aura. When the light dissipated, Biluo found many familiar faces, all of which were masters from High Heaven Sect and Shadowed Star. She had lived with Xianxia Luo on Shadowed Star for a while, so she was no stranger to these people. Chapter 3144. Biluo even saw Su Yin. Immediately, he froze in place. Su Yin had disappeared 20 years ago without any news, but now she had returned to High Heaven Sect. Not daring to neglect her, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Biluo greets the first madam. Although the number of women by Kai Yang's side wasn't small, if one had to rank the number one, it would definitely be Su Yin. It wasn't because of their deep feelings, nor was it because she was Kai Yang's first woman, but rather because she had an aura that made others believe in her. Shui Yu and Shanqing Luo would occasionally quarrel, but in front of Su Yin, they were both honest. Facing this first madam, Biluo naturally had to show due respect. Su Yin responded with a smile. "Long time no see," Biluo said. "For 20 years, the Queen's master has been talking about Madam. If she can know that Madam is safe and sound, she will definitely be able to put down her worries." Su Yin turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Didn't you tell Luo?" Yang Kai scratched his face. "I forgot. You don't have time, do you?" Su Yin teased. Even though Yang Kai's skin was thick, he still felt a little embarrassed at this moment. He had spent 3 days with Shanqing Luo and had been completely indulging in his nonsense. So how could he have the time to talk about other things? Now that Su Yin had pointed out, he naturally felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Su Yin was not someone who liked to be entangled in this kind of thing, so she turned to Biluo and said, "This time, I came here to help Luo. Where is she? Take us to her." Although the masters of Myriad Beast Villa had all been killed, it had still been operating on Monster Star for more than 10 years and occupied almost 90% of Monster Star's territory. It would take a lot of time for Red Moon territory to recover this lost territory. Yang Kai returned to High Heaven Sect to test the effects of the space array and to recruit people from Shadowed Star to help. Su Yin and the other masters were just the vanguard, and there would be more Cultivator coming to help Shanqing Luo. Recovering Monster Star was only a matter of time. "Yes," Biluo responded. Su Yin looked at Yang Kai and said, "I'll leave little sister Yu and Ning Chong to you." "I know. I'll prepare to set off." Yang Kai nodded. Shadowed Star and Monster Star's experience, so he could not help but feel worried about Xia Ning Chong and Shui Yu. He was eager to see if they were safe Star territory. A few words were exchanged without any farewells, because everyone knew that they would be reunited soon. Su Yin led the group from High Heaven Sect away, while Yang Kai and Lu Yin stood on the space array and set off again. Water Moon Star, the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai arrived here 1 month after setting off from Monster Star. Looking at the void, a look of doubt appeared on his face. He had thought that this place would be filled with war, just like the other stars he had encountered, but Water Moon Star was actually peaceful, with no traces of war at all. This made him feel a little uneasy. Outside the nebula, several starships crossed the void. Yang Kai keenly noticed the Netherworld sect symbol on these starships, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He passed straight through these starships and rushed into the atmosphere. Violent explosions rang out behind them as several battleships belonging to the Netherworld sect were blown up one after another before they could even see the enemy's shadow, blooming with dazzling light. This abnormal movement immediately alarmed the powerhouses on the Water Moon Star. They all raised their heads to look. Many of them clearly realized what had happened, and their expressions changed. Their gazes were soon attracted by a stream of light that fell straight down from the sky, piercing through the clouds and falling into the main city that originally belonged to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. With a loud rumble, the city shook and the ground cracked. Gullies spread out horizontally and vertically. Gales whistled, and the surrounding houses collapsed. Asterisk, so. Asterisk, a number of figures flew over from all directions and stood in the void, looking towards this uninvited guest. Yang Kai looked around coldly as his heart sank. His previous worries had come true. Water Moon Star had fallen. None of the cultivator who appeared around him was familiar, and the clothes worn by several of them clearly had traces of Netherworld sect. Even if the others were not from Netherworld sect, they were likely from the territory of Great Desolate Star. How could it have fallen? Yang Kai could not understand. He was not surprised that Green Mountain's star had fallen. After all, there were no powerful masters or great forces on Green Mountain Star. However, even Shadowed Star and Monster Star had not fallen. So how could Water Moon Star have fallen? This was the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was one of the three most powerful forces in the entire star territory. Before the rise of Shadowed Star and High Heaven Sect, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was even stronger than Purple Star and Sword Union. Such a star had actually fallen completely, and its current situation was even worse than Green Mountain Stars. What had happened here in the past 10 years? Where had Shuiyu gone? Where were the people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Thinking quickly, Yang Kai's aura became cold and piercing, causing the surrounding cultivators to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This person had descended straight from Starfield, so obviously he was a bold master. At this moment, even if he had not taken action, the cold aura he was exuding was enough to frighten everyone. Anyone who can speak, step forward. Yang Kai swept his eyes around, like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, not putting anyone in his eyes. Silence reigned as no one answered. All the cultivators in the territory of Great Desolate Star stared at him as if they were facing a great enemy. I say, Yang Kai slowly raised his fist, bent his arm back, and threw out a punch. Anyone who can speak, step forward. Are you deaf? With a bang, the sound of something exploding rang out. Everyone turned their heads to look and gasped. In the direction Yang Kai had thrown his fist, a cultivator had burst into a bloody mist on the spot, not even leaving behind a corpse. And that person was a First-Order Origin King. Blowing up an Origin King from 1,000 meters away with a single punch was simply too overbearing. Everyone, who had been extremely vigilant towards Yang Kai, felt their hearts go cold at this moment. With such a strong enemy, who could be his opponent? Almost at the same time, everyone took a few steps back. Only one person stepped forward, a tall and thin middle-aged man whose body was shrouded in death chi. A spirit array suddenly appeared in his hand, and he poured his Saint Chi into it. In an instant, the heavens and earth hummed as the city's spirit array activated. The Netherworld sect had occupied the Water Moon Star for several years now. In the past few years, they had been living in peace. No one had ever dared to cause trouble, so their daily life was a little more casual. However, they did not guard against people breaking into the city. Others were afraid of Yang Kai's might, but this tall and thin man was not, because he controlled the entire city's spirit array. If you had acted presumptuously outside, it would have been fine, but you just had to recklessly charge into the city. Just wait until I activate the spirit array to deal with you. While urging the spirit array, this tall and thin man shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Capture this person for me. This king will support you." As soon as his voice fell, the spirit array activated and the power of the entire city's spirit array pressed down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure was obviously lowered, as if he was carrying 2 mountains on his shoulders. Everyone showed overjoyed looks when they saw this and no longer hesitated, all of them pushing their secret techniques and artifacts to attack Yang Kai. The tall and thin man was first shocked, then overjoyed as he shouted, "Spare his life." It was not that he disliked killing. Yang Kai had just arrived and killed an Origin King on his side, so how could he let him off so easily? However, Yang Kai was not pressed to the ground by his spear array, and there were no signs of Yang Kai using his Saint Chi. This made him understand that Yang Kai's physique was extremely strong, and it was very likely that he cultivated some kind of profound body-tempering secret art. Body-tempering secret arts were not rare, but it was extremely rare to find someone with such a strong physique. As an elder of Netherworld sect, he was proficient in corpse refining techniques and liked this kind of cultivator with a strong physique the most. If he could capture him alive, he could slowly refine a heavenly corpse using medicines and secret techniques. This was an extremely precious material that could only be found by chance. It was even better than the materials he obtained on Water Moon Star a few years ago. With this reason in mind, how could he bear to see Yang Kai killed? Although it was possible to refine corpses after death, the effect of refining a living person would be better and more powerful. With this interruption, many of the cultivator who had attacked Yang Kai cursed. Why didn't you say you were going to hold back earlier? Now that the attack had been launched, how could it be so simple to withdraw? However, They had no choice but to obey this person's orders. So in desperation, everyone could only desperately withdraw some of their strength. Several of them were even injured by the backlash and vomited blood. With a series of rumbling sounds, many secret techniques and artifacts bombarded Xianxia's body, causing a burst of energy to erupt and light to shine everywhere. Seeing this, the tall, thin man's heart sank as he thought to himself, "This is bad. I'm afraid I won't be able to refine a complete corpse. How could I refine anything?" His face became gloomy as he felt a pang of heartache. But when the light dissipated, he was shocked to find that Xianxia was standing in place, safe and sound. Not only him, but even the little girl standing next to him looked calm, as if she had not suffered much damage at all. The tall, thin man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as a kind of uneasiness began to grow in his heart. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, eat this young master's move. Xianxia shouted as he punched out with both fists, sending out a barrage of fist shadows in all directions. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk bodies exploded mid-air one after another, and no one could withstand a single blow. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of people who had gathered around were cleared away. Only the tall, thin man was left safe and sound, but at this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his hands and feet cold. Xianxia turned his head and looked at him. "It seems that you are the one who can speak. Don't be afraid, I have some things to ask you. If you answer well, I'll give you a quick death." His black hair fell in front of his forehead, and his eyes were gloomy. The tall, thin man suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by a giant beast, and even breathing became difficult. His will was not ordinary, and although he was horrified, he did not lose his courage. Raising his hand, he took out a copper ring and shook it quickly. Looking at Xianxia, he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter who you are, since you dare to offend my netherworld sect, you must die today." Chapter 3145. With a series of clinking sounds, several figures suddenly appeared beside the thin and tall man. Some of these figures were tall and powerful, while others were short and delicate, but all of them exuded a thick corpse chi. Looking at their faces, Xianxia could see that all of them were ferocious and had disheveled hair. Corpse refinement. Xianxia raised his brow, quite surprised. He had not expected that the people of Netherworld sect would also be proficient in the corpse refinement technique. None of the Netherworld sect cultivators he had encountered before were proficient in this technique. It seemed that the Netherworld sect's secret techniques were divided into several schools, but no matter which school it was, they were all related to corpse refinement. Xianxia's eyes narrowed again as he stared at one of the refined corpses and examined it seriously, his face sinking. "Brat, this seat will capture you, then carefully refine you, and make you one of my generals." The thin and tall man glared at Xianxia viciously. Although the young man in front of him had just displayed extraordinary combat strength, this man was not someone to be trifled with. With the few refined corpses in his hands, even a third-order Origin King would not be able to do anything to him. If he was not careful, he might even be captured, so he did not panic. On the contrary, he became more and more interested in Xianxia because of his performance just now. The strength of a refined corpse was linked to the strength of the corpse before death. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the corpse would be after being refined. Xianxia was not only strong, but his physique was also extremely tough, making him an excellent corpse refinement material that this man had been searching for many years. He couldn't help but want to laugh wildly in his heart. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. If he could refine this brat, his position in the Netherworld sect would immediately rise. With a flick of his wrist, several refined corpses roared ferociously as a thick corpse chi covered their bodies. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Xianxia. Their sharp claws were like long spears, incomparably sharp, and their nails were a dark green color, obviously containing a potent poison. A ball of fiery light suddenly appeared, and a small and delicate firebird flew out and pounced towards the few refined corpses. It was agile and graceful, but also noble and graceful. The first refined corpse that came into contact with it was instantly set ablaze. The firebird did not slow down and flew towards a second refined corpse. In the blink of an eye, it had burned several refined corpses. "Leave this behind," Xianxia growled and suddenly reached out to grab one of the refined corpses by the neck and pulled it over. The refined corpse struggled and resisted, its sharp nails whistling through the air towards Xianxia's chest. However, it was as if it was stabbing into metal, producing a clanging sound as it was unable to penetrate Xianxia's chest. Lu Yin tilted his head. Although he didn't know what Lu Yan's intention was, he didn't ask. He controlled the flames and burned the other refined corpses in an instant. PFFF, the thin and tall man spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror as he stared at Lu Yin in horror. His eyes were also bloodshot. Each of these refined corpses could display strength equivalent to an Origin King, especially the most powerful one, which was refined from the corpse of a third-order Origin King. With such a lineup, he was confident that no one in this Hung Luo star field could stop them. But now, they had been almost burned to ashes by a 7- or 8-year-old little girl, and the most powerful refined corpse had been directly captured by this young man. His vision blurred, and the little girl floated in front of him like a ghost. She raised her head to look at him, and his frightened face was reflected in her clear black and white eyes. He watched as she raised a small hand and pressed it on his stomach. He didn't even have time to react. "Leave him alive as well." Xianxia turned his head and ordered. Lu Yin released a small amount of strength from her hand, and the tall, skinny man's aura quickly deflated like a puncture balloon. He staggered a few steps before falling to the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood, almost spitting out his internal organs. Dantian was destroyed, and his cultivation was wasted. For a cultivator, there was nothing more painful in this world. Coupled with the fact that his refined corpse had been destroyed and his mind affected, he had lost more than half of his life. The enemy had almost taken his life with just a wave of their hand. If they were serious, who in this world could be their opponent? Not even the sect master could. Where did these two lunatics come from? Xianxia gripped the neck of the most powerful refined corpse with one hand, letting it scratch his body with its sharp nails as a complicated look flashed across his eyes. The refined corpse was being controlled, constantly roaring and struggling, as if it had gone mad. A series of cracking sounds came from its neck, indicating that its bones had been broken, but it no longer felt pain or thought, only wanting to destroy everything in front of it. So even if its bones were broken, it did not stop moving. Xianxia took a light breath, slightly urging the power of his divine sense, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Dragon! Heaven! Hurt! Wake up!" Pure divine sense wrapped in his voice rushed straight into the mind of the refined corpse. In the darkness, there seemed to be the sound of something breaking, and the restless refined corpse suddenly became much more docile. Although it was still baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it was no longer as ferocious as before. Its eyes turned slightly, and its originally unfocused eyes gradually showed signs of focusing, but it was only a sign. Seeing this, Xianxia immediately understood that its spirituality had not disappeared. Perhaps it was because it had only been a refined corpse for a short time, or perhaps it was because its strength was not bad. In any case, there was hope to wake it up. Immediately, he urged the power of his divine sense into the corpse's mind, carefully straightening out its chaotic thoughts. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the eyes of the refined corpse in front of him suddenly regained a trace of clarity, and its struggling hands also stopped. A strange expression appeared on its ferocious face. "You are..." Its voice was dry, as if it had not spoken for a long time, or because its body had been damaged, making it extremely uncomfortable to listen to. "Senior Long." Xianxia's expression was complicated. Long Tianshang. Xianxia was not familiar with him, but they had met once when he came to Watermoon Star. This person was the supreme elder of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Strictly speaking, he was AIO's senior, so naturally, he was Yangkai's senior. AIO left star territory with Yangkai and went to the star boundary. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's huge foundation was handed over to Shuiyu to manage, while Long Tianshang stayed behind to stabilize the overall situation. In fact, in terms of strength, he could have left star territory with Yangkai, but he had dedicated his life to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, so he could not cut off his feelings for it. So he simply stayed behind to act as a protective umbrella for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Who would have thought that when they met again several decades later, he would be refined into a heavenly corpse, deprived of his freedom and enslaved? It was only because he met Yangkai that he was able to awaken him for a moment. No one else could have such an ability. You are little brat Yang. Long Tianshang's thoughts gradually became clear as he remembered some fragments of his memories. Naturally, he had a deep impression of Yangkai, Shuiyu's husband. Yangkai quickly said, "Senior Long, we don't have much time. I want to know what happened to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. What happened to Shuiyu?" The last question was what he was most concerned about. If Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was gone, then it was gone. AIO was now in the star boundary, so he did not put a trivial Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in his eyes. The key was Shuiyu, so he had to be careful. However, even with Long Tianshang's cultivation, he had been refined into a heavenly corpse by Netherworld sect, so how could Yang Kai not be worried about the safety of Shuiyu? Shuiyu, Long Tianshang murmured hoarsely as more memories emerged. He looked down at his hands and said sadly, "Ah, so it's like this." Finally remembering his situation, he sorted out his thoughts and words and said, "Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is gone. And Shuiyu, when Water Moon Star fell, I covered for them to escape. As for where they are now, I don't know." All his memories stopped at the shocking battle that day. He had stalled the Netherworld sect and more than a dozen battleships in the territory of Great Desolate Star by himself. But in the end, he was exhausted and captured, then refined into his current appearance. Yangkai raised his brow and asked, "Did Shuiyu escape?" This was a blessing in disguise. Although he did not know whether Shuiyu was safe or not, at least there was hope. Yangkai could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Have you seen this woman?" Lu Yin squatted in front of the thin and tall man from Netherworld sect. A cluster of flames flickered in her palm, then transformed into the image of a valiant woman. Although it was formed from flames, it was vivid and lifelike, showing her outstanding talent in controlling fire. She had refined the fire phoenix source, so controlling fire was naturally her specialty. Her tone was calm and soft, but in the ears of the thin and tall man, it was like a soul-stirring sound, causing him to shiver and shake his head repeatedly. "No, I've never seen her before." "Huh." Lu Yin smiled insincerely as another cluster of flames flew out, turned into a fire snake, and wrapped around the thin and tall man. It opened its big mouth and floated above the thin and tall man's head, hissing as if it would swallow him at any time. This flame could easily burn several powerful refined corpses, but at this moment, it seemed as if it had no temperature and did not cause the thin and tall man any harm. "You said you've never seen her before? Although I'm young, you can't lie to me." The thin and tall man raised his eyes and glanced at the figure formed from flames. "You'd better answer honestly." "There are many things in this world that are more painful than death," Lu Yin said lightly. "I've seen her before. Where did she go?" The thin and tall man said, "She fled to a cultivation star with some other people. There's a star lord on that cultivation star. The people in our territory of the great desolate planet have been in a stalemate over there for years." "Which way did she escape to?" The thin and tall man raised his head and pointed in a direction. Lu Yin turned to look at Yangkai. Yangkai immersed his consciousness in his knowledge sea and looked at the star above it. Then he thought of something. Shuiyu and the others fled to a cultivation star with a star lord, and the direction was the same. If he guessed correctly, they should have gone to that place. It was a wise decision. Although that place was a bit far from the Water Moon Star, it was the most suitable choice. Chapter 3146. The conversation between Lu Yin and the tall, thin man entered Yang Kai's ears. At the same time, he was having a hard time communicating with Long Tianshang. Although the divine technique woke Long Tianshang up, his memory loss was too great. He could not recall many things. He only remembered that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was a big tree that attracted the attention of many masters in the Great Desolate Star territory. Netherworld sect joined forces with several powerful forces in the Great Desolate Star territory to suppress Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Not only that, the famous pirates of Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were also in cahoots with the cultivator in the Great Desolate Star territory. Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were the two largest pirate gangs in the entire Hung Luo star field. The pirates gathered in them were all extremely vicious. Compared to these two forces, Xianxia's fierce wind pirate gang was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Before they were invaded by the Great Desolate Star territory, these two forces had fought openly and secretly with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union for hundreds and thousands of years. The battleships of these forces sailing in the territory of the Great Desolate Star had all been robbed by them. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union had also joined forces to encircle and suppress them. Both sides had killed their own people. Now that the cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star had invaded, some forces led by Netherworld sect showed extraordinary strength. Naturally, the villains of Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair immediately turned to them and helped them do evil. Yang Kai finally understood why Watermoon Star had fallen. Being targeted like this, even though Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was strong, it could not guarantee its own safety. With several cultivation stars falling one after another, Watermoon Star, as the main star, naturally could not remain unscathed. With Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in such a state, Purple Star and Sword Union would not have an easy time either. The cultivator of the non-Hung Luo star field was not as good as the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Both of them were in the territory of the lower planes. Even if there was a gap in overall strength, the gap was not too big. If they fought fiercely, both sides would suffer. The key point was that the Netherworld sect was the dominant sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. It could command the heroes and give orders. However, the Hung Luo star field lacked such a leading sect. If High Heaven sect had been at its peak, they would have been able to, but after the invasion of the Great Desolate Star's territory, the several third-order origin kings in the sect had returned to their respective stars and were unable to fight together. Be careful, Long Tianshang warned solemnly. Be careful of what? Yang Kai frowned and looked at him. Long Tianshang shook his head. He did not know what he wanted Yang Kai to be careful of, but he subconsciously warned him. He vaguely felt that there was someone he needed to be vigilant of, and this person was the key to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's escape. Yang Kai asked again, but Long Tianshang could not answer. Although he helped Long Tianshang regain consciousness for a moment, Long Tianshang had already been refined into a heavenly corpse. Whether it was his soul or body, both had suffered irreversible damage. The moment he regained consciousness was similar to the final radiance of the setting sun. A low roar came from Long Tianshang's throat as his eyes trembled violently. His consciousness was fading away, and soon he would turn back into a refined corpse that did not know pain and only knew how to kill. Yang Kai sighed slightly. The Supreme Elder of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had fallen into such a state. He could not help but sigh. Lu Yin came to Yang Kai's side and pulled the corner of his clothes. The tall, thin man, whose cultivation had been destroyed, was lying on the side, his face extremely pale. Lu Yin asked him a few questions and did not make things difficult for him. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the most terrifying scene in the world. He stared at Long Tianshang, his eyes filled with horror, and then shouted, "Kill me quickly." Yang Kai stared at him coldly, motionless. The tall, thin man begged miserably, "I beg you, kill me quickly. Who would want to die if they could live?" But at this moment, his cultivation had been destroyed, and he could not escape. If he was not killed, he would really experience something even more painful than death. Maybe it was the deep-rooted obsession of revenge, or maybe it was the tall, thin man's voice that attracted Long Tianshang. But he suddenly turned his head and looked at him. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the tall, thin man. His sharp fingers directly pierced into the tall, thin man's chest and lifted him up high. Blood dripped down, and a scream resounded through the sky. Long Tianshang's face was hideous, and he let out a meaningless roar. His consciousness had been completely covered by the corpse qi. He opened his mouth, revealing his fangs, and bit at the tall, thin man. Another tragic scream rang out. Long Tianshang tore a piece of flesh from the tall, thin man's body and chewed with his big mouth full of fangs. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. The so-called eating people was probably just a joke, but at this moment, it was really happening in front of him. "Kill me, I beg you." While the tall, thin man was still begging, Yang Kai's expression was cold, and he just stared at him quietly. He watched Long Tianshang tear off the man's flesh and swallow it whole. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the tall, thin man stopped moving and died. Yang Kai stepped forward and came to Long Tianshang's side. He was still eating the flesh, and when he felt the breath of a living creature approaching, he suddenly turned around and roared. Yang Kai slapped him, and the wind and clouds surged. Not even his bones were left behind. Yang Kai waved his hand again, and several figures appeared. It was Li Jiao and the others who had been placed in the sealed world bead by him. This time, even Lu Yuqin was released. Lu Yuqin's cultivation was not high, but with Lu Sanyang's help, there was no danger in this place. At first glance, Li Jiao and the others were stunned when they saw the miserable situation around them. When they saw Yang Kai's gloomy face, they could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They did not know who had provoked him, but it seemed that he was not in a good mood. "Brotherly, there is something I need your help with." Li Jiao's expression became serious. "Brother Yang, just tell us what you need." "Help me reclaim this cultivation star." Yang Kai pointed to the ground under his feet. Water Moon Star was the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and the birthplace of Shuiyu, so it could not fall into the hands of the Great Desolate Star Territory. With Yang Kai's ability, he could reclaim it at will, but he did not want to waste any more time here. He could ask Li Jiao and the others for help, lest they become moldy in the sealed world bead. "No problem," Li Jiao agreed. He already knew what kind of people lived in the Star Territory. With his third-stage Emperor Realm cultivation, it was easy for him to do this kind of thing. What's more, he also had the help of Lu Sanyang, He Yunxiang, Ruan Baiting, the Embodiment, and the others. Although the cultivation star was not small, if they acted separately, it would take less than half a month to complete everything. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask the Embodiment. He will tell you who is an enemy and who is a friend. Okay, leaving behind a few people to discuss the matter of reclaiming the cultivation star, Yang Kai and Lu Yin went straight to the central hall of the city. Originally, there was some cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory in the hall, but after watching the previous battle from afar, how could they not know that the Star of Slaughter had arrived? They had already fled without a trace. Kai Yang went straight in without encountering the slightest obstruction. Soon, he arrived at a square and found the space array he had arranged here in the past. This array was not destroyed, but the connecting channels to many places had been cut off and could not be connected. Moreover, with Yang Kai's current needs, this array set up back then was not enough. He spent half a day with Lu Yin to modify and unblock this array, connecting it to Monster Star and Shadowed Star before setting off from Water Moon Star in a certain direction. As if feeling Yang Kai's anxiety, Lu Yin took the initiative to hold his hand. "Madam, you will be safe." Yang Kai forced a smile. If Shuiyu really escaped to that place, then there is no need to worry about her safety. Does Master know where Madame Shuiyu went? Yang Kai nodded. Most likely. In this direction, a cultivation star with a star master guarding it. There was no other possibility except for Tongxian Realm. Tongxian Realm Star Master was Xia Ning Chong. Shuiyu knew this. Water Moon Star was destroyed, so there were only 3 places she could go, Shadowed Star, Monster Star, and Tongxian Realm. Shadowed Star was too far away, so she did not consider it. Who knew what danger she would encounter in the star field? Monster Star was closer, but it was a monster race star after all, and there was no star master guarding it, so the safety factor was not high. With Shui Yu's intelligence, there was only one choice she could make. Go to Tongxian Realm and find Xianxia. First, join him, and second, increase the strength of Tongxian Realm. Lu Yin pondered for a moment and seemed to understand, asking, "In that case, why is Master so anxious?" Yang Kai said, "Tongxian Realm is not like other cultivation stars. Back then, there were signs of world energy exhaustion. If little senior sister had not taken the risk to refine the star's source and brought vitality back, I'm afraid Tongxian Realm would be dead by now. What I'm worried about is not Shui Yu, but little senior sister. If the cultivator on Great Desolate Star went all out to deal with Tongxian Realm, even with Xianxia guarding it, it would be difficult to guard against them. After all, Tongxian Realm had not fully recovered, and if it suffered from the flames of war, it would only make things worse. If the world energy was exhausted again, Xianxia, as the Star Master, would definitely be implicated. At that time, there would be nothing he could do. A Star Master and a Cultivation Star were bound together for good or ill. This was not a joking matter, and calculating the time, it had been several years since Shui Yu fled to Tongxian Realm. During these years, how could the cultivators on Great Desolate Star be idle? They were definitely committing crimes on Tongxian Realm. Xianxia was struggling to hold on by himself, but how long could he last? This was the fundamental reason for Yang Kai's anxiety. Lu Yin understood and no longer said anything, but his calm eyes suddenly burned with murderous intent. She was reborn because of Yang Kai, and with the help of Yang Kai, she grew step by step. If it were not for Yang Kai, she was afraid she would still be an artifact spirit floating in the earth lung fire. Perhaps one day she would be reborn, but that would definitely be thousands of years later. For her, Yang Kai was the heavens and the earth. Someone dared to make Yang Kai anxious. But just wait to taste the fury of the phoenix. Chapter 31:47. Tongxian Realm was the second stop on Yang Kai's martial Dao path and an important springboard for him to reach a higher realm. If not for the many opportunities and experiences he had on Tongxian Realm, he would never have achieved what he had today. As his thoughts drifted, the past faded like smoke. Yang Kai stared at the stars he had not seen for a long time from the void with a gloomy expression. All his previous worries had become a reality. Looking at the entire Tongxian Realm from the starry sky, it was obvious that its situation was worse than Green Mountain stars. This star seemed to be suffering from a serious illness, showing a sickly and dispirited state, like an old man in his twilight years who was walking towards his grave. One after another, pitch-black spots, as if someone had casually sprinkled a few drops of ink on a Tongxian Realm, were clearly visible even from thousands of kilometers away in the star field. On the surface of the stars, there was a faint black qi permeating the air. Yang Kai observed these ink spots and vaguely felt that they were arranged into a kind of spirit array, connected to each other, forming an invisible net that enveloped Tongxian Realm. This spirit array had not yet been fully formed, but it was slowly showing its extraordinary power. Even Yang Kai, who was in the star field, felt an extremely oppressive aura, not to mention the residents of Tongxian Realm, all of whom were affected by this spirit array. This spirit array was absolutely inhumane, and if it were to be fully activated, Tongxian Realm would definitely suffer calamity. Fortunately, he had not arrived too late. Although he did not know when this spirit array would be fully formed and activated, it was obviously not something that could be completed in a few days. With his current ability, a few days was enough for him to run back and forth across Tongxian Realm and kill all the invading enemies. Logically speaking, Tongxian Realm had a Star Master, so the cultivator on Great Desolation Star should not have been able to invade so easily. The power of a Star Master was extraordinary, and a Star Master who had a foothold on his own cultivation star was basically invincible with the support of the star's source. However, the situation in Tongxian Realm was different. As he had told Lu Yan before, Tongxian Realm's world energy had been depleted several dozen years ago. Even if Xian Chong later refined the star's source to help restore it, how much Tongxian Realm could recover in just a few dozen years? Compared to other cultivation stars, Tongxian Realm's world energy and principles were much weaker. If not for this, Tongxian Realm would not have been Saint Realm Masters. It was precisely because of this lack of principles and world energy that Tongxian Realm could not produce a more powerful cultivator, while other stars in the same territory could produce Saint King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, and even Origin King Realm Masters. A few dozen years had only allowed Tongxian Realm to recover some vitality at most, and this restored vitality was likely to be exhausted with the arrival of the cultivator on Great Desolation Star. If Xianning Chong wanted to resist their invasion, he would have to rely on the strength of the entire stars. Once it was used too many times, it would definitely put an unbearable burden on Tongxian Realm. Therefore, even if she was the Star Master, she could not keep the cultivator on Great Desolation Star out of her territory. Letting them enter Tongxian Realm was probably a last resort. In the blink of an eye, Kai Yang had already considered Xianning Chang's current situation. Suppressing the longing in his heart, he actually did not know where to find Xianning Chong and Shuiyu. Tongxian Realm was not big, but it was not small either. If they were hiding somewhere, he would definitely not be able to find them in a short time. It was better to take advantage of this time to kill some cultivator on Great Desolation Star's territory and teach them the consequences of offending someone they should not offend. After observing for a moment, Yang Kai leaped and rushed towards Tongxian Realm. He stared at the largest black dot in the stars in front of him and let the gravity of the earth pull him down. Lu Yan followed closely behind. Her movements were neither fast nor slow, but she was not slower than Yang Kai in the slightest. A moment later, the two of them rushed into the atmosphere, and the surrounding aura caused Yang Kai's brow to wrinkle. It was unpleasant and pungent, but with his powerful physique, he was able to ignore this kind of effect. However, if an ordinary cultivator were to be wrapped in this kind of aura, it wouldn't be long before their mind would be affected and they would become a walking corpse. Previously, when he was observing in Starfield, he only felt that the situation on Tongxian Realm was not optimistic. Now that he rushed into the territory covered by these black dots, he found that the situation was worse than he thought. He did not know what these black dots were, but they made him feel like he had entered purgatory. The wind whistled in his ears, and Yang Kai's clothes flapped loudly. His black hair was blown by the strong wind and fluttered behind his head. At this moment, he was like a meteor falling from the sky, piercing through the void and falling towards the earth. His amazing speed made his body friction with the air and ignited a burst of fire. If one looked up from the ground, it was like a meteor was really falling, a spectacular sight. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Yang Kai raised his hand, opened it into a palm, bent his arm, and slowly pushed it down. An incomparably huge palm print suddenly took shape in front of him, covering the ground together with him. Moreover, as the distance between them closed, the palm print grew bigger and bigger, as if it could cover the sky and cover the earth. Among the black dots below, in the largest building, an old man with a face full of death chi was meditating. Judging from his clothes, he was a member of the Netherworld sect. Moreover, his cultivation was extremely high at the Third Order Origin King Realm. Even in the Netherworld sect, such a cultivation was at least at the level of an elder. Originally, the Netherworld sect did not have so many Third Order Origin Kings. The number of masters they had was about the same as High Heaven sect at its peak, only 3 or 4 at most. However, invading Hung Luo Starfield had brought great benefits to the entire Netherworld sect. Whether it was refining the Blood Sea Banner, 10,000 Soul Banner, or Corpse Refinement, they all required living people as raw materials. The more powerful a living person was, the more benefits they would receive. The Netherworld sect had unified the territory of the Great Desolate Star, and under its command, no one dared to disobey. No great force was its opponent. However, it was impossible for them to be too unscrupulous when cultivating. At most, they would find some excuses to destroy some sects and bring back the cultivator of those sects as cultivation materials. But it was impossible for them to be too unscrupulous. There was a limit to everything. And it was precisely because the Netherworld sect had grasped this limit that they were able to unify the territory of the Great Desolate Star without arousing public indignation in the entire territory. But after coming to the Hung Luo star field, things were different. The tyrannical nature of the Netherworld sect had been liberated. For them, everything that belonged to the Hung Luo star field could be slaughtered. With the countless cultivator in the Hung Luo star field as cultivation materials, how could the cultivation of the Netherworld sect's people not improve quickly? After the invasion of the Great Desolate Star Field, as long as one was a member of the Netherworld sect, they had at least broken through a minor realm. The elders, protectors, and deacons were even more amazing. They had all broken through from the Origin Returning Realm to the Origin King Realm, from the First Order to the Second Order, and from the Second Order to the Third Order. If it was just individual improvement, it would have been fine, but the key was the overall improvement of all the disciples of the Netherworld sect. This was an extremely terrifying situation. Today, in terms of overall strength, the Netherworld sect had already left High Heaven sect in the dust. There were more than a dozen Third Order Origin Kings, and more than half of them had broken through after invading the Hung Luo star field. Second Order and First Order Origin Kings were even more numerous. It was precisely because they had tasted all kinds of benefits that the Netherworld sect was extremely active in invading the Hung Luo star field. Wherever they went, no one in the Hung Luo star field could stop them. Even the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had fallen, let alone the other great forces. Only those cultivation stars with star masters were slightly troublesome to deal with. Tongxian Realm was such a troublesome star for them to deal with, but it was only slightly troublesome. This star's world energy was thin, and its world principles were low, so nothing good could be born here. Normally, the Netherworld sect would not be willing to spend so much effort to deal with Tongxian Realm. However, there were many powerful cultivators gathered here. This was exactly what the Netherworld sect wanted. If they could use these cultivator as cultivation materials, the sect could at least produce another Third Order Origin King. Whether it was killing the chicken to warn the monkeys or for the sake of cultivation, Tongxian Realm had to be taken down. Anyone who dared to resist must be killed. Only in this way could the Netherworld sect announce who was the master of this territory. For this reason, there were 5 Third Order Origin Kings from the Netherworld sect guarding Tongxian Realm, one of which was the vice sect master of the Netherworld sect who had chased Shuiyu all the way here. The old man who was meditating in the main hall was the vice sect master of the Netherworld sect, Xian Xianming. He knew that there was a star master on Tongxian Realm, and he even knew that the star master was a woman with a Third Order Origin King cultivation. But he was not afraid. If it had been a higher level star, it would have been fine, as Xianxia might have had to spend some effort to deal with it. But this star was obviously of a very low level. As long as he could destroy the world energy of this star, it would be tantamount to destroying Tongxian Realm's source. At that time, he wouldn't even need to take action to deal with it, as the Star Master would suffer a terrible fate. And without the protection of the Star Master, those hiding rats would be at his mercy. The 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array was arranged precisely for this purpose. Once this array was formed, the entire Tongxian Realm would be sealed off, and this cultivation star would no longer be able to obtain the essence of the star field. It was equivalent to water without a source, a tree without a root. Not only that, this 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array would also summon the Netherworld sect's eye. At that time, the power of the Netherworld sect would spread throughout the Tongxian Realm, turning this place into a paradise for the Netherworld sect and hell for the other cultivator. A few years ago, when he led a group of people to this place, he was intercepted by the Star Master outside the stars. The funny thing was that the crystal cannons of the Netherworld sect's dozen starships fired at the same time and broke through the blockade set up by the Star Master after a dozen rounds. Over the past few years, the cultivator of the Netherworld sect and the other sects on the Great Desolate Star's territory had already traveled all over Tongxian realm. The Star Master was unable to resist at all and could only shelter a small group of people in a small area. Since the Star Master refused a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit, he could only blame himself for not being strong enough. It would not take long, at most half a year, for the 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array to be completely formed. At that time, the Star Master would not be able to resist. Chapter 3148. Suddenly, a great danger descended from the sky. Along with it, there was also an indescribably terrifying pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his chest. Xian Shuaming's expression changed as he spat out blood. The place he was in was the 8 Desolate Array Core. Many disciples of the Netherworld sect and other sects within the territory of the Great Desolate Star had gathered here. The security was extremely tight, so he had never thought that someone would launch a sneak attack here. In fact, this was the case. In the past few years, other than when the 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array was being built, those rats had come to harass them for a while, but they had disappeared without a trace. He was extremely relieved to be in retreat here and was only waiting for the day when the Spirit Array was completed. He would then come out and kill a sea of blood. When he was in closed-door cultivation, his mind was extremely focused, and he couldn't be disturbed in the slightest. However, the enormous pressure that descended from the sky had forcefully dragged him out of that profound state. If it was only like this, then he wouldn't have suffered any injuries. However, the pressure was extremely terrifying, and even he couldn't take it lightly. His figure bent down, and he was injured. His eyes were filled with horror as he frantically pushed his Saint Chi and stood up. Resisting the huge pressure, he took a step out of the hall. Looking around, there were miserable cries all around. Countless disciples within the territory of the Great Desolate Star were pressed to the ground. On the ground, there were blobs of red blood that were extremely dazzling. Obviously, these were all spat out by these disciples. Some of the weaker disciples even exploded into a bloody mist on the spot. In just the blink of an eye, over 100 cultivators had died tragically on the spot. Xian Xianming looked up, and his pupils shrank. In the sky, a beam of light fell from the sky, and a gigantic palm imprint came crashing down, covering the entire 8 Desolation Formation eye with some excess. What kind of divine technique is this? Who is dealing with me? Even if Xian Xianming was used to great storms, he still felt a chill run down his spine at this moment. This kind of power was not something an ordinary Origin King realm cultivator could do. Looking at the entire Tong Xian realm, only one person could do this, the Star Master who had been holed up for several years. However, the Star Master was a woman. At this moment, what was imprinted in his eyes was clearly a man's palm. How could this be explained? In a split second, there was no time to think. Xian Xianming knew that if he did not resist the 8 Desolation Formation, I would be in danger today. With the might of this palm, not to mention how many people would die here, if the 8 Desolation Formation I was broken, then all his hard work and perseverance over the past few years would be wasted. As a Netherworld sect's vice sect master, he could not just sit and wait. With a roar, Xianxia's seemingly thin body swelled up like a balloon, his clothes fluttering wildly as a spirit array suddenly appeared in his hand. Forming a series of seals with his other hand, Xianxia madly poured his Saint Chi into it. The 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array was a shocking array that was formed by 8 subarrays. Each subarray could operate independently. The place where Xian Xianming was overseeing was the eye of the array. It was much more powerful than the other 7 subarrays. The array disk in his hand was what controlled this array core. As soon as he activated the 8 Desolate Array core, Xianxia, who was diving down from the sky, let out a soft cry of surprise. The huge ink spot below suddenly twisted and wriggled. Then, thick black chi gathered together and turned into a ghost hand. The ghost hand formed a claw and stabbed towards the sky. Looking down from the sky, the ghost hand was not big, but in fact it was huge. When the ghost hand spread out, it was enough to cover an area of 100 kilometers. It was powerful and obviously not easy to deal with. Of course, this was only for ordinary third-order Origin Kings. This array was arranged by an Origin King realm cultivator. No matter how powerful it was, it could not surpass a limit. However, Xianxia was an existence that surpassed that limit and broke the rules. Troublesome. Xianxia muttered softly and pushed a little more power. The palm print, which was already covering the sky, suddenly expanded by half, and its power suddenly increased. Xianxia's face was gloomy. He, who controlled the 8 Desolate Array core, believed that he would not allow the enemy's sneak attack to succeed. Just as he was about to control the ghost hand to compete, he suddenly saw the palm print expand and was shocked. The enemy still had some strength left. How was this possible? Xianxia almost thought that there was something wrong with his eyes, but the pressure coming from his body was clearly not fake. Under his dumbstruck gaze, the pitch-black ghost hand and the gigantic palm print collided. The palm print paused for a moment before pressing down with a loud bang. Although its color was clearly much dimmer, the situation of the ghost hand was even more unbearable. It was like a piece of firewood that was cracking inch by inch. Xianxia used all of his strength and was actually unable to stop the coverage of the palm print. The world suddenly darkened, and even the light was blocked. The palm print slammed into the ink spot, and a violent pressure surged out. The ground suddenly caved in, and a huge crater suddenly appeared. The ink spot collapsed, and if one looked down from the sky, they would see a clear 5-finger print on the ground, covering the area originally covered by the ink spot. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk, a series of muffled sounds rang out as bodies exploded into dust. None of the cultivator below the Origin King realm who was caught in the ink spot were spared. Some could not withstand the pressure before the palm print descended, and some were turned into meat patties by the palm print. One by one, the buildings were reduced to dust. Only a few Origin Kings were lucky enough to escape, but all of them were seriously injured. Many people did not even realize what had happened. They only felt a sense of crisis and then pain all over their bodies. At this moment, they looked around blankly and could not help but open their mouths wide. The 8 Desolate Array core had been broken. The Great Desolate Star Territory's several years of operation had been completely wiped out. Countless disciples had been killed or injured. Such a loss could only be described as heavy. Xianxia coughed up a mouthful of blood. His legs were completely shattered from the knees down, revealing his white bones. Blood flowed freely as he sat on the ground and looked around in horror. Although his cultivation was the highest here and he was the strongest, he was the one who presided over the Array core. He thought that he could compete with Xianxia with the 8 Desolate Array core, but he did not expect to underestimate the other party's methods. After the 8 Desolate Array core was broken, the pressure he suffered was much greater than the others. His end was also the most miserable. Even the array disc in his hand had exploded, leaving him covered in dust. The other Origin Kings were also seriously injured at this moment, but they did not fall into his situation. Who? Who was it? How could there be someone with such shocking methods in this world? Breaking the 8 Desolate Array core with a single palm was simply too incredible. Seemingly aware of something, Xianxia looked up and saw a handsome young man slowly floating down from the sky. He stood in midair and looked down. Is it this person? Xianxia released his divine sense and found that he could not detect the depth of this person's cultivation. Immediately after, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl flew down. She was delicate and gave off an unfathomable feeling. Your Excellency, who are you? Xianxia endured the piercing pain from his wounds and asked bitterly. Being stared at by this person, he did not even have the desire to escape. He knew that today was not a good day, but even if he died, he had to know. At the very least, he would know who was attacking them. Perhaps he could even pass on this news before he died. It seems that I didn't kill the wrong person. Xianxia ignored him and turned his head to look around. This was the cultivator of Great Desolate Stars territory. Taking a step forward, Xianxia arrived in front of Xianxia and stepped on his chest. Placing his arm on his thigh, Xianxia leaned down and glared at him. "Old dog, I want to ask you about someone's whereabouts. Where's this Star Master?" "Hey!" Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood at Xianxia. The person who had come was ruthless and merciless. Clearly, he was targeting them. Xianxia knew that he had no way out today. It would be useless even if he begged for mercy. So, he decided not to waste his time and appeared to be extremely free and easy. Xianxia waved his hand, and the mouthful of blood flew back into Xianxia's mouth, only to become extremely hard and shatter his teeth. Grinning, Xianxia said, "You dare spit on me? Old dog, are you tired of living?" Xianxia sneered. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to scrape me, then scrape me. Enough talk." Xianxia sneered. "If you want to kill me, then kill me? Who do you think you are? This young master won't kill you. If you don't kill this old master, when this old master rises one day, he will make you pay back 100-fold. Xianxia shouted. "Then, this young master will wait." Xianxia grinned at him, took his big foot off his chest, and turned to look at the other Origin King. Behind him, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a smug light. This kind of provocation was really useful. Although it was a bit cliché, it often had a miraculous effect, especially when dealing with these young and powerful guys. Xianxia suddenly turned his head and ridiculed. "You're not so naive as to think I'll really spare your life, are you?" Xianxia's heart jumped and his Saint Chi surged. But before he could do anything, a burst of energy slammed into his forehead, causing his eyes to widen as he died with remaining grievances. Old men who don't die are thieves. Sure enough. Xianxia coldly snorted before turning back to the injured Origin Kings and shouting, "All right, who will answer my question now?" Although his voice was not loud when he asked the question just now, these survivors were all Origin Kings, so how could they not hear him? At this moment, hearing this, one of them asked cautiously, "If we answer you, is there a way out?" As soon as his voice fell, his figure suddenly trembled and his 2 arms flew off. Pain shot through his body as he screamed. As he staggered back, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Feeling a chill on his legs, he looked down and saw that his legs had been cut off at the knees. His 4 limbs had been severed. A miserable howl resounded through the sky. Dantian felt another stab of pain as all his strength was drained from his body. His cultivation had been crippled. The rest of the people felt their blood run cold. Xianxia said coldly, "I was just asking casually. It's your freedom to answer or not. Fight it out with him." Someone shouted. Xianxia was so cruel and tyrannical that even if they answered him, they would not be able to survive. Everyone had cultivated to the Origin King realm, and none of them were fools. Even if Xianxia promised to give them a way out, no one would believe him. If they wanted to live, they could only join forces to fight. "Let's go all out." Immediately, someone agreed and rushed towards Kai Yang. In an instant, 7 or 8 figures surrounded him, all of them surging with murderous intent as they pressed forward. Chapter 3149. A moment later, the ground was littered with corpses. Apart from Xianxia and Lu Yin, there were no other survivors. In the end, not everyone was a tough nut to crack. Although the surviving Origin Kings had joined forces at the last moment, it was nothing more than ants trying to shake a giant tree. Witnessing Xianxia's murderous ferocity, one of them could not bear the pressure and told Xianxia the answer he wanted. Although he did not escape death, he was at least happy. 9 Heavens Holy Land. Xianxia turned his head and looked in a certain direction. This name was quite familiar to him. Having said that, he was still the holy master of 9 Heavens Holy Land back on Tongxian realm. Later, a group of subordinates from 9 Heavens Holy Land had been brought to Shadowed Star by him. But this time he had not seen them on Shadowed Star. Now that he thought about it, They had probably returned here with Xianxia. After all, this was their homeland, and with foreign enemies invading, they naturally could not ignore them. Xianxia choosing Nine Heavens Holy Land as her foundation was a kind of nostalgia for him. Let's go. Yang Kai beckoned to Lu Yin, and Lu Yin rushed to his side and flew side by side with Yang Kai towards Nine Heavens Holy Land. After Xian Xianming was killed and the 8 Desolation Array core was broken, in another spot on Tongxian Realm, a third-order Origin King realm old man suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes from his meditation and revealed a look of fear. At that moment, he faintly noticed something, as if a great crisis was about to descend. Frowning, he took out an array plate and used his Saint Chi to probe, but his face suddenly changed drastically. This array plate was the one that controlled this 8 desolate array, but because of the particularity of the 8 desolate spirit sealing array, this array plate could communicate with the other 7 array plates. At this moment, the old man sensed through this array plate and found that the remaining 6 array plates were safe and sound. Only the 8 desolate array core was unresponsive. He seemed to have lost contact with the 8 desolate array core. In an instant, an incredible thought popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai stood up and quickly arrived at a secret room. The secret room was filled with runes and spirit array patterns. Obviously, it was a carefully arranged spirit array, but Yang Kai didn't know what effect it had. The old man activated the spirit array, and the entire secret room immediately flickered. A moment later, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That figure only had a human silhouette and no facial features. It was as if it was cast from water, constantly changing. As soon as this figure appeared, it said, "Third Elder, I happen to have something I wanted to talk to you about. Just now, I heard some movement from Vice Sect Master Xian's side. I tried to contact Vice Sect Master Xian to ask about the situation, but I didn't get any response. Now, even the connection between the array plates has disappeared. Does Third Elder know what happened to Vice Sect Master Xian?" When the Third Elder heard this, the uneasy feeling in his heart became even stronger. If he was the only one whose array plate had lost contact with the array core, there might have been a small accident. Perhaps things would improve after a while, but now even this old man was in the same situation as him. Coupled with the fact that he was the closest to the array core and had noticed some movement, the problem was obviously big. The Third Elder said, "This old master summoned you here because of this array plate. I don't know the specifics, but Vice Sect Master Xian hasn't responded. Let's wait and see how the others are doing." As the two of them were talking, a few more illusory figures appeared in the secret room, one after another. Even though they were far away from each other, under the guidance of the secret room's formation, everyone could still gather together and communicate as if they were facing each other. It could be said to be extremely convenient. Including the Third Elder, there were a total of 7 figures in the secret room. They were the masters from the Great Desolate Star territory who presided over the 7-8 desolation arrays. After a brief exchange, everyone discovered a shocking fact. They had completely lost contact with the array core, and even Vice Sect Master Xian had disappeared without a trace. The secret room was silent for a moment before one of them said in horror, "It couldn't be impossible." Another person immediately refuted. "Vice Sect Master Xian is a third-order Origin King. Even if we fought alone, we would not be his opponent. He is also presiding over the 8 Desolation Array core, so who could possibly be his opponent? Vice Sect Master Xian should be fine. You old third, you were the closest to the array core. Tell us what you saw just now." Everyone turned their eyes to the figure who had first arrived here. "You old third," said in a low voice. A stream of light fell from the sky, causing the earth to tremble, and then there was no more news from the array core. The secret room became even more silent. "You old third," said, "although it's hard to believe, judging from the current situation, Vice Sect Master Xian might really be." As he spoke, he couldn't help but shudder. If that was the case, the Netherworld sect had really provoked a powerful enemy this time. But who could have such shocking means? "Third Elder, what should we do now?" The third elder's face was solemn as he pondered for a moment before letting out a long breath, seemingly having made a difficult decision. We must cut off all means of retreat. Everyone was startled, and someone immediately said, "Third elder, I'm afraid this is not a good idea. We have been operating here for several years and will be able to complete our mission in half a year. If we do this now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Yes, we should first determine the situation with Vice Sect Master Xian before making any further plans." "Foolish," the third elder snorted. "This old man knows you don't want to believe it, but the truth is right in front of us. How can we not believe it? If Vice Sect Master Xian is really safe, why didn't he send a message? Why didn't the 8 Desolation Array Corps respond? I'm afraid the odds are against him. No matter who it is, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop that person. If that person could kill Vice Sect Master Xian under the protection of the Array Corps, then that person could break into these subformations and take their lives. It takes courage to cut off one's wrist. Moreover, our efforts won't all be in vain." "Third elder, you mean?" the third elder sneered, luring the snake out of its hole. "Moreover, it's time for that hidden chess piece to play its role. At that time, as long as we can subdue that Star Lord, it doesn't matter whether we have the 8 Desolation Array Corps or not. With the Star Lord's power, we might be able to fight that unknown enemy." Hearing this, everyone pondered for a moment and understood his plan. You Old Third was the first to agree. "I agree with the third elder's decision. The main reason was that there was no sense of security in continuing to stay in these subformations, so it was better to take a gamble and have a glimmer of hope. Everyone present was an Origin King and had lived for many years, so they quickly understood the pros and cons of such a decision. Naturally, no one objected, and everyone nodded in agreement. In that case, everyone go prepare. After a stick of incense worth of time, we will work together to catch them off guard." Everyone nodded, and their figures disappeared like flowing water. Soon, only the third elder was left in the secret room, standing in place with his brow furrowed. The uneasiness in his heart had not dissipated and had instead intensified after he made this decision. Gritting his teeth, the third elder put aside these distracting thoughts and turned around to leave the secret room. At this point, he had no better idea. Yang Kai, who was rushing all the way to Nine Heaven's holy land, frowned as he looked down at the ground below with a gloomy expression. The current situation of Tongxian realm was very unsatisfactory. The world energy aura here was even thinner than when he left all those years ago, and the so-called spirit mountains and rivers had lost their former charm. It was as if all the stars had fallen seriously ill. If things continued like this, even if the Netherworld sect and the cultivator on Great Desolate Star did not wreak havoc, it would not take more than 100 years for the world energy aura here to be completely depleted. At that time, it would be impossible for another cultivator to be born, and the lives of mortals would become more and more difficult until the world energy aura was completely exhausted and the source collapsed, turning the planet into a dead star. Many of the countless dead stars in the territory of Tongxian realm had undergone such a transformation step by step. Perhaps tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years ago, these stars were still full of vitality and flourishing, but with the changes of the flowing time, Great Emperor, even the brightest stars would die. People were born, grew old, got sick, and died, and the stars were no exception. The world of the cultivator was greatly affected, not to mention the world of mortals. Natural disasters were constant, and countless people were displaced. There were tragedies everywhere. This time, even if the cultivator on Great Desolate Star was driven away, it would take at least 100 years for Tongxian realm to recover its Yuan Qi. Even though he had not returned to Tongxian realm for many years, as the holy master of Nine Heaven's holy land, he was still very familiar with this land. Thinking that he would be able to see Xia Ningchong and Shui Yu soon, his mood improved a lot. After seeing them to relieve the pain of lovesickness, he would deal with the small fries on Great Desolate Star's territory. Among the 9 peaks, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant, and the world energy was abundant. Tens of thousands of cultivators had gathered here, but many of them looked worried. This was the last pure land in the entire Tong Xian realm. As the Star Master, Xianxia was unable to stop the invasion of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star, nor could she stop them from arranging the 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array to poison Tong Xian realm's world energy, but she could still protect 9 Heavens Holy Land. With her here, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory would never be able to take a single step into the 9 peaks. At this moment, in the main hall, there were many people. Led by Meng Wuxia and Old Demon, there was 9 Heavens Holy Land Saintess and Ling, Elder Qianning, Li Rong, and Han Fei of the Ancient Demon Clan, Hu Jiao and Humei of Twin Spirit Pavilion, the Palace Master of Dragon Phoenix Palace, and Wizard Jie of Netherworld Sect. In the main hall, there were about 30 acquaintances of Yang Kai, except for a few people he knew in the central capital. The rest were friends he had made in Tong Xian realm. In addition to these people, there was another familiar figure. The young Union Master of Sword Union, Gu Jianxian, was also the son of Gu Xianxia. This person had a special constitution, the Great Void Sword Body, which made him a natural talent for the Sword Dao. After so many years, he was still as handsome and elegant as ever. His left and right sword servants, Ling Yu and Xing, were by his side. After so many years of tempering, he had become more and more mature, no longer possessing the threatening sword intent of the past. His whole person was like a sword hidden in a scabbard, and although he did not reveal his full strength when he attacked, it was as if he was a bolt of lightning. At this moment, he was discussing something with another person in a low voice. This person was the current leader of Purple Star, one of the top forces in Tong Xian realm territory, Ziwuji. Chapter 3150. Back then, the sect master of Purple Star, Zilong, had a falling out with Yang Kai because of his son and was killed by Yang Kai and his embodiment in the star field, causing Purple Star to be leaderless for many years, resulting in constant internal strife. However, in the end, Ziwuji took over and became the new sect master of Purple Star. However, before Ziwuji could enjoy the joy of becoming an overlord, the territory of Great Desolate Star invaded. However, due to years of internal strife, Purple Star's strength had greatly decreased compared to before. In the face of the Grand Desolation Starfield's masters, they were simply unable to resist. In less than half a year, they were completely uprooted by the Grand Desolation Starfield, losing several cultivation stars. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ziwuji took some of his subordinates to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and lived a stable life for a while. However, as Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was unable to hold on, he could only rush to Tong Xian realm with Shui Yu and the others. Sword Union's experience was similar. Over the years, the cultivator in Great Desolate Star territory had become unruly in the Hung Luo Star field. Since Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce could not resist, Sword Union naturally could not either, and several of its former top forces fell one after another. This was also the reason why everyone had gathered here. 9 Heavens Holy Land was the last pure land and hope for all of them. If they couldn't even protect this place, there would likely be no place for them in the vast star territory. Over the years, they had not sat still and waited for death. After discovering that Netherworld Sect had arranged the 8 Desolation Array, they had repeatedly tried to harass it, but unfortunately, the 8 Desolation Array was too powerful and they could not break through it. Even if they were contaminated by the Black Qi for a long time, they would feel dizzy and their Saint Qi would not be enough. Although they managed to kill some people, they were all insignificant pawns that had little impact on Netherworld Sect's grand plan. It could be said that this group of people had brought 9 Heavens Holy Land to its end. Although they did not know what effect the 8 Desolation Array had, they could tell that once it was activated, even Xianxia would no longer be able to protect them. After all, the foundation of Tong Xian realm was too shallow. If it were a star like Shadowed Star or Water Moon Star that had a star master, how could the cultivator on Great Desolate Star act so presumptuously? How is Sister Xianao? Ziwu asked quietly. Gu Jianxin hugged the simple sword and slowly shook his head. I haven't seen her in 2 months. The last time I saw her. Huh, let's not talk about it. Gu Jianxin couldn't bear to see such a person suffer such torment because of the poison in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Is Miss Shuiyu taking care of her? And Gu Jianxin nodded. They're like sisters, so it's only right to take care of them. That brother Yang Kai sure is lucky. Ziwu chuckled lightly before continuing. It's just that he's not a man, running away on his own while leaving his woman to suffer here. Gu Jianxin frowned when he heard this. He was a sword cultivator and had a straightforward and resolute nature, so he didn't like to hear others speak ill of others behind their backs. However, this was their freedom, so even if he didn't like it, he didn't want to refute it. Speaking of which, he also felt that Yang Kai had gone too far. He had been gone for several dozen years without any news, leaving behind a few women to work hard in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Gu Jianxin didn't know if he was unable to come back, or if he had long forgotten these women. If it was the latter, it would be too sad. In any case, he would be able to see Xianxia in a short while, and when that time came, everything would become clear. Inside Nine Heavens Holy Land's main hall, the originally noisy hall suddenly quieted down after a single person walked out. Meng Wuya hurriedly stood up and looked anxiously at Shuiyu. Madam Yu, how is Ning Chong now? He had raised Xianxia single-handedly and treated her like his own daughter. So now that she was in such a difficult situation, he naturally couldn't sit still. However, Xianxia's current condition wasn't an ordinary injury or illness, but one that was closely related to the vitality of the entire Tong Xian realm. There was simply no medicine that could cure her. Unless all the cultivators in the Grand Desolation Star field were driven away and the entire star was properly managed, perhaps after a few dozen or 100 years, when the vitality of the star was restored, Xianxia would be able to recover. Shuiyu shook her head gently. Meng Wuya immediately knew that the situation was still not optimistic and clapped his hands in annoyance, turning the chair under him into dust. What's more, what happened back then was already a thing of the past. Now, Ziwu needed to rely on Xianxia's protection to survive, so how could he show any hostility to Yang Kai? Yang Kai walked over to Shuiyu, stretched out his hand, and wiped her tears, saying softly, Don't cry, I'm back. The tears in her eyes stopped, and Shuiyu turned her head away, not letting him touch her as she reached out and wiped the corners of her eyes. Yang Kai was stunned, but in front of so many people, it was not appropriate for him to linger. So he simply waved his hand and said, No need to be so polite. Everyone was lifted into the air, unable to resist at all. Where's Ning Chong? Yang Kai looked at Shuiyu and asked. Xianxia had led him here, but now he had not shown up, which was a big problem. Coupled with what he had seen before, Yang Kai immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Shuiyu lowered her eyes and did not answer. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya sighed and slowly shook his head. Yang Kai's face collapsed instantly as all his expectations collapsed and his heart sank, as if it was about to sink into an endless abyss. Come with me. Shuiyu beckoned to him and walked towards the inner hall. Although she had many complaints about him, in the end, how could this matter be blamed on him? She only blamed herself for leading the pursuers here, bringing disaster to Tongxian realm and Xianxia. She was not a woman who would pester endlessly, and her indifference to Yang Kai was not because she resented him, but rather because she felt ashamed to see him. If something really happened to Xianxia, she would be the culprit. Yang Kai stepped forward to catch up with her and reached out to grab her soft hands. Her small hands were cold, as if they had no temperature, and after struggling slightly, she could only let him go, not daring to look at him. The figures of the two disappeared, but the outside of the hall was still quiet. The long period of depression and uneasiness had not been alleviated much by the arrival of Yang Kai, because everyone understood that even if Yang Kai's cultivation was heaven-defying and he could drive away the cultivator on Great Desolate Star, the injuries suffered by Xianxia could not be easily healed. At that moment, another small figure slowly walked over. Meng Wuya let out a soft cry of surprise and looked at her. The next moment, he revealed an astonished expression. He discovered that the small figure was actually a 7- or 8-year-old little girl. She was very cute, but gave people a very strange feeling. After carefully thinking about it, he immediately understood why it was so strange. No expression. This little girl's face did not have the slightest change of expression, just like an ancient well. It was very strange. In front of the little girl, there was a multicolored butterfly fluttering. She walked up the stairs from the foot of the mountain, step by step, neither fast nor slow, as if she was chasing the multicolored butterfly, but also as if she did not want to miss it. She probably doesn't want to see you. Outside the inner hall, Shuiyu stopped and said with her head lowered. She didn't want to see him. Not that she didn't want to see him, but she didn't dare let him see her haggard appearance. As a woman, Shuiyu could understand her feelings. Women always wanted to show their best side in front of the man they liked. Yang Kai held her hand tightly. Thank you for your hard work. Tears once again poured out uncontrollably, as if the past few decades of longing and all the grievances she had suffered could disappear with this one sentence. Shuiyu shook her head. Ning Chong is the one who has suffered the most. You can talk to her, but don't force your way in. In. Yang Kai nodded, turned to face the door, raised his hand, and knocked gently, calling out, Is anyone home? There was no response from inside the room, but Yang Kai could clearly feel Xian Ning Chang's aura, but it was extremely weak, like a thin thread that could break at any time. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart ache, and at the same time, his murderous, intense sword. Xian Ning Chang's current state was undoubtedly related to the actions of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star on Tongxian Realm. All of them had to die. None of them should even think of escaping. If you're at home, please open the door. Yang Kai restrained his murderous intent, his voice still soft. There was still no response. Yang Kai continued. Ning Chong, I'm back, can you see me? Junior brother, I miss you very much. All these years I've been away, I often think of you. Now that I'm finally back, do you have a heart to shut me out? Yang Kai rambled on for a while. Shuiyu grabbed Yang Kai's arm and slowly shook her head. Xiaoning Chong was usually extremely gentle and obedient to Yang Kai, but when it came to her image in Yang Kai's eyes, she also had her own principles. Yang Kai sighed and shrugged. All right then, Ning Chong, you rest well. Junior brother, I'll go kill all those small fries and avenge you first before coming back to see you. Turning around, he winked at Shuiyu. Shuiyu understood and turned to leave with him. But after taking a few steps, they suddenly heard a loud noise from the room behind them. Shuiyu and Yang Kai glanced at each other and both paled. With a bang, the door was knocked open and Yang Kai rushed into the room and helped Xian Ning Chang up from the bed. His hand touched Xian Ning Chang's back, but now his little senior sister was much thinner. Although she wasn't completely skin and bones, he estimated she only weighed about 70 kilograms. With her height, 90 kilograms or even 100 kilograms was normal. Her thin flesh and bones pressed against Yang Kai's hand, piercing Yang Kai's heart. However, Kaiyan was not in the mood to pay attention to this, because at this moment, Xiaoning Chong was spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blanket on the bed had been dyed a deep red, and her body was shrouded in a faint black aura. At this moment, the black aura was like a living thing that was constantly churning. Not only that, some parts of her body had become extremely dark, as if someone had sprinkled ink on her body. This situation was exactly the same as when Yang Kai looked down at Tongxian Realm from high up in the sky. The only difference was that those ink spots before were all over the world, but now they were all on little senior sister's body. After counting, there were exactly 7 of them. Great Desolate Star, Territory, Netherworld Sect, you're courting death. Although Yang Kai didn't know why such a sudden change had occurred, It was obvious that there was some movement on Great Desolate Star's territory. He had just broken the array core of the Great Array, and now his little senior sister had been killed. There was definitely some kind of connection between them. The ink spots were slowly expanding, and although they weren't fast, a slight movement would affect the whole situation. Every time these ink spots expanded, they would devour Xianxia's vitality, making the black chi shrouding her body thicker. If these ink spots expanded to cover her whole body, Xianxia's fate would be sealed. Although he knew that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, having reached the second-order Origin King realm several dozen years ago, and having gone to a mysterious place, he was still the master of Purple Star. Although he was living under someone else's roof, his own strength was not bad. Now that they were facing a powerful enemy, every bit of strength he could offer was extremely precious. Whether it was Shuiyu, Xianxia, Meng Wuya, or the others, all of them had been polite to him over the past few years. Yang Kai's sudden display of strength naturally made him unhappy. Restraining his thoughts, Ziwuji said, "Great Desolate Star's territory has many people. As far as I know, there are several third-order Origin Kings, and now there are more than a dozen starships escorting them. With just a few of us, I'm afraid we'll be like sheep in a tiger's den." Chapter 31:53. What's more, they're already on the verge of fleeing, so why bother provoking them? This is what it means to not pursue a cornered enemy. I asked Brother Yang to reconsider. "Are you done?" Yang Kai looked at him. Ziwuji nodded. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him, and instead raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "Entangle them for me." "You!" Ziwuji was stunned, not having expected this person to be so stubborn as to not listen to persuasion. To a certain extent, Yang Kai's concerns weren't wrong. Although Nine Heaven's Holy Land had gathered a large number of masters, and many of them were of extremely high grade, compared to the lineup of the Grand Desolation Star Field, they were still somewhat lacking. If Yang Kai really chased after them, not only would he fail to kill the enemy, he would also be in danger of losing his own life. The best way to deal with this situation was to respond to all changes by simply allowing the people on Great Desolate Star to leave, giving them a chance to catch their breath. After all, 10 years was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, so there was no need to worry about not having a chance in the future. Ziwuji's efforts to persuade Yang Kai were simply playing the lute to a cow. However, Ziwuji couldn't help cursing in his heart. "Since you're so stubborn, I'd like to see who is willing to accompany you in your madness." But soon he was stunned, because as soon as Yang Kai gave the order, Li Rong and Han Fei both nodded and turned into two streaks of black light that shot straight up into the sky, followed by all the ancient demon clan members. Meng Wuya, an old demon, followed closely behind. Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air turned into two streaks of light, one purple and one blue, that entwined with each other. One figure after another rushed out without the slightest hesitation or doubt. In the blink of an eye, only the people from Purple Star and Sword Union remained in front of the hall. Have they gone crazy? Ziwuji's face was blank. Yang Kai's eyes turned back, pierced through the void, bent his knees, bowed, and shot out, disappearing in an instant. "Brother Z, let's also go help them," Gu Jianxian suddenly said. Ziwuji turned to look at him. "Brother Gu, have you also gone crazy?" Rushing forward now was tantamount to throwing away their lives. The others might have been fine, but the key was that Gu Jianxian had also made such a decision. Because of their circumstances, Yang Kai had developed a sense of appreciation for Gu Jianxian over the past few years, so he could not understand why Gu Jianxian would act so unwisely. Gu Jianxian smiled. "If you're not a mad demon, you won't survive." The quaint long sword in his arms trembled incessantly, making his blood boil. He couldn't wait to have a big fight and release the sword intent accumulated in his body. Sword cultivators specialized in the Tao of slaughter, and he had been holed up all these years. He felt that his heart of the sword had been worn down quite a bit. Although the current situation was not optimistic, it gave him an endless desire to fight. Regardless of whether he was wise or not, at this moment, he only needed a big battle to vent his anger. Gu Jian's heart and sword became one as he shot out like a bolt of lightning. The left and right sword attendants followed him without saying a word. Ziwu Ji's eyes twitched. No matter how thick his skin was, he was too embarrassed to remain here alone. So he could only call out to the Purple Star cultivator to rush forward while secretly making up his mind to only fish in troubled waters. If he found that the situation was not right, he would immediately flee. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left in front of the hall, and the entire Nine Heavens Holy Land fell silent. Little senior sister, thank you. Xianxia laughed loudly, his fists like dragons, a storm of fists bombarding downwards. The other masters on Great Desolate Stars territory seemed to have received some kind of order and quickly distanced themselves from their opponents. One of them even diving deep into the sword net created by Hu Jiao Air and the old demon to pull his companion out. Third Elder stood high up in the sky, his face filled with anger as a sinister grin appeared on his face. Behind him, the dozen or so starships lined up in a row, their crystal cannons flashing white light as they aimed directly at the Nine Heavens Holy Land cultivators. Escaping was just a pretense. Their biggest goal was to lure the snake out of its hole. And now, it seemed that this goal had been achieved. The well-prepared starships only needed a single round of fire to blast this group of Nine Heavens Holy Land cultivators to smithereens. Victory was in sight, but Third Elder's heart still palpitated slightly as he felt that something was wrong, making him extremely uneasy. His eyes swept across the crowd, but he did not see any strange faces worthy of attention. Who was it that broke the 8 Desolate Array core and killed the Vice Sectmaster? Oh no! Meng Wuya shouted in a low voice, his face turning pale. The dozen or so starships lined up in a row were like vicious beasts that would devour a person without spitting out the bones, giving off a strong sense of pressure. When the crystal cannons flashed, a great sense of crisis filled everyone's hearts. Chapter 3156. First, he met Su Yan by chance in the ancestral territory. Then he returned to Shadowed Star to quell the war, then went to Monster Star to help Shanqing Luo. Now, the connecting Xian continent had been settled. The people close to him were safe and sound, which was his greatest happiness. The rest could be dealt with slowly. Xianing Chong had been suffering for many years while maintaining the protection of Nine Heavens Holy Land. When Shui Yu and the others occasionally went out to harass the cultivator in Great Desolate Stars territory, she also had to take care of them, so she hadn't had any real rest for many years. Now that her troubles had been resolved and Yang Kai had returned, she snuggled up to Yang Kai and soon fell asleep. With her current cultivation, she no longer needed to rely on sleep to replenish her spiritual energy, but she still fell into the most ordinary of slumbers. Her expression was serene as she curled up beside Yang Kai. It was unknown what she was dreaming of, but she actually revealed a faint smile. Shui was lying on the other side of Yang Kai, the two quietly communicating with their divine senses, describing their experiences and lives over the years. A sweet fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, and although he had no lust for her, he couldn't help but kiss Shui Yu's red lips. Shui Yu stretched out her hand and blocked his lips, saying faintly, "If you don't solve Ning Chang's problem, don't even think about touching me." Although Tongxian realm had been pacified and the cultivator in Great Desolate Stars territory had been beheaded, the damage Xian Ning Chang had suffered could not be easily erased. Even though Yang Kai had used the immortal tree to restore her vitality and also destroyed the 8 desolate spirit lock array, as long as Tongxian realm was not restored, Xianing Chang would not be able to live in peace. Yang Kai scratched his head. "It will take decades or even 100 years. Can you afford to wait?" Shui Yu snorted. "I don't mind. I'm just afraid you can't afford to wait. You underestimate me too much." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He had been in the star boundary for many years, and if he hadn't encountered a fire with Zhu Qing, he would probably still be a virgin. He wasn't a gentleman. He would be tempted by beauty, but he wouldn't go out of his way to have sex. Shui Yu said, "You're also not allowed to touch Big Sis and a Luo." Yang Kai's face fell. "Why do you have to do this?" Sure enough, a woman's heart was the most poisonous. He had 4 women on his side. If he couldn't touch any of them, then what fun would there be in life? The path of martial arts was not only about the glory of cultivation. If Shui Yu and Su Yan Shanqing Luo colluded, they might be able to convince them. No, they would definitely be able to convince them. Shui Yu snuggled into Yang Kai's embrace and said in a tender voice, "Ning Chang is like this now. It's all my fault. As long as her problem isn't solved, I won't feel at ease. Husband, I beg you, please think of a way to help Ning Chang recover quickly." Yang Kai pinched her nose and said fiercely, "If you dare to say the word beg again, I'll do you right now." Shui Yu spat. Yang Kai reached out and lifted her chin. "Ning Chang won't blame you, so you don't need to blame yourself. If she was in your position, she would have made the same choice as you. Correspondingly, you won't blame her." "But, no buts," Yang Kai smiled slightly and rubbed his head. "But you really did give me a difficult problem." Solving Xianing Chang's problem wasn't so simple. But even if Shui Yu hadn't said so, he still had plans. A few decades or 100 years, whether it was him or Xianing Chang, was too long. He couldn't wait, and neither could Xianing Chang. "Husband, you don't have a way?" Shui Yu asked with a sad expression. "I was thinking." Yang Kai hesitated. "And I thought of something." He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so being placed here by Yang Kai to reclaim Water Moon Star was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After splitting up with Lu Sanyang and the others, it took him less than a month to complete the task. However, after reclaiming it, he still had to work hard. After all, he did not know whether Water Moon Star was important to Yang Kai. But things here were simply meaningless to him, so he would rather go sightseeing with Sanyang. The Origin Kings present here were all Yang Kai's subordinates when he was subduing Water Moon Star. These masters were originally from Water Moon Star or Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and over the years, they had been hiding and fighting against Netherworld's sect, but after being awed by Yang Kai's strength, they had all submitted to him. Chapter 31:57. The door to the hall was suddenly pushed open and a man stood up and shouted, "Who goes there?" They were discussing important matters here, so who dared to disturb them so presumptuously and barge in without notice? Looking up, a young man stepped in. At first glance, he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Just as he was feeling confused, though, a gust of wind blew past him, and Li Jiao greeted him in surprise. "Brother Yang." Lu Sen Yang, Ruan Bai Ting, He Yun Xiang, and the others also stood up and saluted. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Yang Kai. Over the past month, most of them had witnessed the shocking means of Li Jiao and the others. He Yun Xiang was only a third-order Origin King, and although she was strong, her strength was limited. As for the remaining 3, whether it was Li Jiao, Lu Sen Yang, or Ruan Bai Ting, their strength was unfathomable. In front of them, Origin Kings were like children that could be crushed at will. How could anyone who could receive such solemn treatment from these masters be ordinary? After taking a look, a few people let out a soft cry of surprise, revealing a look of surprise. They obviously recognized Yang Kai. In the past, Yang Kai had also come to Watermoon Star and met many people. Even after several dozen years had passed, this memory had not faded. Shui Yu's husband, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's son-in-law, and the master of Shadowed Star. Any one of these titles was enough to attract their attention, but now he actually recognized these masters. Moreover, looking at the attitude of these masters towards him, it seemed they were quite respectful and even grateful. Suddenly remembering Li Jiao's casual remark that the reason why they were here on Watermoon Star was because they had been entrusted by one person. Now, it seemed that this person was Yang Kai. For a moment, everyone couldn't help feeling excited. Brother Yang, I have lived up to your expectations. This cultivation star has been recovered, and all those miscellaneous fish have been cleaned up. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Thank you for your hard work. And I came here this time because I have something to ask of you. Li Jiao smiled and said, Brother Yang, if you have any instructions, just say it. There's no need for the word request. Yang Kai twisted his fingers. Lend me some money. Li Jiao was stunned. Lend me as many source crystals as you have. I'll return them to you when we reach the star boundary. Only then did Li Jiao confirm that he had not misheard and burst into laughter. He hurriedly took off his space ring, transferred the source crystals into another space ring, and handed it to Yang Kai, only these. Although he was the master of the Fire Dragon Palace, it was impossible for him to bring too many source crystals with him. After all, the Fire Dragon Palace also needed to develop, and the cultivation of the disciples required a large amount of source crystals. If he took away all the source crystals, the sect would not be able to operate. What's more, Fire Dragon Palace owed a huge sum of money to High Heaven Palace, and more than 90% of the source crystals in the palace had been used to pay off the debt. As such, he only had a few 100,000 high-rank source crystals in his space ring. The number of mid-rank and low-rank source crystals was slightly more, but it was not in line with his identity as a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. In short, he had been living a tight life for the past 2 years. I have some here. Lu Shenyang stepped forward and took out his own source crystals. Yang Kai did not mind and took them all. Ruan Baiting and He Yunxiang were helpless in this matter. In fact, Yang Kai had worked hard in the star boundary over the years and had accumulated an incalculable amount of source crystals, but most of them were left in High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai wanted him to arrange a spirit array to restore this cultivation star's Yuan Qi, so he was afraid that it wasn't for this cultivation star, but for that star master. Understanding, Li Jiao said, if we can obtain the help of the Star Master, then this matter is very promising. The Star Master was the master of this world, so even if the profound Heaven Spirit Array was rejected by this world, the Star Master could eliminate this rejection and allow the Spirit Array to operate. Then what kind of profound Heaven Spirit Array does Brother Yang want this Li to arrange? Naturally, it will be the best, Li Jiao said in surprise. The amount of materials required is not a small number. 108 profound Heaven Spirit Array, even the Fire Dragon Palace, might not be willing to arrange it, so it wasn't worth it for a cultivation star from the lower plane. Yang Kai resolutely said, at all costs. Saying so, he tossed the space ring in his hand to Li Jiao for him to inspect. Li Jiao probed it with his divine sense, and immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Inside, source crystals were piled up like mountains, simply too many to count, and all kinds of cultivation materials were dazzling. Even as a sect master, Li Jiao couldn't help but feel his blood boil. In comparison, the source crystals he had just lent to Yang Kai couldn't even be considered a fraction. After the shock was horror. Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace had been established not long ago and had no business, so it was impossible for him to earn so many source crystals. His only source of income was fighting and looting everywhere. These piles of source crystals and artifacts represented the enemies Xianxia had killed and the sects that had been flattened. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Fortunately, he had not fallen out with Xianxia back then. Otherwise, the Fire Dragon Palace would not have had a good ending. "Is this enough?" Xianxia asked. "If it's not enough, I still have another load on hand." It's enough," Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. "If so many materials were not enough, it would be unreasonable. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Li. If you need any help, just ask." Naturally, and I also need Brother Yang to tell the master of this star that this Li needs some cooperation from her. Good. Immediately, Li Jiao took out a few blank jade slips and used his divine sense to inscribe the various essences of the profound sky spirit array before handing them to Xianxia. Xianxia returned to Nine Heavens' Holy Land to inform Xianxia of this matter, while Li Jiao needed to fly around Tongxian Realm to carefully survey the situation there before deciding where to set up the spirit array. The profound sky spirit array was not a very mysterious spirit array in the star boundary, but it had many variations. With Xianxia's perception, it was naturally not difficult for her to comprehend its mysteries. Xianxia also accompanied her to comprehend it. After a few days, they were familiar with it. On this day, Xianxia suddenly sensed something and smiled. "That person is here." Saying so, she waved her hand gently. Li Jiao was wandering outside Nine Heavens' Holy Land, thinking about how to enter or call Xianxia to come out and pick him up when the thick fog in front of him suddenly split to the left and right, revealing a passage for him to enter. Li Jiao immediately stepped in. Inside the main hall, Xianxia was waiting. Seeing Li Jiao come in, he hurriedly asked, "Brother Li, how did your investigation go?" Li Jiao replied, "Although it took some time, it shouldn't be a problem." Xianxia was overjoyed. "That's good. I'll tell Brother Yang where to set up the spirit array. The preliminary preparations need to be done by Brother Yang in advance. When the spirit array foundation is refined, we can start setting it up directly." While speaking, Li Jiao took out a jade slip and stretched out his hand to touch it. After a flash of light, a projection of a round sphere was projected from a jade slip. This sphere was mostly occupied by yellow and blue and was not evenly distributed. At a glance, Xianxia recognized that it was a projection of the entire Tongxian realm. Yellow naturally represented the earth, while blue was the land filled with water. It seemed that Li Jiao had spent a lot of effort in the past few days. Not only had he run all over Tongxian realm, he had also painstakingly drawn such a map. Although he did not dare say it was 100% accurate, it was not far from the mark. After identifying the location, Xianxia pointed to a certain place and said, "Brother Yang, please take a look. This is where we are now." Xianxia nodded, recognizing that it was the location of Nine Heavens' Holy Land on Tongxian Realm. Chapter 3158. This place has the richest world energy and the most perfect world principles on the entire continent. It can be used as the profound sky spirit array core. Li Jiao waved his hand, and a red light spot immediately appeared on the projection of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, as if it had been marked by him. The people of Great Desolate Star had been running rampant on Tongxian Realm for several years now. So Nine Heavens' Holy Land was indeed the only place left unscathed. What's more, Xianxia was here, so it was the most suitable place to use as the spirit array core. Xianxia nodded slightly, indicating that he would remember this. Li Jiao waved his hand, and 8 small black spots immediately appeared on the projection of Tongxian Realm, matching the location of the 8 desolate spirit lock array that had been broken by Xianxia. Li Jiao said, "These 8 places suffered the most severe poison. If this Li's guess is correct, someone should have arranged a spirit array in these 8 places. If we want to restore the yuan qi of this star, these 8 places must be treated with great importance." Brother Li's words are reasonable. Li Jiao raised his hand again, and red spots appeared on the spherical projection one after another. This Li has been running around for a few days, and has investigated some places. In total, I have chosen 108 places to arrange the spirit array. Besides this spirit array core and these 8 places, there are 99 other places. No matter which one it is, Brother Yang needs to go there personally and bury enough source crystals in these places. When the spirit array is activated, these source crystals will be transformed into world energy by the spirit array to nourish this star. Wonderful! Yang Kai clapped his hands and praised. He had been studying the 108 desolate spirit array with Xianxia these past few days, so he had some understanding of its operation and layout. At this moment, after listening to Li Jiao's plan, he suddenly felt that it was very feasible. If Xianxia wanted to recover quickly, she had to rely on the transformation of Tongxian realm. Perhaps she could obtain a Star Master's reverse nourishment like Yang Kai did on Shadowed Star, pouring the power of the stars from the outer heavens into Tongxian realm. If that was the case, there would be no need for a profound sky spirit array. However, Xianxia's cultivation was not high enough, so it was impossible for her to achieve what Yang Kai had done. The Star Master's reverse nourishment was too far away for her. Yang Kai was able to easily achieve this because his own realm had far exceeded the limit of Shadowed Star's cultivation. If Brother Yang feels there is no problem, then this Li will do as he pleases. Thank you, Brother Li. Li Jiao gently nodded, pausing for a moment before continuing. There is one more thing this Li needs Sister Lu Yan's help with. Yang Kai's spirit lock. Li Jiao needed to refine a variety of spirit arrays, so Lu Yan would be able to help, lest you become bored and idle all day. The two of them immediately handed over the materials. Yang Kai took the source crystals and handed the remaining materials to Li Jiao to handle. These were the materials he would need to refine the heavenly profound spirit array's foundation. After dividing up the work properly, Yang Kai didn't stop and immediately found a suitable place in Nine Heaven's holy land, lifted his foot, and smiled, "Little senior sister, please lend me a hand." As soon as he finished speaking, the solid ground beneath his feet suddenly turned into quicksand, and he continued to fall without any resistance. Yang Kai didn't move at all. He didn't panic at all as he silently calculated his position. A moment later, he called out to stop. By then, he had already sunk 10,000 feet into the ground. He took out a large number of origin crystals and scattered them, filling the depths of the earth. This point in Nine Heaven's holy land would be the array core of the profound sky spirit array, so the demand for source crystals was particularly high. Although Yang Kai didn't count them, he left behind 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals before stopping. 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals was a huge fortune even in the star boundary, not to mention in the territory of the lower plane. The only thing circulating in the territory of the star boundary was crystal stones. Even the best crystal stones were worth less than a low-rank source crystal. If the world energy contained in these million source crystals was drawn out, it could instantly transform Nine Heaven's holy land into a paradise not inferior to a sect in the star boundary. After he finished arranging the array core, he immediately flew up and turned to another place. After a stick of incense worth of time, he compared the information in the jade slip in his hand and stopped at a location. This place was the periphery of a city. However, the city, which should have been noisy, was now deserted and dilapidated. Obviously, it had been abandoned. Yang Kai called out to Xianxia again and did the same thing, leaving a large number of source crystals here. In the following days, he ran around Tongxian realm, according to the instructions in the jade slip given to him by Li Jiao, making the preliminary preparations to arrange the array. In the desert, in the depths of the sea, in the jungle, on the plains, Yang Kai's busy figure was left everywhere. During the journey, he didn't let Xianxia intervene. Although Xianxia could teleport him anywhere in Tongxian realm with just a thought, doing so would consume some of her energy. Only when burying the source crystals did he ask Xianxia for a little help. Along the way, he consumed countless source crystals and used almost 90% of the ones he had accumulated. It wasn't that he wasn't rich, but this matter was related to Xianxia's future, so he wouldn't be stingy no matter how much he had. A few days later, after all 108 places were dealt with. Scratching his head, Yang Kai communicated with Xianxia, who had been paying attention to him, and jumped down to the ground. The ground parted, allowing him to pass through unimpeded. Soon, he arrived at the Earth's core. This was the place where Tong Xian Realm Source was born. It was also the place where Xianxia refined its source. It could be said to be the core of the entire Tong Xian realm. Hot magma flowed, as if it could burn everything. Yang Kai raised his hand and pulled out a huge source crystal lode from the sealed world bead and dropped it into the Earth's core, sinking into the magma. Yang Kai only had this one source crystal lode, which he obtained outside Maplewood City. Silently, the profound sky spirit pillar continued to descend, and when it reached a certain depth, it suddenly stopped and the ground reformed, binding the profound sky spirit pillar tightly. 333 meters, no more, no less. After Yang Kai checked and confirmed that there were no mistakes, he rushed to another place with Lu Yin following closely behind. The All-Heaven Profound Spirit Formation was set up using the 108 Profound Spirit Pillars as the base of the formation. The placement of each Profound Spirit Pillar and the depth of its placement were extremely particular. The slightest difference could lead to a difference of 1,000 li. Fortunately, Li Jiao was still relatively familiar with this formation. It seemed that the mythical Dragon Palace had once set up this formation. However, it was not 108, but 72 all-heaven profound spirit formations. Although the number was different, the foundation was the same, so there would be no mistakes in the information he provided. The profound sky spirit pillars were refined by him and Lu Yin together, so as long as they were arranged properly, they should be able to smoothly open the spirit array. After 2 months, Yang Kai returned to the places he had been before, burying the profound sky spirit pillars above the source crystals. It took Yang Kai 7 days to complete the 108 profound sky spirit pillars. After that, he and Lu Yin went back and forth, cross-checking and confirming that there were no mistakes before returning to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. An invisible aura spread out, as if an ancient beast had suddenly awakened. Yang Kai looked tired, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai changed his hand seals and threw the array plate high up into the air. A stream of light entered the array plate, and a loud shout rang out. "Open!" The array plate hummed. The 108 lanterns that had been flickering continuously were all extinguished at this moment, leaving not a single trace of light. But in the next moment, the extinguished lights were reignited. There was no distinction between front and back, and no distinction between each other. They had completely become one. 108 vibrations rippled out together, and from each Xinling pillar, 107 rays of light shot out in all directions, crossing the sky and weaving a giant net over the entire Tong Xian realm. At this moment, all the living beings on Tong Xian realm looked up. The crisscrossing rays of light were like meteors falling from the sky, converging to form a meteor shower that covered the entire world. This scene was shocking, but no one felt fear or hesitation. Instead, they felt an impulse to worship it. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk humming sounds constantly rang out, and each Xinling pillar was closely connected to the other 107. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk as if a key was inserted into a keyhole. The 108 profound heaven spirit array was instantly unlocked and began to display its shocking effects. The heavenly might was brilliant, clouds gathered, and principal strength circulated, beginning to repel this spirit array that was beyond this world's existence. Suddenly, a white and flawless jade hand flashed through the air. Wherever that jade hand passed, the heavenly might dissipated, and everything returned to normal. If Xianxia had not used the power of the Star Master to protect and interfere, this 108 profound heaven spirit array would not have been able to function properly. Li Jiao was right. Even those from the Emperor realm could not safely exist in this world. They had to seal their own cultivation. So how could this 108 profound heaven spirit array from the star boundary work? If it was a slightly lower level spirit array, it would have been fine, but this 108 profound heaven spirit array was an emperor-grade spirit array. It had long surpassed the limits of this world. Xianning Chang's flick of the wrist actually allowed this large array to exist. The moment the 108 profound heaven spirit array began to operate, not only the entire nine heavens holy land, but the entire world began to tremble. The net of light that covered the entire world gradually disappeared, but the 108 Xianling pillars were connected as one, and the spirit array began to operate. The source crystals buried under the Xianling pillars by Yang Kai finally began to work. With the Xianling pillars as a guide, countless source crystals turned into pure world energy at this moment, which was then absorbed by the Xianling pillars and integrated into the world energy. Such rich world energy. In nine heavens holy land, there was a burst of exclamations. Because at this moment, the world energy in the Holy Land seemed to have risen to a new high, and it had not reached its limit yet. It continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, nine heavens Holy Land was wrapped in a layer of world energy. It was so dense that one couldn't even see their 5 fingers. It was as if they were immersed in a sea of world energy. No one had ever felt such a rich world energy aura before. Nine heavens Holy Land, as the paradise of Tongxian realm, was naturally one of the best, but no matter what, there was always a fear of comparison. Because Tongxian realm's world energy had been exhausted in its early years, it had been unable to give birth to powerful cultivators. So even if nine heavens Holy Land was at its peak, it still couldn't compare to an ordinary spirit mountain on Shadowed Star or Watermoon Star. But now, the cultivation environment of nine heavens Holy Land was not much worse than an ordinary place on Shadowed Star or Watermoon Star, and it was constantly improving. In time, Tongxian Realm would definitely become a cultivation star like Shadowed Star or Watermoon Star. Such a situation occurred everywhere in Tongxian Realm. Every cultivator who survived the war cheered happily and ran off to tell others about it. The sun was shining high in the sky, but there were still drops of rain falling. The cheering cultivator seemed to be frozen in place as they looked up stupidly, reaching out to catch the raindrops and licking them with their tongues, shocked on the spot. Spirit rain. This rain was not ordinary rain. Each drop of rain was full of rich world energy. It could almost be said that it was condensed from pure world energy. When the spirit rain first appeared, it was just a drizzle, but soon it began to pour down, covering all parts of this world, not missing a single corner. In the withered wilderness, new green sprouts appeared, and on the dry earth, sharp horns sprouted from the grasses. At this moment, the sick cattle mooed and stood up again. The dying old man suddenly opened his eyes, which should have been turbid and dull, shining brightly. A group of descendants who were ready to cry were stunned. When the profound heaven spirit array was in operation, it not only brought an increase in world energy, but also an uncontrollable vitality. Yang Kai was still standing in the void, holding the 108 profound heaven spirit array's array plate in his hand. His divine sense spread out like a tide, investigating the situation in every corner. Seeing this situation, a satisfied look appeared on his face. This time, the problem of Tongxian realm was solved thanks to Li Jiao. He himself was not deeply involved in the Tao of spirit arrays and had never heard of a profound heaven spirit array. If not for Li Jiao's 2 months of hard work, this spirit array would not have been arranged. The effect today was beyond Yang Kai's expectations, and he could not help but feel grateful. The debt owed by Fire Dragon Palace to me was written off. Good or bad, I went through life and death with Li Jiao. These days, I was at his beck and call, so Yang Kai could not bring himself to ask for more debts. In any case, those debts were nothing to High Heaven Palace, so there was no need to make them tighten their belts. Secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai glanced around and immediately flew off in a certain direction. In front of the hall, two figures stood quietly. One was a national beauty, and the other was a beauty that could captivate all living things. Little senior sister, why did you come out? Yang Kai flashed to the side of the two women and held Xianxia's arm with one hand. He was extremely nervous. Why didn't you lie down? Instead, you ran out. Slow down, don't walk. It's raining outside. Just stay here. Shuiyu cast a sidelong glance at him and said, if I didn't know better, I would have thought that Ning Chong was pregnant. Xianxia's face turned red when she heard this. Yang Kai touched his chin and thought about it seriously. That's fine. Xianxia hurriedly changed the topic. I just came out to take a look. I suddenly felt a lot better. Although Xianxia had Yang Kai's help to stabilize her vitality and prevent it from being corroded, she was still weak and her face was still pale. But now, her face had regained some color. This was not only because she was embarrassed by Shuiyu's teasing, but also because of the effect of the formation. Although she was the Star Master and could grasp the situation of the entire stars with a single thought, most of the time, it was a habit to look with the naked eye. It was also a more intuitive experience. This formation is really good. Junior brother, thank that Mr. Li for me. Xianxia looked at the spirit rain pouring down. If Yang Kai was not standing here, she would have rushed in and danced in the rain to vent the joy in her heart. His figure suddenly came to a halt as an eager light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. If that was the case, it would mean that his idea was really correct. At that time, as long as he spent a little more time, he would be able to refine the star and become the master of the Hung Luo star field. Let's do it. Yang Kai took a deep breath and let out a roar, a strange sound coming from the depths of his soul as the shackles on his sealed cultivation were suddenly unlocked. First order, Tao Source Realm. Second order, Tao Source Realm. Third order, Tao Source Realm. The Emperor Realm. Safe and sound, there was no repulsive force from the world, nor was there any hostility. It was a success. Once Netherworld Sect's plan succeeded, Sword Union's young Union Master would have nowhere to hide and would die without a doubt. His thousand-year enmity had been avenged, but Jiang Shuesong didn't feel much joy because he had mistakenly underestimated the strength of Netherworld Sect. Although he was still the biggest leader of Abandoned Lair, the entire Abandoned Lair was basically controlled by Netherworld Sect. He was no longer worthy of his title. If Netherworld Sect really wanted to deal with him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape. Asking a tiger for its skin was the reason for his actions today. However, there was no benefit in dealing with an unbending greatsword cultivator, and it would only increase internal friction. That was why Netherworld Sect tolerated him, but this cooperation was no longer possible. Jiang Shuesong had long lost the capital to cooperate with them. Although he hadn't become their lackey yet, when Hung Luo Star Field completely fell, the first person Netherworld Sect would deal with would be him. Olding faintly smiled, coupled with his gloomy aura. This smile gave people a bone-chilling feeling. This old man can still trust the words of the chief. It's just that the events of the past few months have been bizarre. The chief is a local, so do you know who in this world has such heaven-defying methods? Jiang Shuesong raised his sword-like eyebrows and said in surprise, does Olding think that those who have lost contact with them are all doomed? Olding sighed. This old master doesn't want to think so, but I'm afraid it can't be wrong. If it was only one or two places that had lost contact, it could be explained as an accident, but in the past few months, there had been too many places where they had lost contact, so many that Olding was shocked. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that some hidden master in Hung Luo Star Field had come out of seclusion, This master was currently hunting down Great Desolate Star in Netherworld Sect. Xianxia was slightly shocked. If even Old Ing said so, then he was probably right. After pondering for a while, he said, "Back then, there was an old man in Star Territory who was known as the strongest in Star Territory. His strength was unfathomable." Who? Wu Dao. Who in Star Territory didn't know Wu Dao's name? When Jiang Shuesong was young, Wu Dao was already a third-order origin king. After so many years, Wu Dao's cultivation had probably improved, so it made sense if he was the one taking action. But it shouldn't be him. Jiang Shuesong slowly shook his head. "Why do you say so?" Olding asked. "Because he left the Star Territory several decades ago and went to a more mysterious world. The Star Boundary." Old Ying's eyes flashed with a look of yearning, but it was quickly extinguished. The Star Boundary? Jiang Shuesong looked at Old Ying in amazement. This was the first time he had heard this term, so he was quite curious. "Go on." Olding was too lazy to explain. Hung Luo Star Field didn't know about the existence of the Star Boundary, but Great Desolate Star Territory knew about it. That was because the Netherworld Sect's ancestral founder had gone to the Star Boundary and established a sect there, using the Great Divine Technique to send down a decree and some treasures. As the Vice Sect Master of Netherworld Sect, he was naturally not unfamiliar with the Star Boundary. The previous Sect Master, Yin Lusheng, had gone to the Star Boundary. The Star Boundary was a place that all cultivators yearned for, as it had more complete world principles and a higher martial Dao path. If it weren't for his old age, he would also want to go to the Star Boundary. Jiang Shuesong said, "Since it can't be Wu Dao, then I can't think of anyone else." While speaking, he frowned and hesitantly said, "It's also impossible for him." "Who?" "A junior called Yang Kai." The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, they turned into two streams of light and rushed out of the hall, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Amidst the rolling sea of blood, a fist suddenly punched out, shattering the sea of blood and causing the sword light to disappear. Yang Kai took a step forward and arrived outside the hall. He didn't give chase and instead just leaned against a pillar, watching with interest. Jiang Shuesong and Old Ing rushed out of the hall. Looking around, they were immediately stunned. They saw over a dozen pitch-black warships had appeared in the abandoned lair that they had thought to be impregnable. A great formation surrounded the entire abandoned lair. Figures flew down from the warships one after another, charging onto the meteors of various sizes as they pursued the cultivator in the abandoned lair. Since when? The abandoned lair was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was protected by a natural formation as well as the extremely terrifying star field storms. Only those who were familiar with the patterns would be able to find a safe passage in and out. Although the Netherworld sect was quite powerful, Olding knew that he would have to pay quite a price if he had to lead people to attack the abandoned lair. The reason why he could enter this place safely was because Jiang Shuesong had taken the initiative to contact him over a decade ago. However, at this moment, this seemingly safe place had been silently breached by someone. It was basically a nightmare. Powerful auras surged in from all directions, clearly telling Old Ing and Jiang Shuesong a cruel truth. Today was probably going to be a bad day. A small figure suddenly flew towards them. Jiang Shuesong's eyes focused as he saw that it was a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. Olding had obviously noticed her as well. With a cold expression, he waved the Blood Sea banner in his hand and pulled the little girl into it. Jiang Shuesong's figure suddenly retreated, quickly distancing himself from Olding. "What are you doing?" Olding looked at him angrily. "Quickly join hands with me and leave this place." This guy was simply crazy. Even at a time like this, he still wanted to distance himself from him. Did he really think that he could rely on a broken sword to kill his way out of this encirclement? Jiang Shuesong looked at him seriously and shook his head. "It's up to fate." Although he didn't see anything special about the little girl, when she approached him, the sword heart in his body actually sent out a strong warning. A voice shouted in his heart, "Go further, go further, go further." Are you crazy? Olding was furious. Right now, only you and I can. HM. Halfway through his words, he suddenly looked down at his Bloodsea banner and saw a red flame appear on it, rapidly spreading in all directions and burning wildly. The scorching aura caused Olding to shiver. He desperately poured his Saint Chi into the banner in an attempt to extinguish the flames. But no matter how hard he tried, the flames remained unmoved and instead continued to expand rapidly. Asterisk poo. Asterisk Olding coughed up a mouthful of blood. His artifact had been damaged, and he had also suffered a backlash. The small figure stepped out of the Bloodsea banner and gently tapped Old Ying's head with a white jade-like finger. Old Ying's entire body immediately went limp like a deflated balloon. Lu Yin picked up Old Ying and looked forward, but Jiang Xuesong had already become one with his sword and turned into a streak of sword light as he flew away. What the hell? What the hell was this little girl doing? Not only was she safe and sound after being taken into the Bloodsea banner by Old Ying, she had even managed to escape and destroy the Bloodsea banner while severely injuring Old Ying with a single finger. Such strength was beyond his imagination. No matter how powerful his sword heart was, he couldn't summon up the courage to fight, only a single thought filling his mind. Run. Run as far as possible. Don't run. A clear voice like the tinkling of spring water sounded in his ear. Jiang Xuesong turned his head to take a look and saw the little girl walking side by side with him in an unhurried manner. She was even carrying the dying Olding in her hand. The corners of his eyes twitched fiercely, and he almost had the urge to curse. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence as the sword light became even faster. I said. Lu Yin stretched out her small hand and grabbed the long sword. The sword light instantly went from extremely fast to extremely still as she angrily shouted, "Don't run." The incomparably sharp Origin King grade longsword that could split mountains and sever seas was held by her, unable to cause her the slightest harm. Wah! Jiang Xuesong coughed up a mouthful of blood, but this time, because of the impact, he turned his head to look at her, almost wondering if he was dreaming. A moment later, Lu Yin carried Old Ying in one hand and Jiang Xuesong in the other and returned to the hall, dropping the two of them on the ground. Old Ying's aura was weak and his injuries were not light. Although Jiang Xuesong's situation was better, he had lost all will to fight and his eyes were dim, as if covered by a shadow. Yang Kai crossed his arms and leaned against a pillar, smiling slightly upon seeing this. "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Yin pursed her lips, as if blaming Yang Kai for being so polite to her, venting her anger by kicking Jiang Xuesong. Jiang Xuesong didn't say a word, not daring to say anything despite his anger. Yang Kai squatted down and stared at Old Ying. "Where's your Netherworld sect master now?" Old Ying looked up at him and said in a trembling voice, "I don't know." "How can you not know?" Yang Kai frowned and said fiercely, "Old thing, don't lie to me. Your cultivation is not bad, so you should be an elder. How can you not know where your sect master is?" Old Ying said with a sad face, "I really don't know. He might be in the Galaxy Ridge." "Might be." Yang Kai frowned and said with a fierce face, "Is he there or not?" Old Ying said in a trembling voice, "This old one can't be sure." "Trash!" Yang Kai scolded, grabbing his clothes and throwing him out. Old Ying screamed and flew 100 zhang away before exploding in the air. The Netherworld sect was the main culprit for the invasion of the Great Desolate Stars territory, and the sect master of the Netherworld sect was the main culprit. Yang Kai naturally wanted to settle the score with him, but he couldn't find him here. However, it didn't matter. This was the first battle of the Hung Luo Star Field's counterattack. As long as the Netherworld sect master was still in the Hung Luo Star Field, he would be found sooner or later. Chapter 3163. Half a day later, the noise gradually subsided. The abandoned lair was in ruins, and corpses were piled up like mountains. This sinful land that had existed for tens of thousands of years was finally cleaned up today. Deafening cheers resounded through the clouds. Everyone was venting the joy in their hearts. Since the invasion of the territory of the Great Desolate Star, this was the first large-scale victory in more than 10 years, and it was a crushing victory. Although they only destroyed the abandoned lair, which was far from killing all the cultivators in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, today's battle was like a spark that illuminated the territory of the Great Desolate Star. This spark could also start a prairie fire. I'll leave the rest to you. Xianxia smiled at the people around him and floated away alone. This time, he didn't even take Lu Yin with him. The Dharmakaya, Lu Yin, Ruan Baiting, and Su Yin were all beyond the limits of the territory of the star. In addition, there were many strong people in the territory of the star. Such a lineup was enough to easily solve the problem of the star territory. It only took time. Xianxia didn't need to stay. He had more important things to do. Where is he going? Ruan Baiting looked at Lu Yin, who was unhappy, and asked. To refine the territory of the star. Everyone was shocked. Could the territory of the star be refined? They had only heard of someone refining a cultivation star and becoming a star lord. They never knew that even the territory of the star could be refined. If the refining was successful, how amazing would it be? Could it be that he could become the master of the entire star territory? No one dared to imagine what kind of changes Xianxia's trip would bring to the territory of the star, and no one dared to imagine how powerful Xianxia was now. In the Wugan star field, Xianxia went with the flow, without a specific goal or a fixed direction. He left the abandoned lair and flew away, constantly urging his power and leaving his aura along the way. The previous experiment proved that the idea in his mind was feasible. In this case, he would go all out. Although it was a little troublesome and took a little longer, it was still a path. Perhaps he could find a more effective method in the process of refining. 10 days later, the star field around abandoned lair was refined by Xianxia. At the same time, the star field and the corresponding position of the star in his sea of consciousness changed color, seemingly becoming brighter. Although this brightening range was only a drop in the ocean compared to the entire star, it was still a good start. After successfully refining this star field, Xianxia immediately set his sights on the next star field. Day after day, the cycle repeated. Not only did Xianxia not feel bored, he even immersed himself in it. As the star field of various sizes was refined, and as the star in his sea of consciousness was lit up one by one, he vaguely felt that he had gained a weak connection with the entire territory of the star. With a thought, all the refined positions were within his grasp. If he had such a connection in the ancestral territory, he believed that he would not need to rely on the star to accurately locate the Hung Luo star field. The territory of the star was vast and boundless, nurturing hundreds of millions of creatures. There were places of death, but there were also places where vitality flourished. During the refining process, Xianxia seemed to be able to experience everything, giving him all kinds of different feelings. 1 month, 2 months, half a year, 1 year, 2 years. Xianxia was like a leaf of duckweed, wandering in the territory of the star. And as large pieces of the star field were refined by him, the area lit up in the star also became larger and larger, and the refining speed also became correspondingly faster. In other words, he had come to this place precisely for this source that was still in the process of being born. If his grand plan succeeded, there would be no possibility of backlash. But if it failed with his current strength, he was not afraid of such a small backlash. Reaching out to touch the source, Xianxia found that the source seemed to have a trace of its own consciousness and wanted to avoid him. But in the end, it was still an inanimate object, so it could only react slightly. Xianxia smiled lightly. Follow me, and you will have endless benefits. Regardless of whether it could understand the meaning behind it, he grabbed the source energy and activated the star refining art, refining it in a short while. In his knowledge sea, on the star chart, the light dot that symbolized this cultivation star suddenly flickered and became incomparably bright. However, it quickly returned to its original appearance, only becoming slightly brighter than before. Xianxia observed the star, determined the location of his next target, and soared up. Fire Cloud Star. Looking down from the sky, the stars were brightly lit, and the major cities were peaceful. The common people lived and worked in peace, and the cultivator flowed endlessly. The invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory did not seem to have much impact on Fire Cloud Star. It still maintained its previous state, bustling with activity everywhere. It was not that the cultivator of Fire Cloud Star was very powerful. Although the overall strength of this star was good, it was still a bit worse than Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. The only reason it could remain intact was that it had a star master. It was different from Tong Xian Realm. Although Xianxia was also there, Tong Xian Realm's foundation was weak and couldn't withstand too much trouble. Even the star master couldn't cook without rice, which was why the people of Netherworld's sect broke in and set up the 8 Desolate Spirit Lock array. Fire Cloud Star was much stronger than Tong Xian Realm, and with the help of the Star Master, the Netherworld sect had to pay a certain price if they wanted to invade. This was why Fire Cloud Star had been spared from war for more than a decade. Existences like Fire Cloud Star were not unique in the entire star territory, and there were at least 5 or 6 such existences. The original plan of the Netherworld sect and Great Desolate Stars territory was to first deal with the other cultivation stars that were easy to break through before dealing with these stars with Star Masters. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes, and Xianxia's return ultimately caused them to fail. Which friend has graced us with his presence? This Chi who has failed to greet you, but I hope this honored guest will come and have a chat. A majestic voice suddenly rang out from between the heavens and earth, and the entire Fire Cloud Star seemed to fall silent at this moment. Everyone raised their heads, and many knelt on the ground, praying devoutly as they chanted, "May Master Chi Huo live for 10,000 years." This voice sounded like thunder in Xianxia's ears, as if the god of thunder was striking a lightning rod in his ears. The world principles seemed to reject this voice, and if an ordinary third-order origin king encountered such a situation, they would likely suffer some internal injuries, but Xianxia just picked his ear with his little finger and grinned before turning his gaze toward a certain direction, his eyes flashing like lightning. "Is this a show of strength?" Smiling lightly, Xianxia responded, "Sure." Leaping up, he turned into a stream of light and flew off. 3,000 kilometers across the Flame Mountain Range, magma tumbled and flowed. Numerous large and small volcanoes spewed out black smoke like giant dragons swaying in the 9 heavens. The air was scorching hot, and if one's cultivation was slightly weaker, they would not even be able to get close to this place. Chihua's Flame Palace was built on one of the largest volcanoes. The palace was majestic and grand, crimson in color. At first glance, the entire palace seemed to be made of magma. At a glance, one could tell that its owner had a fiery temper. A moment ago, inside the Flame Palace, the sound of music and dancing filled the air as Fire Cloud Star's Star Master Chihua entertained the various masters of Fire Cloud Star. Because today was Chihua's wedding day, as people who made a living on Fire Cloud Star, they naturally had to come and congratulate him. On Fire Cloud Star, there was nothing more important than a Star Master's wedding, so whether they were willing or not, they all rushed to the Flame Mountain Range. The Great Desolate Star and the Netherworld sect have lost in the past 2 years. The cultivator in our territory has been winning and killing countless enemies, but the war is not over yet. If Brother Chi is willing, you can help them. I believe that with the help of the Fire Cloud Star, the war will end soon. Chiwa grinned. "Why don't you help them?" Xianxia said, I have something more important to do, which is why I came here today. Then I'd like to know what's more important. Yang Kai said solemnly. Brother Qi, please lend me something. Lend what? Qihua asked in a deep voice. It was ridiculous. The guests here had all given him gifts, but he didn't have any, and now he wanted to borrow something. Chihua's heart was filled with killing intent. If Yang Kai dared to say something that displeased him, he would definitely attack. This star's origin. Yang Kai pointed at the ground under his feet. Chihua's red hair and robe fluttered. Outrageous, Yang Kai said. You have to lend me the origin of the stars even if you don't want to. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Chihua. Presumptuous. Chihua was furious. With a thought, the power of heaven and earth trembled. An invisible pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone present to hold their breaths. It was as though a huge mountain was pressing on their chests. Yang Kai, who bore the brunt of the pressure, suddenly appeared. His body was slightly bent, as if he would be pressed down at any time. This was the power of a Star Lord. Above the stars, he could dominate everything. With a thought, he could kill his enemies. Many guests cheered and clapped their hands. Chihua's expression was extremely solemn. He wasn't happy, but was shocked. Yang Kai's performance was beyond his expectations. This brat wasn't pressed down. Sure enough, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. With a thought, the pressure increased. Yang Kai groaned, and the floor under his feet cracked. He sneered, You have the power of the stars. Do you think I don't? In the distant star field, one of the stars flickered and a beam of light shot out, crossing hundreds of millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye and landing on Yang Kai, causing his body to glow so brightly that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Although this place was not Shadowed Star and did not belong to Yang Kai, it was still within the territory of the same star. So Yang Kai could naturally draw the power of Shadowed Star to resist the world principles of Fire Cloud Star. In an instant, the pressure on Yang Kai lightened. However, this was not the end of it. Inside the territory of Endless Star, a vast expanse of star field also gathered its power and resonated with Yang Kai, becoming the source of his strength. This vast expanse of star field was what Yang Kai had spent 2 years refining. Although the power gathered in this vast star field was not as pure as the power of the stars on Shadowed Star, it was much greater in quantity and could naturally cause unimaginable changes. Break for me, Yang Kai shouted. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the sound of something shattering rang out. Yang Kai's hunched figure suddenly straightened up like a javelin. A look of disbelief flashed across Chihua's eyes as he stood up from his chair. Before he could think of anything else, a figure had already appeared in front of him. A large hand that was like an iron hoop grabbed him by the neck. The strength that came from the hand was so strong that he couldn't even summon any will to resist. An invisible, shackling force enveloped his entire body, severing his connection with Fire Cloud Planet in an instant. Not only that, but even the star source he had refined within his body was suppressed. Chihua's eyes trembled violently. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Who was this person? Asterisk ding, ding, dang, dang. Asterisk the sound of wine glasses shattering rang out as a group of guests stared at this scene dumbfoundedly, as if they were in a dream, their eyes filled with shock. Star Master Chihua had actually been lifted up by a little brat with one hand, and from beginning to end, Chihua had not even had time to react. The confrontation between the two had happened in an instant, so fast that it was dazzling. Many people did not even understand what was going on before the outcome was decided. This scene could only mean one thing. One person's strength was far greater than the others, resulting in such an instant kill. But Chihua was already a Star Master and a Third Order Origin King, so who could surpass him by so much? Their minds were not enough to comprehend this scene. This scene was bound to be the most shocking moment in their lives. Ah! Chui Mengyuan cried out, her eyes glazed over. The surprise had come so quickly that she had not even had time to prepare. Chapter 3166. You, who the hell are you? Chi was squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. He was tall and sturdy, a full head taller than Yang Kai. But at this moment, he was being held in Yang Kai's hand like a helpless chicken. Anyone who saw him would feel a strong sense of conflict. Does my name mean anything to you? Yang Kai sneered, ignoring him as he silently circulated his star refining art. Chi was suddenly understood. He had asked for this boy's name before, but had not received an answer, so he thought this boy was just being arrogant, but now it seemed he simply disdained to answer. Suddenly, an unbearable pain spread throughout his body, and Chihua trembled violently as his eyes bulged. Obviously feeling something, he cried out in horror, "Don't! Come out!" Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against Chihua's dantian, his 5 fingers forming a claw as he pulled. A mass of crimson light was immediately sucked out, and Yang Kai tossed Chihua away before lowering his head to stare at the crimson light in his hand and nodding with satisfaction. On the other side, Chihua got up awkwardly, his face pale as his Yuan Chi was severely injured. Yang Kai did not hurt him, but his star source had been forcibly taken away. So how could he remain unscathed? Looking up, Chihua's eyes filled with grief. How could his star source be so easily snatched away by someone else? Chihua had risked his life for many years to refine this source, and it was with this source that he was able to become the Star Master and unify Fire Cloud Star. Without this source, he was just an ordinary third-order origin king, slightly worse than an ordinary third order. After all, his connection to his source had been severed and he had suffered some internal injuries. Seeing this, many guests could not help feeling a sense of pity, a chill enveloping their bodies as they froze in place, not daring to move. Fire Cloud Star Master had not been able to withstand a single blow from this young man. Not only had he been instantly subdued, even his source had been forcibly taken away. So how could they dare to oppose Yang Kai? His eyes were filled with awe and shock. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai opened his mouth and stuffed the crimson light into it. In an instant, his skin turned blood red, as if it was being burned by flames. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. His chi sank into dantian as he activated the star refining art to suppress and refine it. However, he soon discovered a bad situation. The shadowed star source in Yang Kai's body seemed to be in conflict with the Fire Cloud star source. The two seemed to be innately hostile, with the shadowed star source producing an unimaginable resistance to the Fire Cloud star source. This was rather surprising. Yang Kai had refined the star sources of several stars before coming here, but the star sources of those stars were still very weak, so he didn't feel anything. It was only now that he had a reaction. The laws of heaven and earth of every cultivation star were different. Since there were differences, it was natural that they could not coexist. Yang Kai quickly understood this, but he didn't panic and continued to circulate the star refining art. In his next plan, he didn't just need to refine a single star source, but also all the star territory star sources. If he couldn't even overcome this small obstacle, how could he carry out his plan? Dividing his attention, Yang Kai comforted the shadowed star source while harmonizing and refining the Fire Cloud star source. The characteristics that appeared on the surface of his body were that his left and right sides were blooming with different lights that attacked each other. The power of the star force rampaged, causing the flame palace to collapse in an instant. The majestic palace turned into ruins, and many guests fled in all directions. Now that he was under someone else's roof, how could he not lower his head? Even if he had hatred in his heart, he didn't dare to think about taking revenge. In his peak condition, he couldn't even withstand one move from the other, let alone now. Yang Kai looked at Chihua with a meaningful look, making him shiver. He was afraid that Yang Kai would kill him. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't have that intention. He looked around and said, "I need your help with something." The old man with the goatee who had looked down on Yang Kai before quickly said, "Master, just tell us what you need." "This old man will do it for you, Master." Not bad, not bad. Please tell us, Master." Yang Kai said, Chihua has sealed this star. I'm afraid you don't know what has happened in the past few years in this star's territory, right? The old man with the goatee hesitated and said, What does master mean? The territory of the great desolate star invaded more than 10 years ago. They stole our cultivation stars and killed our cultivator in the territory of our star. They have wild ambitions. Unforgivable. The group of people were shocked. Although they had heard Kai Yang mention this before, no one had taken it seriously. Now that they heard it again, they had no choice but to treat it seriously. There was another star's territory, and they had invaded? This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. Fortunately, the situation is not so bad now. The cultivator in our star's territory is fighting back. This young master wants you to go and support him. Kill all the cultivators in the territory of the great desolate star. The old man with the goatee said, I don't know. Where should we go? They had never even heard of the great desolate star's territory, so they naturally didn't know where to go. Go and find out for yourself. Yang Kai had been alone for 2 years. He didn't know where the war had spread, but as long as he had the heart, he wouldn't be afraid that he couldn't find out. Fire Cloud Star was sealed by Chihua, but because of this, its strength was relatively intact. If they could go and help, it would be a good help. Yes, 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 the old man with the goatee responded repeatedly, lamenting that such a master was really temperamental. Don't waste time. Let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept out. Like swatting flies, the group of origin kings lost their footing and were all blown away. In an instant, he was the only one left in the ruins of the Flame Palace. He found a place and sat down cross-legged. Immersing his divine sense in his knowledge sea, he observed the star. At a certain location, several light spots were flashing. They were the corresponding light spots of the cultivation stars he had refined recently. The brightest one among them was Fire Cloud Star. These light spots weren't random. If they were connected to each other with lines, they could outline an irregular polygon on the star. Yang Kai's mind flickered. Tens of millions of kilometers away, he urged the source strength of these stars. Suddenly, the invisible irregular polygon on the star started from the edges and spread towards the center. Wherever the light passed, the star field was infected by the aura of these stars and was then slowly refined by Yang Kai. Yang Kai clearly felt that the star field had his own aura. Overjoyed, he knew that his previous guess was not wrong and immediately continued his efforts. In just 3 days, Yang Kai had finished refining the star. Looking at it again, the irregular polygon outlined by several light spots on the star field was already connected to his mind. Such an irregular polygon might be insignificant on the star, but the corresponding star field was extremely vast. If Yang Kai had used the previous method to refine it, it would have taken him at least half a year. But now, using this method to refine, it only took Yang Kai a month. One snowflake, 2 snowflakes, 3 snowflakes. This was the case inside the Great Desolate Star and outside the Great Desolate Star as well. The dense snowflakes wrapped around the Great Desolate Star layer upon layer, as if a naughty child had sewn a snowflake coat onto the Great Desolate Star, making it pure white and flawless. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk, a shattering sound came as the huge Great Desolate Star suddenly broke apart into pieces of ice. Even the cultivator inside the Great Desolate Star was not spared. Under the influence of inertia, the Great Desolate Star continued to drift forward, forever drifting in the endless void. Several streaks of light flashed by, chasing one another through the starry sky territory. The first 3 streaks of light all had profound auras and were at least first-order origin kings, with a leader being a third-order origin king. The last streak of light had a completely restrained aura, making it impossible to see any trace of cultivation. On top of that, the figure of this streak of light was that of a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. However, the three people flying in front of him didn't even dare to turn their heads back, fearing that they would see something terrifying. They only focused on running for their lives. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 10 full days, the three fleeing Origin Kings were a little exhausted. Although their cultivations were not bad, running for such a long time had consumed a lot of their strength. If they had not taken pills to supplement their energy, they would have already died from exhaustion. We should be able to escape, right? The three of them thought so at the same time. Looking back, the three of them suddenly felt their souls leave their bodies. That small figure was like a maggot following behind them, not far away. Her delicate face was expressionless, and her clear black and white eyes were clear and deep, reflecting their fearful faces. What was even more despairing was that after running for such a long time, she did not react at all, her face not turning red, her heart not skipping a beat, just as indifferent as when they first met. Monster! This little girl is simply a monster. Let's kill her. The leader made a prompt decision, turned around, and sent out a palm strike towards Lu Yan. The remaining two also knew that running away was useless, so they immediately cooperated with each other. In an instant, an irresistible force flooded the small figure like a rolling torrent. Did we kill her? The three of them rejoiced in their hearts, but after seeing clearly, this joy immediately turned into deep despair. So boring. A childish voice rang out, seemingly tired of playing some kind of game. Lu Yan raised her hand slightly. A great sense of crisis enveloped the three of them, causing them to go stiff and unable to move. A cluster of flames burned, leaving a red trail in the eyes of the three, the last thing they saw before they died. In the starfield, Li Jiao's family was happy and harmonious. Although Yang Kai had assigned them an extremely boring task, and they had even been stationed here for 7 or 8 years, neither Li Jiao nor Lu Sanyang felt bored. Li Jiao even found a huge meteorite from somewhere and placed it in the star field, building a simple stone house on the meteorite for the family of 3 to live in. Thousands of miles behind the meteorite was a deep and chaotic void tunnel. This was the tunnel that the Great Desolate Star Territory first used to invade the Hung Luo star field. The people from the Great Desolate Star Territory used this tunnel to arrive in this world. Li Jiao had been stationed here for 7 or 8 years, killing countless cultivators from the Great Desolate Star Territory. These people probably heard that the cultivator of the Hung Luo star field was easy to bully, so they all came here from the other side of the star territory. Unfortunately, before they could obtain any benefits, they were sent to meet the King of Hell by Li Jiao. Not only did they kill the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory, but more of them were the cultivator who wanted to escape back to the Great Desolate Star Territory. In the past few years, the Hung Luo star field fought back vigorously, working together as one, and with the help of several extremely powerful helpers, the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory was not their opponent at all. The cultivation stars that they had previously stolen were all taken back, and all of them fled for their lives like stray dogs. Many people wanted to escape back, but with Li Jiao guarding this place, who could escape? If one came, he would kill one. If 2 came, he would kill a pair. Li Jiao was like a millstone, lying in front of this void tunnel. No matter who entered or left, they were all crushed in a meat paste by him, and not a single one was lucky enough to survive. Since the return of Yang Kai, the unstable situation in the star territory stabilized in a mere 7 or 8 years. The invaders were basically all killed, and even if there were some fish that escaped the net, they would not be able to cause any more trouble. Chapter 3168. On this day, Li Jiao had just finished dealing with a group of cultivators who wanted to escape back to the territory of the Great Desolate Star and return to the meteorite. Lu Sanyang greeted him with a smile. After all these years of getting along, there was no longer any estrangement between the two. Li Jiao even regarded Lu Yuqin as his own daughter, which moved Lu Sanyang greatly. She even had the thought of staying here with Li Jiao for the rest of her life. But she also knew that this was just her wishful thinking. Li Jiao and Yang Kai would definitely return to the Star Boundary, and at that time, she would also take her daughter and Li Jiao to the Fire Dragon Palace. Because of this, she cherished the good times in front of her even more. "Are you tired?" Lu Xianyang asked softly. Li Jiao said proudly, "Just a group of clowns." Although he had sealed his cultivation, he still had the foundation of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Killing a group of ants below the Origin King realm was simply overkill. He guessed that the reason why Yang Kai asked him to guard this place was mainly to give him time and opportunity to get along with Lu Xianyang. Reaching out, he wrapped his arms around Lu Xianyang's soft waist and gently kissed her forehead. Lu Xianyang blushed and said angrily, "Yu Qin is here." Before her voice fell, Liu Yuqin suddenly rushed out of the stone house and covered her eyes with both hands. She turned into a stream of light and flew away, her voice drifting over. "I'm going out for a walk. It's so boring here." This girl. How could Lu Xianyang not know what her daughter was thinking? Li Jiao said, "She's not here anymore." Saying so, he bent down and picked up Lu Xianyang by the waist and strode toward the stone house. Lu Xianyang's heart skipped a beat. She snuggled into his broad chest, and her whole body softened. Li Jiao's big strides suddenly stopped. The smile on his face froze as he suddenly looked up at the void corridor thousands of kilometers away. In that instant, he actually felt a sense of danger. He instinctively felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. After all, with his cultivation, what could make him feel threatened in the territory of this lower plane? To put it bluntly, in this territory, except for Yang Kai, no one could possibly be his opponent. Yes, he also wanted to get rid of Lu Yan. The void corridor didn't seem to have changed, but it seemed to have become even deeper. The darkness suddenly expanded in Li Jiao's field of vision, spreading in all directions at a terrifying speed. Large swaths of the star field were swallowed by the darkness, disappearing without a trace. The void corridor expanded at this moment. Not good. Li Jiao turned pale with fright and turned to look in the direction that Liu Yuqin had left. He saw that not far away, Liu Yuqin seemed to have been scared silly. She stood there in a daze, absent-mindedly looking at the darkness that was expanding towards her. Without thinking too much, Li Jiao carried Lu Xianyang with one hand and rushed towards Liu Yuqin. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Liu Yuqin. He grabbed Liu Yuqin's hand and shouted in a low voice, "Let's go." His figure flashed like lightning as he fled at an extremely fast speed. Although he didn't know what had happened here, this wasn't something he could deal with. He had to tell Yang Kai as soon as possible. Suddenly, Li Jiao's hair stood on end. He felt as if someone was spying on him, a pair of invisible eyes observing his every move. A soft sound of surprise sounded in his ears. It was as if it was just an illusion. But in the next moment, Li Jiao felt a huge binding force wrap around him, causing his fleeing figure to stop abruptly. "Don't leave my side." At this critical moment, Li Jiao shouted to Lu Xianyang and her mother, his Emperor Qi wrapping around the two women. Many of the medicinal effects were hidden in his flesh and blood. This 20-zhang-long body was undoubtedly the result of the effects of the hidden medicinal effects in these years. He lightly exhaled, and two streams of white smoke rolled out from his nostrils. Almost all of his cultivation burst out at this moment, and he didn't hold back anymore. The void trembled and collapsed. Such strength had already exceeded the limit of this world. Even if he didn't make a move, just by standing here, he could make this world tremble uneasily. Around him, the void was like the surface of a lake. Layers of ripples undulated, constantly fluctuating between collapse and repair. A great hostility shrouded him. That was the will of this territory. In the empty star field, arcs of lightning inexplicably flashed. In a short instant, the land within 1,000 kilometers turned into a pool of lightning. Arcs of lightning leaped and merged into one, quickly turning into thick bolts of lightning that bombarded him from all directions. Xianxia laughed loudly, as if he had gone mad. But he didn't deliberately resist, allowing these bolts of lightning to fall on his body as he focused on suppressing the origin of the myriad stars in his body. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the light of the star field flickered as the bolts of lightning bombarded his body, quickly causing his dragon scales to crack and his body to be charred. The will and exclusion of this territory was really not easy to bear. Even if he had the strength to reach the heavens, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. However, he already had an extremely powerful recovery ability, and now that he had a half-dragon body, even if there were some injuries, he could quickly recover. Thunder burst out, and after an hour of bombardment, Xianxia's body grew taller and taller. On his 20-meter-tall half-dragon body, the origin of the myriad stars was still clashing with each other. Light burst out from his pores as different principal powers tangled and collided with each other. Suddenly, the power of the thunder weakened greatly, and the surrounding arcs of lightning also decreased. Xianxia's eyes flashed as he coldly snorted. If he didn't have the origin of the myriad stars, if he didn't have the previous 10 years of hard work, he would never have dared to release all his strength like this, because the only result of doing so would be to be pushed out of this world, or to be reduced to ashes. But because he had suppressed the origin of the stars, and because of his many years of hard work, his aura had long since infected the entire territory. Even if the worlds will sense his actions at this moment and rejected him, he still had the ability to resist. The only thing the heavens and earth could do was to make him suffer a little more, so that he would know the difficulties and retreat. How could Xianxia retreat? He had worked hard for many years just to refine this territory, and now that the results were at his fingertips, how could he be willing to give up? At this moment, Xianxia felt the thick malice of this world. The reason why this shocking void beast appeared here and seemed to be coming for him was definitely because of the guidance of this world. The weakening of the power of the Thunder Pool was only to prepare for a more powerful killing move. As the saying goes, the world is heartless and treats all living things like dogs. It was truly vicious. If it were any other time, Xianxia would not have minded fighting this shocking Void Beast King, perhaps even killing it and taking its monster core. The monster core of a shocking Void Beast King was extremely beneficial to his cultivation of the Tao of Space, but today he had more important things to do, so he could only let it go for now. With a clap and pull of his hands, a huge crescent blade suddenly formed. With his current height of 60 meters, how could the crescent blade he condensed be small? If he really slashed out, even this shocking Void Beast King would not be able to ignore it. Chapter 3170. With the moon blade in hand, Xianxia did not release it. At the same time, the shocking Void Beast King had already arrived in front of him. Apparently sensing something, the shocking Void Beast King's figure suddenly paused. It was difficult to imagine how it could freely control its huge body. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, it only took an instant. Then, the two eyes on its head looked down, focusing on the place where Xianxia was standing. Humph! Xianxia snorted, the aura of the moon blade in his hand becoming more and more dangerous. The shocking Void Beast King's mouth suddenly closed, as if it had just noticed him, its eyes flashing with a human-like light. Xianxia raised his chin towards it, taking a stance of not retreating, his monstrous aura almost tangible. Two figures, one big and one small, faced each other in this strange star field. After a dozen breaths of time, the shocking Void Beast King suddenly leapt over Xianxia's head, its huge figure like plunging into an invisible lake, melting into the void and quickly disappearing. leaving behind a huge void corridor that was slowly closing up. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief, dispersing the space divine technique. Just as the shocking Void Beast King had discovered that he was not to be trifled with, he had also discovered that this guy was difficult to deal with. At the critical moment of refining the territory of this star, how could he be willing to complicate things? The shocking Void Beast King retreating like this was the best result. Otherwise, if they fought, not to mention whether or not he could kill the shocking Void Beast King, refining the territory of this star would most likely fail. What other moves do you have? Use them all, Xianxia laughed, placing one hand on his waist and pointing to the heavens and earth. The hostility that had been shrouding the surroundings slowly faded, and at the same time, Xianxia discovered that the conflict between the star sources of the myriad stars in his body had eased a lot. This discovery made him overjoyed. It seemed that, after everything that had happened just now, the will of this star field was showing signs of compromising and acknowledging him. This was for the best. Xianxia was also a tactful person, so he naturally could not do anything to provoke the will of heaven and earth. He didn't hesitate any longer, and he immediately closed his eyes and started to refine the quintessence of the stars. Time passed slowly, and Xianxia's body shrank day by day. However, the light emitted from his skin became less and less. This was clearly a sign that the refining process was progressing well. Until a certain moment, when the last ray of light disappeared, Xianxia returned to his original appearance. He suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of exhaustion in his expression, but his spirit was extremely excited. The refinement was not complete yet. There was only one last step left. He spread his arms and shouted, "Let's go home! Let's all go home!" Thousands of rays of light suddenly overflowed from every part of his body, turning into stars that circled around him a few times before disappearing like lightning. All these years, he had been refining the stars' origins everywhere in order to turn the entire star's territory into pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, which would make it easier for him to refine them. Now, he had let these stars' origins leave for the final step. Simply suppressing them was not enough. Only true recognition could connect their minds. The thousands of quintessences scattered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. With Xianxia as the center, it was as if a meteor shower had fallen over the entire star territory. Only the last quintessence of the stars remained, fluttering around him, filled with nostalgia and dependence. Chapter 3171. HM? What's going on? Suddenly, Xianxia noticed that something was wrong. Above his knowledge sea, somewhere on the star, there was a fist-sized ink dot. This ink dot looked so familiar, just like the scenery Xianxia saw when he went to Tongxian Realm and looked down from the sky. Xianxia was now connected with the star territory's source, so he immediately felt a strong malice from this ink dot. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the location of this ink that should be the connection between the Great Desolate Star Territory and the Hongluo star field. That place was extremely important, and as early as 10 years ago, Xianxia had sent Li Jiao and his family to guard it. Xianxia had thought that it was safe, but today, after completely refining the star, he discovered that something was wrong. With a thought, his vision seemed to drift across hundreds of millions of kilometers and suddenly pulled to the vicinity of the ink dot. What he saw shocked Xianxia. The void within hundreds of millions of kilometers had become an unimaginably huge black hole, and everything in this star field had disappeared, including many dead stars. Not only that, the edge of the black hole was still expanding, and wherever the darkness passed, everything turned into nothingness. It was as if the darkness was devouring the territory of this star. Xianxia was furious. He had refined the source of the star and had become the master of this star territory. In other words, this entire star territory was his back garden, And no matter what the hell this darkness was, it was invading his territory. As the master of this star territory, how could he tolerate it? Where was that old Bradley Jiao? Yang Kai had sent him here to guard this place, so why didn't he tell him that such a big thing had happened? Even if Yang Kai had been running around all these years without a fixed residence, if Yang Kai really wanted to find him, how could he not have a way? He couldn't help but grumble in his heart. With a sway of his body, he arrived at the edge of a huge black hole in a short while. Looking at it from a close distance, he could feel how terrifying the black hole was. All he could see was darkness. It was not inferior to the void crevice. The darkness was like a tide that slowly spread in all directions, assimilating everything in its path. Yang Kai felt like he was losing his territory bit by bit. With a stern expression, he communicated with the star with his mind. The star buzzed and trembled, as if it had received some kind of encouragement, emitting a dazzling light. The unhurried darkness that was advancing in all directions suddenly slowed down a lot at this moment. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He had never encountered such a thing before. To be honest, he didn't know how to deal with it. He just wanted to give it a try and stop the darkness from spreading. He didn't expect that after communicating with the star chart, there would be some effect. He immediately understood that since he was the master of the star's territory, his will was the will of the star's territory. With a single thought, he could resonate with the star's territory. Now that he had this answer, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and became more attentive to communicating with the star, borrowing the power of the entire star's territory to stop the darkness from spreading. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the spreading darkness slowed down and gradually stopped. Yang Kai wasn't satisfied and instead shouted, "Scram!" He pushed both of his arms forward and invisible world powers squeezed out from all directions. Instantly, the boundary of darkness shrank back by several tens of li, and it was still shrinking. In the place where the darkness faded, everything that had been swallowed was restored, and Yang Kai could clearly see a huge meteorite slowly emerge from the darkness, completely revealing itself. This discovery made him overjoyed. Before he could check the condition of the flying knife, a pitch-black moon blade slashed at him. He was not a careless person, but he did not notice the moon blade until it was in front of him. The main reason was that the moon blade was too strange. It was silent and was exactly the same as the darkness, so it was difficult to notice. Perceiving the terrible power of the moon blade, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised look, but he did not panic. Suddenly, another throwing knife appeared in his hand, which was exactly the same as the one that Yang Kai had intercepted before. He raised it high, and the throwing knife shone brightly and turned into a huge blade, slashing down. Saying so, she turned to look at Lu Yuqin, who was leaning against Yang Kai, with some surprise. The matter she wanted to report was the disappearance of Li Jiao's family of 3. You don't need to say anything, I understand. Yang Kai handed the unconscious Lu Yuqin to Su Yin and said, "Look after her." For eyes met, and everything was understood without words. Su Yin gently nodded before carrying Lu Yuqin back to her spirit peak. Inside the hall, Yang Kai took his seat while the others scattered to the left and right. Looking around, Yang Kai said, "All of you have worked hard these past few years. I have seen everyone's efforts, and although I did not participate, I still want to thank everyone for their efforts over the years." Yi Shiyin nodded. "Of course, but I wonder what Sect Master knows about the expanding black hole." Yang Kai said, "I only discovered it not long ago. Rest assured, I will deal with this matter myself." Hearing him say this, Yi Shiyun's heart relaxed, the worry she had held for several years finally disappearing. Although Yang Kai was often elusive, leaving everything to her to deal with, he was still very reliable when he was serious. "Husband, what is that black hole? Why is it eroding star field?" Shanqing Luo asked in confusion. Yang Kai said, "It's the power of Great Desolate Stars territory." Great Desolate Stars territory again? The group of people suddenly showed looks of righteous indignation. Since the end of the war 3 years ago, the entire territory of Great Desolate Star had entered a period of rest and recuperation. They had thought that they would be able to settle down for a while, but in less than 3 years, Great Desolate Star's territory had once again begun to stir up trouble. And this time it was even worse, actually beginning to erode Star Field, leaving them completely at a loss as to how to deal with it. Yi Shiyun frowned and said, "Sect Master, how can the territory of Great Desolate Star erode our territory? Could it be that the level of Great Desolate Star's territory is higher?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "That's not the case. There's not much difference between the territory of the two Great Desolate Stars, nor is there any difference in level. The reason this situation is occurring is because someone is secretly pushing it." "Someone? Who is it? Could it be?" Yang Kai nodded and said solemnly, "The master of Great Desolate Star's territory." The guy who was secretly fighting with him was definitely not an ordinary person. Since he could push the territory of Great Desolate Star to swallow one another, there was only one possibility. This person was the master of Great Desolate Star's territory, just like his identity at the moment. A series of gasps rang out, but soon everyone remembered that Yang Kai was also the master of Great Desolate Star's territory, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But if these two masters of Great Desolate Star's territory were to fight, who knew how much of an impact it would have on their respective territories? After all, if they fought, it would definitely not be a one-on-one battle, but rather a confrontation supported by the forces of their respective Great Desolate Star's territory. This was bound to set off stormy waves in both Great Desolate Star's territory. Dare I ask, Sectmaster, who is stronger and who is weaker? Yi Shiyun asked the question everyone was concerned about. "He is not my opponent right now," Yang Kai said lightly. The place shrouded in darkness was his own territory, so even if it was being swallowed up, he still had a certain advantage, so it would not be difficult to drive him out. Now, Yi Shiyun keenly grasped the key point in Yang Kai's words. "What about later?" Yang Kai laughed. "Who can say what will happen in the future? We will do our best and leave the rest to heaven's will." Yi Shiyun wanted to ask something more, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her and smiled meaningfully. "There's a little bug here." Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, his movements neither too fast nor too slow. The void in front of him suddenly became chaotic as Yang Kai's big hand reached into the void, seemingly grabbing towards a distant place. When he retracted his hand, an old man with white hair and a white beard appeared in the hall. This old man had a look of surprise on his face, and his body was trembling slightly, as if he could not stand steadily. The aura on his body was not strong, only an origin-returning realm master. Everyone in the hall looked at each other, not knowing why Yang Kai had suddenly grabbed this old man and brought him here. They did not even know where Yang Kai had brought him here. After becoming the master of this Great Desolate Star's territory, Yang Kai's various means had become more and more incredible. The stooped old man looked around and was startled. The faces around him did not recognize him, but he recognized most of the people here. A trace of panic flashed across his eyes as he pretended to be calm and asked, Where is this place?" It was also a treasure bestowed to him by a master, and it was because of the power of this artifact that he was able to act so fearlessly after his identity was exposed. It was impossible for anyone in Star Territory to escape the imprisonment and decay of his Bloodsea banner. Anyone who fell into it would die without a doubt. But now, this 7 or 8-year-old little girl had completely ignored the power of his Bloodsea banner. The little girl in front of him blinked her eyes, raised her small hand, and made a grabbing motion. The old man felt as if he had been struck by lightning and could not help but take a few steps back. His face paled slightly as he became more and more shocked. The connection between him and the Blood Sea banner had been severed. Looking up again, the blood-red color that had enveloped the hall had disappeared, and the Blood Sea banner had been grabbed by the little girl. She casually stuffed it into her space ring before turning around and walking back without even looking at him. The old man only felt his throat become slightly dry as he forcefully gulped. His greatest reliance had been so easily taken away, and even his mind had suffered a backlash. The originally arrogant old man immediately became like a venomous snake whose fangs had been plucked. His aura withered, and he no longer had the arrogance from before. Compared to the trauma of having his artifact taken away, the shock he received was even greater. The feeling that the little girl gave him was not much weaker than that master. How could there be such a powerful person in this star territory? No wonder the territory of Great Desolate Star had been exterminated in recent years. With this person overseeing it, how could the invasion succeed? This artifact, was it that person who helped you improve it? In the hall, Xianxia sat with his face propped up in his hand as he looked at the old man calmly. The old man trembled as he bowed to the ground and respectfully said, "Master, if there is anything this old man would like to know, this old man will tell you everything he knows. Please, Master, spare this old man's life." Since he was in a disadvantageous position, he immediately became much more obedient. "You don't seem to be qualified to negotiate with me." The old man lowered his head. "I beg Master to spare this old man's life. This old man has never done anything harmful to this star's territory." Xianxia thought about it seriously for a moment before nodding. "Good, I won't kill you." "Master, can you keep your word?" Xianxia smiled slightly. "Usually when I say this, I'm just bluffing." The old man's face suddenly paled. However, Xianxia's tone suddenly changed. "Since I said I won't kill you, I won't kill you." "Many thanks, Master." The old man shed tears of gratitude. "What does Master want to know?" "You're the sect master of Netherworld Sect, right?" Xianxia asked. The old man was stunned and then smiled bitterly. "Master's vision is like a torch. This old man is not talented, but I am the 345th sect master of Netherworld Sect." "What? He is the sect master of Netherworld Sect?" Inside the hall, there was an uproar as everyone stared at the old man angrily. The Netherworld Sect was the main culprit behind the invasion of the Grand Desolation Star Field. But over the years, although they had killed many people from the Netherworld Sect, including several vice sect masters and elders, they had never been able to find the Netherworld Sect's sect master. The elders and vice sect masters also didn't know where he was. They only heard that after coming to the Hung Luo Star Field, the sect master left alone. As for where he went and what he did, no one knew. There was almost no news of this person in the information that he had gathered. Who would have thought that this old man had actually hidden on Shadowed Star until today when Xianxia found him? This was probably a case of being too smart for his own good. He thought that the most dangerous place was the safest place. But little did he know that after Xianxia became the master of Shadowed Star's territory, his perception of Shadowed Star had become even more acute. How could he not notice the existence of this old man, who clearly carried the aura of Netherworld Sect? If this old man had hidden on another star, Xianxia would not have bothered to find him and might even have been able to hide for a while longer. Was that person the one who helped you improve that artifact of yours? Xianxia asked the same question again. That person? I wonder who Master is referring to. The old man looked at Xianxia in surprise. It's that guy from your Great Desolate Star's territory. You've met that Master? The old man was shocked. Xianxia shook his head. No. After a pause, he continued. I secretly fought with him once. The old man was dumbfounded when he heard this, instinctively feeling that this guy was boasting. No matter what cultivation this person in front of him had, how could he have survived a fight with that master? But suddenly remembering the various anomalies he felt a few days ago, the old man exclaimed, Are you already the master of this star's territory? Yes. No wonder, no wonder. The old man muttered to himself. No wonder he felt some anomalies in his star's territory a few days ago, and no wonder he could fight with that master. It turned out that he was already the master of this star's territory. Only by becoming the master of this star's territory would one have the qualifications to fight with the master of another star's territory. Xianxia observed the old man's expression and suddenly thought of something. You've been hiding for many years and acting alone. Could it be that you're looking for my Hung Luo star field star source? The old man's expression changed, but since Xianxia had already pointed it out, he no longer concealed it and nodded. I'm just following orders. Xianxia coldly snorted. That guy really has a big appetite. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The wind and clouds gathered in the sky, and dark clouds suddenly formed like thick cotton quilts. Under the heavenly might, everyone felt extremely depressed. As the master of this star's territory, his every move, laughter, and anger could affect this part of the world. Seeing this, the old man no longer had any doubts and finally confirmed that this person was already the master of this star's territory. Xianxia still sneered. He wants to swallow my Hung Luo star field in one gulp. Now it seemed that the Netherworld sect was the culprit behind the invasion of the cultivator in the Great Desolate Stars territory. It was most likely that the Netherworld sect was also driven and used by someone else, and the shadow behind it was naturally the master of the Great Desolate Stars territory. Chapter 3174. After being slapped by Xianxia, the Netherworld sect master immediately became obedient, and the scenery in his field of vision quickly passed by. Huge stars brushed past each other before being left behind and turned into specks of light. In a flash, the two had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. Suddenly, the old man's figure came to a halt as he was dropped by Xianxia. Quickly stabilizing his figure, he looked around and narrowed his eyes. In front of him was a huge black hole that was wriggling like the maw of a giant beast, gnawing at this world and trying to swallow it into its belly. That side is the territory of your great desolate star. Xianxia pointed to the place where the darkness was the thickest. The old man's eyes lit up. Do you want to go back? The old man nodded repeatedly. Good, I'll let you go, but you have to tell me one thing. The old man asked cautiously, What is it? Tell that guy for me to wash his neck and wait for me to chop it off. This scram. Xianxia grabbed him by the collar again and threw him into the darkness without any explanation. The old man screamed in horror and wanted to resist, but he couldn't even condense his Saint Chi, so he could only crash into the darkness and disappear in the blink of an eye. Xianxia shaded his eyes with his hand and glanced around before whistling softly. On the other side of the darkness, 3 figures stood at this moment. In addition to the sallow-faced man, there were 2 acquaintances of Xianxia, Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang. The auras of the 2 people were still intact. They had not suffered any torture or injury, but they did not have the intention to escape. In this world, no matter if it was Li Jiao or Lu Sanyang, they were unable to display their full strength, but the middle-aged man in front of them could. Pinching them was as easy as pinching a conch, and neither Li Jiao nor Lu Sanyang had the slightest ability to resist. No matter who you are, you must pay the price. Li Jiao looked at the middle-aged man with a sinister expression. Lu Yuqin had been thrown into the darkness right in front of him, and he didn't know if Lu Yuqin was dead or alive. Naturally, Li Jiao was furious and hated that he had fallen from grace. If they were in the star boundary, he would have already fought a life and death battle with Lu Yuqin. Even if he wasn't Lu Yuqin's match, it would still be better than being so angry. The middle-aged man turned a deaf ear to him and said indifferently, Why are you so confident? Li Jiao sneered, Because you don't know who you have provoked. The middle-aged man finally turned his head to look at him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Li Jiao said, If I had the ability, I would have twisted your head off long ago. Are you pinning your hopes on that Xianxia? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, secretly amused. He had never even heard of Xianxia's name. So how strong could he be? Even if he was lucky enough to become the ruler of star territory, he probably wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. He had only learned of Xianxia's existence after chatting with Li Jiao for a while. It wasn't that Li Jiao was willing to betray Xianxia, but Lu Yuqin and Lu Sanyang were beside him, so he had to answer some questions. Just you wait, you will regret it. Li Jiao sneered and didn't say anything else. No matter where this guy came from or what his cultivation was, as long as he wasn't one of the great emperors, he believed that Xianxia could deal with him. After all, he had even broken through a place like Dragon Island, so what in this world would be difficult for him? I hope he really is as you say, otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned his head to look into the darkness. If Wu Heng really had something to do with Wukong, then they would be in big trouble. Star's territory could not afford another heaven-devouring great emperor. The original great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor were still alive. After exchanging a few more words, Xianxia sent Li Jiao and Li Jiao back to Shadowed Star without knowing the origins of this Wu Heng. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Xianxia pushed his strength to restore his arms. Both of his arms had been shattered. Although he had caused Wu Heng quite a bit of trouble just now, it was not without a price. Various kinds of world principles had flowed through his arms, wantonly destroying his physique and meridians. If it had been anyone else, their arms would likely have been completely crippled. Fortunately, Xianxia's physique was quite good and his restorative ability was extremely strong. Now that he had returned to his own territory, with the help of the surrounding power, he was able to easily draw out the many world principles from his body and disperse them into the void. Not only did he not suffer any losses, he even managed to replenish the energy of his star territory, although it was insignificant. After a long time, Xianxia raised his arm slightly. The hidden danger had been removed, so all he needed to do was slowly restore himself. It shouldn't take long for him to fully recover. Xianxia took out some healing pills and swallowed them, further shortening the time it would take to restore himself. His right hand was tightly clenched, and he hadn't loosened his grip until now. Only now did he open his palm, and a pearl the size of a longan lay quietly in his palm. The sealed world bead. Xianxia's first punch was able to send Wu Heng flying because of the element of surprise, and because he had just crossed over from his own territory. Standing at the junction of the two star territories, Xianxia was able to slightly mobilize the power of his star territory. Xianxia's second punch did not rely on the power of his star territory, but on the sealed world bead. If the star territory was a world, then the sealed world bead was also a world, just of different sizes. The sealed world bead, compared to the entire star territory, was simply the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. However, there was one thing in common, and that was that they were both supported by the power of the entire world. As the owner of the sealed world bead, Xianxia could naturally mobilize the power of this small world. In the past, he had mobilized the power of the sealed world bead to deal with enemies. But as a result, the small sealed world was ruined and its world principles collapsed. Later, he went to the 5-color treasure pagoda in Star Soul Palace and used the sealed world bead to devour a lot of source strength to repair the sealed world bead and upgrade it to the next level. This time, he used the same trick as a last resort. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint him. Without the sealed world bead, even if his second punch could destroy mountains and overturn seas, it would not have been able to force Wu Heng to retreat half a step. God bless me. God bless me. Yang Kai held the sealed world bead with both hands and muttered a few words. Then, with a resolute look on his face, he immersed his divine sense into the sealed world bead and investigated it. The corners of his eyes twitched as his expression changed. After a long while, a miserable howl resounded throughout Starfield. As he expected, the small sealed world was in a mess again. The world that had been repaired in the five-color treasure pagoda had collapsed again. World principles were in chaos. Mountains and rivers were upside down, rivers flowed in reverse, and void cracks spread across the small sealed world like scars. At first glance, this world was simply ruined, as if it could collapse at any time. There was silence in the tunnel. Although Yang Kai could not see anything, he knew that Wu Hong must be looking at him from the other side of the tunnel. Grinning, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and began to draw something in the void. Light flowed, and in an instant, a complicated pattern appeared in the void in front of him. This pattern was the pattern of the territory crossing space array. With the void as the foundation and the power of the stars as the material, Yang Kai arranged a space array with a wave of his hand, demonstrating the great power of the master of the astral territory. On the distant shadowed star, in the high heaven sect, the embodiment was sitting cross-legged, absorbing world energy. Suddenly, a light lit up behind him and an identical array appeared. The embodiment sensed something and looked back, got up, and stepped into the array. In an instant, it crossed millions of kilometers of territory and appeared in front of Yang Kai. Their eyes met, and everything was understood in silence. The embodiment silently walked up to Yang Kai, raised a hand, and pressed it on his head. A vast sea of information poured into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. To some extent, the embodiment was an extension of Yang Kai's body, but because the embodiment was transformed from the stone mongoose and formed by Yang Kai's soul clone, it had developed some of its own thoughts over the years. It could communicate with Yang Kai and express different opinions, but when it was necessary, it didn't need to speak at all, as Yang Kai could understand its thoughts and apply his own thoughts to it. The information that the embodiment was transmitting to Yang Kai was none other than the most powerful and evil secret art in the world, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique was created by Wukong, and it was a secret art that devoured everything in the world. Wukong used this secret art to devour countless stars and territory, becoming the strongest person in the world. In order to kill him, several great emperors fell, but tens of thousands of years later, they were still reincarnated by Wukong. If those fallen great emperors knew about this, it was unknown whether they would be so angry that they would come back to life. However, although the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique was powerful, Yang Kai did not practice it when he got it, because he always felt that this secret art had some drawbacks. After the embodiment practiced it, he confirmed that this secret art did have drawbacks. It could devour and refine everything in the world. It sounded powerful, but if there was no corresponding way to resolve it, it would only end in tragedy. This was because when devouring and refining everything in the world, it would inevitably devour all kinds of energy and impurities of different attributes. Due to the different attributes of these energies, there would inevitably be some restraints. Once accumulated to a certain extent, it would inevitably cause great harm to the practitioner. It might even cause the practitioner's cultivation to regress and become the demon race. Wukong had a way to resolve it, so he could use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique to dominate the world. Yang Kai knew that he did not have this ability, but the embodiment did. The stone mongoose race had a unique physique. They could devour metals and stones, so the difference of attributes was nothing to them. They could directly refine things in their bodies. Everything returned to one. Strictly speaking, there was no race in the world that was more suitable for practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique than the stone mongoose. This was probably something that even Wukong did not expect. The embodiment had been practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique for many years and had never encountered any problems. He had even devoured the origin of Stonefire. In terms of understanding and comprehension of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, the embodiment was the only one in the world other than Wukong. A huge amount of information poured into his mind. Yang Kai slowly digested it, and suddenly found that this secret art was far more profound and mysterious than he had imagined. If Wukong was not evil, he would be a rare genius. Half a day later, the embodiment stopped and looked at the black hole not far away. He stood aside to guard Yang Kai in case of any accidents. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai was immersed in comprehending the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. The more he comprehended, the more desperate he was to practice this secret art. This secret art was incredibly powerful. Wu Mengchuan had been practicing it for so many years, but he still had not reached the Emperor realm. However, he had been wandering for many years and had a good temperament, so he was able to curb this greed. After a full month, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, which were clear and bright. He stood up, stretched his body. Crackling sounds came from all over his body. He shook his hands and found that they were as good as new. 1 month was enough for him to fully recover. Staring at the void corridor, Yang Kai grinned fiercely. Time for revenge. He communicated with the star map and urged the power of the star field to rush into the tunnel. At the same time, he used the heaven-devouring battle law to test his strength. Knowing the pros and cons of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, Yang Kai naturally would not practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique himself. At this moment, he was using the entire star territory as the foundation to stimulate this powerful secret art, which was equivalent to letting the Hung Luo star field operate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. No matter how much energy of different attributes was devoured, he did not need to digest it himself. The star territory naturally had the ability to do so. This was a heaven-defying technique that only the master of a star region could use. At the other end of the void corridor, Wu Heng's face was gloomy. After waiting for a month, he was bored to death. He originally wanted to use the method of invading the star territory to cultivate, but who would have thought that it would be ruined at the last moment, and that someone would break into his house and punch him. He instinctively felt that Yang Kai was not someone to be trifled with, and was afraid that he would cause trouble again. Who would have thought that this month would be peaceful and nothing would happen? He thought that it seemed that Yang Kai also knew that he could not do anything to him, so he would probably give up. The void corridor was there, but he did not repair it, because if he did, it would seem that he was afraid of Yang Kai. How could he be willing to lose face? In fact, for him, it would be best if this matter was left unsettled. Invading the star territory was not a trivial matter, and he only had this idea because he noticed that there was no master in that star territory. If Hung Luo star field already had a master, he would not have done this. Wu Hong was willing to turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing, but Yang Kai was not willing to do so. The kindness of a meal must be repaid, and the enmity of a grievance must be avenged. What's more, because of the invasion of the Great Desolate Star Territory, countless people in Hung Luo Star Field were separated from their families, and even Tongxian Realm was almost destroyed. His little senior sister had almost died. If he did not vent this anger, what was the use of Yang Kai's cultivation? Suddenly, there was an abnormal movement in the void corridor. Wu Hong raised his head and looked in that direction. His face sank as he gritted his teeth and said, "Shameless thing." He felt that being willing to turn big problems into small ones was already the biggest concession he could make, but who knew that Yang Kai would not give up and instead wanted to invade his star territory. Wu Hong made up his mind to make Yang Kai suffer a big loss. Otherwise, the other party would not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Darkness spread out from the void corridor like a tide, like thick ink, crazily spreading in all directions. Wherever the darkness passed, everything turned into nothingness, revealing a chaotic black hole. Wu Hong ignored it and kept retreating because it was not yet time to act. If he acted now, he would certainly be able to suppress the darkness, but he would definitely be caught in an endless tug-of-war with Xianxia. He had to wait for a good opportunity to finish things once and for all. Chapter 3177. Wu Hong had no intention of stopping it, but the devouring speed of the darkness was not as fast as he had imagined. Seeing this, Wu Hong sneered. Although they were both lords of the Star Territory, there was a difference in time, so naturally there was a difference in status. Xianxia had just become the lord of the Star Territory, so he probably could not take advantage of this identity, which was why the devouring process was so slow. He stepped back bit by bit, watching coldly, waiting for the moment to close the door and beat the dog. In the Hung Luo starfield, Xianxia's eyes were closed. At this moment, he was in a strange state. His divine thoughts were erratic, as if he had become the incarnation of the Star Territory and was gnawing on something with his mouth wide open. Near the Void Corridor, there was obviously an additional starfield that did not belong to the Hung Luo starfield. In that starfield, not only were there meteorites of various sizes floating, but also some slightly different worldly laws were swimming and breeding, which had some subtle conflicts with the original star field. Although the Great Desolate Star Territory and the Hung Luo star field were both star territory, and the worldly laws were generally similar, there were always some differences, just like the differences in the worldly laws of cultivation stars that were born in the same star territory. These differences were not obvious, but the more profound one's strength was, the more one would be able to feel them. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was operating, using the Great Desolate Star Territory as the foundation and the star field as the stomach to digest the space that had been devoured. Xianxia felt even more wonderful. Although he was using the entire star territory as the foundation to perform the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, it was his will that dominated everything. Therefore, when the star territory was digesting the space that had been devoured, he could clearly perceive all the details in it. In the star field that originally belonged to the Great Desolate Star Territory, the worldly laws collapsed and dissolved, gradually being assimilated by the worldly laws of the Hung Luo star field. The two sides merged and slowly became indistinguishable. There was no obstruction. Where was that bastard Wu Hong? Logically speaking, the devouring shouldn't have gone so smoothly. Wu Hong should have taken precautions, but Xianxia didn't sense any obstruction. This made him feel a little strange. Although it was strange, his movements were not slow at all. While urging the power of his territory to transform into darkness to devour the star field of another territory, he also used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to digest it. After an unknown period of time, an enormous resistance suddenly came from the other side of the darkness, and the space he had invaded was quickly pulled back. Not only that, there was even an extremely terrifying force that passed through the dense darkness, wanting to devour his mind. Had he finally made his move? Xianxia had been waiting for this moment, so he didn't panic at all. He didn't even put up any defenses, allowing the power to travel through the darkness and attack him. On the other side of the darkness, Wu Hong sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. It was true that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. If Xianxia was willing to settle the matter peacefully, it would have been fine, but he actually wanted to devour his territory. If Wu Hong didn't teach him a lesson, how could he swallow this anger? The more the darkness spread, the greater the scope of the devouring. Correspondingly, Xianxia had to spend more energy. When he was sure that Xianxia couldn't withdraw immediately, he brazenly attacked, borrowing the power of his territory to give Xianxia a heavy blow. In this way, the darkness in the territory of the Hung Luo star field receded like a tide, revealing the star field that had been devoured before. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't take long for everything to return to normal. Suddenly, the smile on Wu Heng's face froze, as if he had noticed something, and his eyes widened. The power he had unleashed through the darkness had encountered an invisible barrier and was unable to advance any further, let alone take advantage of the opportunity to cause any harm to the other party. The place where this barrier existed was actually the position of his own starry sky. How could this be? How could he set up such a strong barrier in his star field? Wu Heng's heart sank, and a feeling of uneasiness grew in his heart. At the same time, the darkness had receded to the end. No matter how hard Wu Heng tried, he couldn't make the darkness move any further. When he looked up, his mouth suddenly opened, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He saw that in the star field, a black hole with a diameter of hundreds of miles was imprinted in his eyes. In the black hole, there was nothingness and chaos, as if heaven and earth had not been created, which gave people a great feeling of horror. The center of the black hole was originally the location of the void corridor, but how could the original void corridor be so big? At this time, it had expanded more than 100 times. What was going on? His territory had been refined by him? Only this explanation could explain why the void corridor had expanded into a black hole with a diameter of hundreds of miles. The star field in the black hole no longer belonged to the territory of the great desolate star. The refined star field was missing, so such a big black hole was formed. How'd he do it? Wu Heng even suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. It should be known that although he had taken over a large area of the star field of Hung Luo star field in the past 3 years, that was only taking over. He couldn't refine it at all. If not, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to take it back so easily. Taking over and refining were two different concepts. It was like eating. Eating a bowl of rice and digesting a bowl of rice were different. The food that was eaten would be spat out. Only the food that was digested truly belonged to oneself. His 3 years of hard work had only been for eating, while Xianxia had really digested the starry sky within 100 kilometers. In his original plan, there was a step of digesting, but that had to wait until he had completely taken over the Hung Luo star field and refined the origin power of Hung Luo star field before he could start digesting. This process could take hundreds, thousands of years, or even longer. But for the improvement of power, this kind of time investment was worth it. Digesting the territory of a star was definitely not something that could be done in a short time. Before this, he had no doubts. Xianxia looked into the corridor and shook his head. Bad omen, a very bad omen. Wu Heng's eyes twitched. You still don't trust me. Although he didn't have any good ideas in mind, he obviously couldn't show it. Xianxia said seriously, wrong. What's wrong? Wu Heng asked in a low voice. I mean, Brother Wu, you have a bad omen. Look back if you don't believe me. There was no need to look back. When Xianxia said this, Wu Heng clearly felt the pressure from the Hung Luo star field suddenly increase. He panicked and hurriedly resisted with all his strength, but he still couldn't stop the darkness from spreading to this side. There was some abnormal movement behind him. He turned his head and saw that Xianxia had already stepped into the void corridor. He turned back and gave him a warm smile, saying loudly, Thank you for your kindness, Brother Wu. See you another day. Bastard. Wu Heng cursed. With a thought, the void corridor collapsed, trying to kill Xianxia, but it was obviously too late. After waiting for a while, his face changed again. How is this possible? Xianxia had clearly gone through the void corridor to the Huang Quan star, which was billions of miles away. Why didn't the pressure from the Hung Luo star field show any signs of weakening? Previously, he thought that Xianxia was able to control the origin of the Hung Luo star field because he was too close to it. It was because of this that he decided to send him further away. As long as he went deep into the hinterland of the Great Desolate Star territory, the origin connection with the Hung Luo star field would definitely weaken or even be cut off. When that happened, he would be able to free himself to deal with Xianxia. With a thought, he could consign him to eternal damnation. It was only now that he understood why Xianxia was so fearless. It was because no matter how far away he was, the devouring of the Hung Luo star field showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it was even more intense than before. He had no choice but to focus and resist with all his strength. How would he have any energy left to deal with Xianxia? Could it be that he really wasn't the owner of the Hung Luo star field? He felt uneasy. He didn't know if sending him to the Huangquan star was right or wrong. He felt that he had planted a disaster, and it would come sooner or later. Huangquan star, one of the highest grade cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. After all, it was the home star of the Netherworld sect and was no worse than the water moon star of the Hung Luo star field. The world energy here was extremely rich, and there were mountains and rivers everywhere. The Netherworld sect was the owner of this cultivation star. However, the last invasion of the Great Desolate Star territory had caused the Netherworld sect to suffer heavy losses. Now, the ones left on Huangquan star were just a bunch of weaklings, with only a few origin kings remaining. Before he finished speaking, a miserable cry came from the other side. One of the cave residences had been devoured. His face was bitter, as if he had eaten Chinese gold thread. Even a mountain where the cave resided began to collapse. Xianxia curled his lips and said, "What does this have to do with me?" Wu Zimin pleaded, "Master, please stop the divine technique quickly." Xianxia shook his head and said, "No, not only am I going to eat this spiritual mountain, but I'm also going to eat the entire Yellow Springs planet." Ah! Wu Zimin opened his mouth wide with a blank face. "If there's nothing else, get out of here. I don't want to kill anyone recently." Xianxia waved his hand and shooed him away like a fly. Wu Zimin's face turned green and red. He hesitated and said, "Master, you're not from the Yellow Springs sect? You're from the Yellow Springs sect. Your whole family is from the Yellow Springs sect." Wu Zimin said, "Master, since you know this planet is called the Yellow Springs planet, do you know how powerful the Yellow Springs sect is?" He was still hoping to use the Yellow Springs sect's reputation to deter Xianxia and make him retreat. Xianxia laughed. "I've already destroyed the Yellow Springs sect." "Impossible. Go, don't be noisy." Xianxia waved his hand, and Wu Zimin felt a strong wind blowing at his face. He lost his balance and was pushed back more than 1,000 feet. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk another mountain collapsed. This time, it was because the mountain's foundation was swallowed by the black hole and had lost its support. Wu Zimin fixed his eyes and felt his heart bleed. That spirit peak was where his secluded cave mansion was located, and now that it had collapsed, his secluded cave mansion was definitely gone as well. Wu Zimin turned his head and glared at Xianxia angrily, but he didn't dare to say anything. What should we do? The cultivator had never seen such a scene and didn't know what to do. Wu Zimin pondered for a while and said decisively, "This person is powerful. We're no match for him. Let's go to the Yellow Springs sect and report this." As the saying went, even if the sky fell, there would be a tall person to hold it up. The Yellow Springs sect was the highest existence on the Yellow Springs planet. Everyone felt that it made sense and immediately rushed in the direction of the Yellow Springs sect with Wu Zimin. After shooing away the flies, Xianxia continued to activate the sealed world bead. Wherever the black hole passed, it was unstoppable. In less than a day, the continuous spiritual mountain was swallowed up, leaving only a huge basin in its place. If anyone saw this, they wouldn't believe their eyes. When a cultivator cultivated to a certain extent, they would be able to move mountains and overturn seas, but they would have to use extremely powerful divine abilities to barely be able to do so. Who would have the ability to make a spiritual mountain disappear silently in a single day? Chapter 3181. Inside the small sealed world, large pieces of land appeared out of thin air. Invisible world principles and world energy also filled this small sealed world and merged with the world principles and world energy of the small sealed world itself, making this small sealed world even more solid and complete. Along with the appearance of these pieces of land, there were all kinds of creatures. Most of them were humans, but there were also some monster beasts that had been swallowed by the Black Sphere. Having suddenly arrived in another world, they were all in a state of shock. These creatures were all swallowed by the Black Sphere because they could not avoid it in time. They thought that they were doomed, but when they came back to their senses, they found that they were safe and sound. They were all in disbelief. They hurriedly ran away, ready to explore the mysteries of this world and figure out their situation, but they were imprisoned in a certain place by an invisible force, unable to move too far away. The entire Yellow Spring Star was in chaos. As time passed, everyone came to know that there was a demon-like existence who was driving a huge black sphere that could devour everything and wreaking havoc on Yellow Spring Star. This person's divine technique was unparalleled, and even the famous Yellow Springs sect was flattened. As a result, the cultivator who had the ability to escape from the Yellow Springs sect set off one after another, not daring to stay on the stars any longer. Those who did not have the ability to escape could only pray that the heavens were merciful, but what awaited them was a terrifying devouring. 2 months later, the entire Yellow Spring Star had completely changed. Looking down from the void, this star that the Yellow Springs sect used as their home star, which was originally full of world energy and had given birth to countless creatures, had become dead silent. Large and small cities had disappeared, and so had all the sects and families. Even the many spirit mountains and rivers had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the entire Yellow Spring Star looked like a huge meteorite. There were still endless and deep ravines on the meteorite, and its size had also shrunk significantly. If a cultivator from another star within the territory of the Great Desolate Star were to come and take a look, they would definitely not recognize that this was the Yellow Spring Star. They would probably think that this was a silent dead star. How troublesome, Xianxia muttered as he hovered above Yellow Spring Star and used his divine sense to explore the small sealed world. Xianxia had not expected that so many people would suddenly appear in the sealed world bead, but there was nothing he could do about it. The Netherworld sect was not a dead star, but a cultivation star with an extremely vibrant population. He urged the sealed world bead to devour the stars. The cultivator above the Saint King realm on the Yellow Spring Star could escape if the situation turned bad, but how could the cultivator below the Saint King realm escape? There were also many mortals. He could not expect them to leave the Yellow Springs planet and escape into the territory of the Yellow Springs planet. That would only be courting death. As such, Xianxia simply swallowed all these creatures into his sealed world bead along with the earth around them. Now, how to deal with these creatures was a troublesome matter. Should he take them to another cultivation star and set them free? But there were more than 100 million of these creatures. More than 80% of the creatures on the entire Yellow Spring Star had already been taken into the sealed world bead. Even if he wanted to set them free, he did not have the time. Moreover, with the transfer of power, birth, old age, illness, and death were the norm. The most important thing right now was how to resist the encroachment of a Yellow Springs Star's territory. Who would have thought that in just 3 months, Xianxia would give him such a big surprise? He did not know what method Yonkai used to make the entire yellow spring star disappear. It was truly gone. It had completely disappeared. How did he do it? How could this be possible? A cultivation star was stolen just like that? Wu Heng would not believe it himself. It was not something that could be put in a space ring. It was a real star. If it was not stolen, then where did Yellow Spring Star go? He was a master of the Yellow Springs star's territory and controlled the star territory's source. As long as he wanted to, he could pay attention to anything that happened in any aspect of the Great Desolate Star Territory. The disappearance of Yellow Springs Star was not an illusion. Wu Heng felt terrible. Because of this distraction, the power to resist the darkness weakened greatly, causing the encroachment of the Yellow Springs Star's territory to speed up again. Flustered, he hurriedly restrained his thoughts and did not dare to be distracted, but the feeling of uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger, almost filling his heart. He knew he had made a mistake this time. He had never expected to fail so miserably in the territory of a lower star.